Section 1 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. Introductory. Curiosities of Zoology. Curious creatures of animal life have been objects of interest to mankind in all ages and countries, the universality of which may be traced to that feeling which, quote, makes the whole world kin, end quote. It has been remarked with emphatic truth by a popular writer that, quote, we have in the Bible and in the engraven and pictorial records the earliest evidence of the attention paid to natural history in general. The navy of Tarshish contributed to the wisdom of him who not only spake of the trees from the cedar of Lebanon, even unto the hyssop that springeth out of the well, but also of beasts and of fowls and of creeping things and of fishes, to say nothing of numerous other passages showing the progress that zoological knowledge had already made. The Egyptian records bear testimony to a familiarity not only with the forms of a multitude of wild animals, but with their habits and geographical distribution, end quote. The collections of living animals, now popularly known as zoological gardens, are of considerable antiquity. We read of such gardens in China as far back as 2,000 years, but they consisted chiefly of some favored animals such as stags, fish, and tortoises. The Greeks under Pericles introduced peacocks in large numbers from India. The Romans had their elephants, and the first giraffe in Rome under Caesar was as great an event in the history of zoological gardens at its time as the arrival in 1849 of the hippopotamus was in London. The first zoological garden of which we had any detailed account is that in the reign of the Chinese Emperor Wen Wang, founded by him about 1150 A.D., and named by him the Park of Intelligence. It contained mammalia, birds, fish, and amphibia. The zoological gardens of former times served their masters occasionally as hunting grounds. This was constantly the case in Persia, and in Germany, so late as 1576, the Emperor Maximilian II kept such a park for different animals near his castle, Neubag, in which he frequently chased. Alexander the Great possessed his zoological gardens. We find from Pliny that Alexander had given orders to the keepers to send all the rare and curious animals which died in the gardens to Aristotle. Splendid must have been the zoological gardens which the Spaniards found connected with the palace of Montezuma. The letters of Ferdinand Cortez and other writings of the time, as well as more recently the History of the Indians by Antonio Herrera, give most interesting and detailed accounts of the menagerie in Montezuma's park. The buildings belonging to these gardens were all gorgeous, as became the grandeur of the Indian prince. They were supported by pillars, each of which was hewn out of a single piece of some precious stone. Cool, arched galleries led into the different parts of the garden, to the marine and freshwater basins, containing innumerable waterfowl, to the birds of prey, falcons and eagles, which latter especially were represented in the greatest variety, to the crocodiles, alligators, and serpents, some of them belonging to the most venomous species. The halls of a large square building contained the dens of the lions, tigers, leopards, bears, wolves, and other wild animals. 300 slaves were employed in the gardens tending the animals, upon which great care was bestowed and scrupulous attention paid to their cleanliness. To this South American zoological garden of the 16th century, no other of its time could be compared. More than 6 centuries ago, our Plantagenet kings kept in the Tower of London exotic animals for their recreation. The Lion Tower was built here by Henry III, who commenced assembling here a menagerie with 3 leopards sent to him by the Emperor Frederick II, in token of his regal shield of arms, wherein those leopards were pictured. Here, in 1255, the sheriffs built a house for the king's elephant, brought from France, and the first seen in England. Our early sovereigns had a mews in the tower as well as a menagerie. Quote, Mary Margaret as midsummer flower, gentle as falcon and hawk of the tower. End quote. Skelton. In the reign of Charles I, a sort of royal menagerie took the place of the deer with which St. James Park was stocked in the days of Henry VIII and Queen Elizabeth. Charles II greatly enlarged and improved the park, and here he might be seen playing with his dogs and feeding his ducks. The birdcage walk on the south side of the park had in Charles's time the cages of an aviary disposed among the trees. Near the east end of a canal was the decoy, where waterfowl were kept, and here was Duck Island with its salaried governor. Evelyn in 1664 went to the Physique Garden in St. James's, where he first saw orange trees and other fine trees. He enumerates in the menagerie an ornocrotalus or pelican, a fowl between a stork and a swan, a melancholy waterfowl, brought from Astrakhan by the Russian ambassador, a milk-white raven, 2 Balearian cranes, one of which had a wooden leg made by a soldier. There were also deer of several countries, white spotted like leopards, antelopes, an elk, red deer, roebucks, stags, guinea goats, Arabian sheep, etc. There were widdy pots or nests for the wild fowl to lay their eggs, and a little above ye surface of ye water. 25th of February, 1664. This night I walked into St. James's Park, where I saw many strange creatures, as divers sorts of outlandish deer, guinea sheep, a white raven, a great parrot, a stork. Here are very stately walks set with lime trees on both sides and a fine pall mall. Upon the eastern island is the Swiss cottage of the Ornithological Society, built in 1841 with a grant of £300 from the Lords of the Treasury. It contains a council room, keeper's apartments, steam hatching apparatus, contiguous are feeding places and decoys, and the aquatic fowl breed on the island, making their own nest among the shrubs and grasses. The majority of zoological gardens now in existence have been founded in this century, with the exception of the Jardin des Plantes, which, although founded in 1626, did not receive its first living animals until the year 1793 to 1794. Hitherto, it had been a garden of plants exclusively. We shall not be expected to enumerate the great continental gardens, of which that at Berlin, half an hour's drive beyond the Brandenburg gates, contains the Royal Menagerie. It is open upon the payment of an admission fee, and generally resembles our garden at the Regent's Park. Berlin has also its zoological collection in its Museum of Natural History. This collection is one of the richest and most extensive in Europe, especially in the department of ornithology. It includes the birds collected by Pallas and Wildnow, and the fishes of Bloch. The best specimens are those from Mexico, the Red Sea, and the Cape. The whole is exceedingly well arranged and named for the convenience of students. Still, our zoological collection in the British Museum, to be hereafter removed to South Kensington, is allowed to be the finest in Europe. The Zoological Society of London was instituted in 1826 and occupies now about 17 acres of gardens in the Regent's Park. Among the earliest tenants of the menagerie were a pair of emus from New Holland, 2 Arctic bears and a Russian bear, a herd of kangaroos, Cuban mastiffs, and Tibet watchdogs, 2 llamas from Peru, a splendid collection of eagles, falcons, and owls, a pair of beavers, cranes, spoonbills, and storks, zebras and Indian cows, Eskimo dogs, armadillos, and a collection of monkeys. To the menagerie have since been added an immense number of species of mammalia and birds. In 1849 a collection of reptiles, and in 1853 a collection of fish, mollusca, zoophytes, and other aquatic animals. In 1830 the menagerie collected by George IV at Sandpit Gate, Windsor, was removed to the Society's gardens, and in 1834 the last of the Tower Menagerie was received here. It is now the finest public vivarium in Europe. The following are some of the more remarkable animals which the Society have possessed or are now in the menagerie. Antelopes, the great family of, finely represented. The beautiful elands were bequeathed by the late Earl of Derby and have bred freely since their arrival in 1851. The leucoryx is the first of her race born out of Africa. Anteater, giant, brought to England from Brazil in 1853, was exhibited in Broad Street, St. Giles, until purchased by the Zoological Society for £200. Apteryx, or kiwi bird, from New Zealand, the first living specimen brought to England of this rare bird. The fish house, built of iron and glass in 1853, consisting of a series of glass tanks, in which fish spawn, zoophytes produce young, and algae luxuriate. Crustacea and mollusca live successfully, and ascidian polyps are illustrated together with sea anemones, jellyfishes and starfishes, rare shellfishes, etc. A new world of animal life is here seen as in the depths of the ocean, with masses of rock, sand, gravel, corallines, seaweed, and sea water. The animals are in a state of natural restlessness, now quiescent, now eating and being eaten. Aurochs, or European bisons, a pair presented by the Emperor of Russia in 1847, from the forest of Białowieża. The male died in 1848, the female in 1849, from pleural pneumonia. Bears, the collection is one of the largest ever made. Elephants, including an Indian elephant calf and its mother. In 1847 died here the great Indian elephant Jack, having been in the gardens 16 years. Adjoining the stable is a tank of water of a depth nearly equal to the height of a full-grown elephant. In 1851 the Society possessed a herd of 4 elephants besides a hippopotamus, a rhinoceros, and both species of tapir, being the largest collection of pachydermata ever exhibited in Europe. Giraffes, 4 received in 1836, cost the Society upward of £2,300, including £1,000 for steamboat passage. The female produced 6 male fawns here between 1840 and 1851. Hippopotamus, a young male, the first living specimen seen in England, received from Egypt in May 1850 when 10 months old, 7 feet long, and 6.5 feet in girth. Also a female hippopotamus received 1854. Hummingbirds, Mr. Gould's matchless collection of 2,000 examples, was exhibited here in 1851 and 1852. Iguanas, 2 from Cuba and Cartagena, closely resembling in everything but size, the fossil Iguanodon. The lions number generally from 8 to 10, including a pair of cubs born in the gardens in 1853. Orangutan and chimpanzee, the purchase money of the latter sometimes exceeds £300. The orange derby, brought from Borneo in 1851, is the finest yet seen in Europe, very intelligent and docile as a child. Parrot houses, they sometimes contain from 60 to 70 species. Rapacious birds, so extensive a series of eagles and vultures has never yet been seen at one view. The reptile house was fitted up in 1849. The creatures are placed in large plate glass cases. Here are pythons and a rattlesnake, with a young one born here. Here is also a case of the tree frogs of Europe. A yellow snake from Jamaica has produced 8 young in the gardens. Cobra de Capellao from India in 1852. A keeper in the gardens was killed by the bite of this serpent. A large boa in 1850 swallowed a blanket and disgorged it in 33 days. A one-horned rhinoceros of continental India was obtained in 1834 when it was about 4 years old and weighed 2,600 weight. It died in 1850. It was replaced by a female about 5 years old. Satin bower birds from Sydney. A pair have built here a bower or breeding place. Tapir of the Old World from Mount Ophir, the nearest existing form from the Paleotherium. Tigers, a pair of magnificent specimens presented by the Guicoway of Baroda in 1851. A pair of clouded tigers, 1854. The wapiti deer breeds every year in the menagerie. The animals in the gardens, although reduced in number, are more valuable and interesting than when their number was higher. The mission of the Society's headkeeper to collect rare animals for the menagerie has been very profitable. The additional houses from time to time are very expensive. The new monkey house fittings and work cost £4,842, and in 1864 the sum of £6,604 was laid out in permanent additions to the establishment. Very rare and consequently expensive animals are generally purchased. Thus, the first rhinoceros cost £1,000, the 4 giraffes £700, and their carriage an additional £700. The elephant and calf were bought in 1851 for £500, and the hippopotamus, although a gift, was not brought home and housed at less than £1,000, a sum which he more than realized in the famous exhibition season, when the receipts were £10,000 above the previous year. The lion Albert was purchased for £140, a tiger in 1852 for £200. The value of some of the smaller birds will appear, however, more startling. Thus the pair of black-necked swans were purchased for £80, a pair of crowned pigeons and 2 maleos £60, a pair of Victorian pigeons £35, 4 mandarin ducks £70. Most of these rare birds, now in the great aviary, came from the Knowsley collection, at the sale of which in 1851 purchases were made to the extent of £985. It would be impossible from these prices, however, to judge of the present value of the animals. Take the rhinoceros, for example. The first specimen cost £1,000. The second, quite as fine a brute, only £350. Lions range again from £40 to £180, and tigers from £40 to £200. The ignorance displayed by some persons as to the value of well-known objects is something marvelous. A sea captain demanded £600 for a pair of pythons, and at last took £40. An American offered the Society a grizzly bear for £2,000 to be delivered in the United States, and more laughable still, a moribund walrus, which had been fed for 9 weeks on salt pork and meal, was offered for the trifling sum of £700. There is a strange notion that the Zoological Society has proposed a large reward for a tortoise-shell tomcat, and one was accordingly offered to the Society for £250, but male tortoiseshell cats may be had in many quarters. Footnote: in April 1842, Mr. Batty's collection of animals was sold by auction when the undetermined animals brought large red-faced monkey, clever, £1, 10s. Fine coatimundi, £1, 4s. Mandrill, the only one in England, £1, 17s. Pair of Java hares, £1, 9s. A puma, £14. Handsome Senegal lioness, £9. A hyena, £7. Splendid Barbary lioness, £24. Handsome Bengal tigress, £90. Brown bear, £6. The largest polar bear in Europe, £37. Pair of Eskimo sledge dogs, £3, 7s. Pair of golden pheasants, £3, 10s. A blue and buff macaw, clever talker, £2, 10s. A horned owl from North America, £3, 10s. A magnificent Barbary lion, trained for performance, 105 guineas. A lioness, similarly trained, 90 guineas. Handsome Senegal performing leopard, 34 guineas. Two others, 50 guineas. Ursine sloth, 12 guineas. Indian buffalo, 10 guineas. Sagacious male elephant, trained for theatrical performances, 350 guineas. The above is stated to have been the first sale of the kind by public auction in this country. End footnote. The Surrey Zoological Gardens were established in 1831. Thither Cross removed his menagerie from the King's Mews, where it had been transferred from Exeter Change. At Walworth, a glazed circular building 100 feet in diameter was built for the cages of the carnivorous animals, lions, tigers, leopards, etc., and other houses for mammalia, birds, etc. Here, in 1834, was first exhibited a young Indian one-horned rhinoceros, for which Cross paid £800. It was the only specimen brought to England for 20 years. In 1836 were added 3 giraffes, one 15 feet high. The menagerie was dispersed in 1856. The menagerie at Exeter Change was a poor collection, though the admission charge was, at one period, £0.50. The collections of animals exhibited at fairs have added little to zoological information, but we may mention that Womwell, one of the most noted of the show folk, brought a pair of the first boa constrictors imported into England. For these he paid £75, and in 3 weeks realized considerably more than that sum by their exhibition. At the time of his death in 1850, Womwell was possessed of 3 huge menageries, the cost of maintaining which averaged at least £35 per day, and he used to estimate that from mortality and disease he had lost from first to last from £12,000 to £15,000. Our object in the following succession of sketches of the habits and eccentricities of the more striking animals and their principal claims upon our attention is to present in narrative their leading characteristics and thus to secure a willing audience from old and young. End of section 1. Section 2 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. The Rhinoceros in England. The intellectual helps to the study of zoology are nowhere more strikingly evident than in the finest collection of pachyderms, thick-skinned animals, in the world, now possessed by our Zoological Society. Here we have a pair of Indian elephants, a pair of African elephants, a pair of hippopotami, a pair of Indian rhinoceroses, and an African or two-horned rhinoceros. The specimens of the rhinoceros which have been exhibited in Europe since the revival of literature have been few and far between. The first was of the one-horned species sent from India to Emmanuel, King of Portugal, in the year 1513. The sovereign made a present of it to the Pope, but the animal being seized during its passage with a fit of fury occasioned the loss of the vessel in which it was transported. A second rhinoceros was brought to England in 1685. A third was exhibited over almost the whole of Europe in 1739, and a fourth, a female, in 1741. A fifth specimen arrived at Versailles in 1771, and it died in 1793 at the age of about 26 years. The sixth was a very young rhinoceros which died in this country in the year 1800. The seventh, a young specimen, was in the possession of Mr. Cross at Exeter Change about 1814, and an eighth specimen was living about the same time in the Garden of Plants at Paris. In 1834, Mr. Cross received at the Surrey Gardens from the Burman Empire a rhinoceros a year and a half old, as already stated at page 21. In 1851, the Zoological Society purchased a full-grown female rhinoceros, and in 1864 they received a male rhinoceros from Calcutta. All these specimens were from India and one-horned, so that the two-horned rhinoceros had not been brought to England until the arrival of an African rhinoceros, two-horned, in September 1868. Footnote: the conveyance of a rhinoceros over sea is a labor of some risk. In 1814, a full-grown specimen on his voyage from Calcutta to this country became so furious that he was fastened down to the ship's deck with part of a chain cable round his neck, and even then he succeeded in destroying a portion of the vessel, till, a heavy storm coming on, the rhinoceros was thrown overboard to prevent the serious consequence of his getting loose in the ship. End footnote. The ancient history of the rhinoceros is interesting but intricate. It seems to be mentioned in several passages of the scriptures, in most of which the animal or animals intended to be designated was or were the Rhinoceros unicornis, or great Asiatic one-horned rhinoceros. Monsieur Lasson expresses a decided opinion to this effect. Indeed, the description in Job, chapter 39, would almost forbid the conclusion that any animal was in the writer's mind except one of surpassing bulk and indomitable strength. The impotence of man is finely contrasted with the might of the rhinoceros in this description, which would be overcharged if it applied to the less powerful animals alluded to in the previous passages. It has also been doubted whether accounts of the Indian wild ass given by Ctesias were not highly colored and exaggerated descriptions of this genus, and whether the Indian ass of Aristotle was not a rhinoceros. Agatharchides describes the one-horned rhinoceros by name and speaks of its ripping up the belly of the elephant. This is probably the earliest occurrence of the name rhinoceros. The rhinoceros, which figured in the celebrated pomps of Ptolemy Philadelphus, was an Ethiopian, and seems to have marched last in the procession of wild animals, probably on account of its superior rarity and immediately after the camel leopard. Dion Cassius speaks of the rhinoceros killed in the circus with the hippopotamus in the show given by Augustus to celebrate his victory over Cleopatra. He says that the hippopotamus and this animal were then first seen and killed at Rome. The rhinoceros then slain is thought to have been African and two-horned. The rhinoceros clearly described by Strabo as seen by him was one-horned. That noticed by Pausanias as the bull of Ethiopia was two-horned, and he describes the relative position of the horns. Wood, in his Zoography, gives an engraving of the coin of Domitian, small Roman brass, on the reverse of which is the distinct form of a two-horned rhinoceros. Its exhibition to the Roman people, probably of the very animal represented on the coin, is particularly described in one of the epigrams attributed to Martial, who lived in the reigns of Titus and Domitian. By the description of the epigram, it appears that a combat between a rhinoceros and a bear was intended, but that it was very difficult to irritate the more unwieldy animal so as to make him display his usual ferocity. At length, however, he tossed the bear from his double horn with as much facility as a bull tosses to the sky the bundles placed for the purpose of enraging him. Thus far, the coin and the epigram perfectly agree as to the existence of the double horn, but, unfortunately, commentators and antiquaries were not to be convinced that a rhinoceros could have more than one horn, and have at once displayed their sagacity and incredulity in their explanations on the subject. Two at least of the two-horned rhinoceroses were shown at Rome in the reign of Domitian. The emperors Antoninus, Heliogabalus, and Gordian also exhibited rhinoceroses. Cosmas speaks expressly of the Ethiopian rhinoceros as having two horns and of its power of moving them. The tractability of the Asiatic rhinoceros has been confirmed by observers in the native country of the animal. Bishop Heber saw at Lucknow 5 or 6 very large rhinoceroses, of which he found that prints and drawings had given him a very imperfect conception. They were more bulky animals and of a darker color than the bishop supposed, though the latter difference might be occasioned by oiling the skin. The folds of their skin also surpassed all which the bishop had expected. Those at Lucknow were quiet and gentle animals, except that one of them had a feud with horses. They had sometimes howdahs, or chaise-like seats, on their backs, and were once fastened in a carriage, but only as an experiment, which was not followed up. The bishop, however, subsequently saw a rhinoceros, the present of Lord Amherst to the Quick War, which was so tamed as to be ridden by a mahout quite as patiently as an elephant. No two-horned rhinoceros seems to have been brought alive to Europe in modern times. Indeed, up to a comparatively late period, their form was known only by the horns, which were preserved in museums, nor did voyagers give any sufficient details to impart any clear idea of the form of the animal, and the rude figure given by Aldrovandus in 1639 leaves no doubt that, wretched as it is, it must have been taken from a two-horned rhinoceros. Dr. Parsons endeavored to show that the one-horned rhinoceros always belonged to Asia and the two-horned rhinoceros to Africa, but there are two-horned rhinoceroses in Asia as well as in Africa. Flackert saw one in the Bay of Soldoc near the Cape of Good Hope at a distance. Colby and others always consider the rhinoceros of the Cape as two-horned, but Colonel Gordon seems to be the first who entirely detailed the species with any exactness. Sparman described the Cape rhinoceros, though his figure of the animal is stiff and ill-drawn. At this period it was well known that the Cape species was not only distinguished by having two horns from the Indian rhinoceros then known, but also by an absence of the folds of the skin so remarkable in the latter. We should here notice the carelessness to call it by the mildest name of Bruce, who gave to the world a representation of a two-horned rhinoceros from Abyssinia, with a strongly folded skin. The truth appears to be that the body of the animal figured by Bruce was copied from that of the one-horned rhinoceros given by Buffon, to which Bruce added a second horn. Salt proved that the Abyssinian rhinoceros is two-horned and that it resembles that of the Cape. Sparman exposes the errors and poetic fancies of Buffon respecting the impenetrable nature of the skin. He ordered one of his Hottentots to make a trial of this with his assegai on a rhinoceros which had been shot. Though this weapon was far from being in good order and had no other sharpness than that which it had received from the forge, the Hottentot at the distance of 5 or 6 paces not only pierced with it the thick hide of the animal, but buried it half a foot deep in its body. Mr. Tedmeyer had sufficiently described in the Field Journal the African rhinoceros just received at the Zoological Society's menagerie in the Regent Park, and which had been sketched by Mr. T. W. Wood expressly for the present volume. It was captured about a year ago in Upper Nubia by the native hunters in the employment of Mr. Casanova, at Kassala, and was sent by way of Alexandria and Trieste to Mr. Karl Hagenbeck of Hamburg, a dealer in wild beasts, who sold it to the Zoological Society. This animal is very distinct from its Asiatic congeners. It differs strikingly in the number of horns as well as in the character of its skin, which is destitute of those large folds which cause the Indian species to remind the observer of a gigantic hog in armor. The arrival of this animal will tend to clear up the confusion that prevails respecting the number of distinct species of African rhinoceros. Some writers, as Sir W. C. Harris, admit the existence of 2 species only, the dark and the light, or, as they are termed, the white and the black. Others, as Dr. A. Smith, describe 3. Some, as the late Mr. Anderson, write of 4, and Mr. Chapman even speaks of a 5th species or hybrid. 3 of these species are very distinctly defined: the ordinary dark animal, the Rhinoceros bicornus, in which the posterior horn is much shorter than the anterior, the Rhinoceros ketloa, in which the 2 horns are of equal length, and the white species, Rhinoceros simus. The last, among other characters, is, according to Dr. Smith, distinguished by the square character of the upper lip, which is not prehensile. The young animal, now, October 1868, in the Zoological Society's garden, appears to belong to the first named species, the largest specimens of which when full grown reach a height of 6 feet and a length of 13 feet, the tail not included. Its present height is 3.5 feet and length about 6 feet. In general appearance, the mature animal resembles a gigantic pig, the limbs being brought under the body. The feet are most singular in form, being very distinctly 3-toed, and the remarkable trefoil-like spores that make in the soil render the animal easy to track. The horns vary greatly in length in different animals. The first not unfrequently reaches a length of 2 feet, the second being considerably shorter. These appendages differ very much from ordinary horns. They are, in fact, more of the nature of agglutinated hair, being attached to the skin only, and consequently they separate from the skull when the latter is preserved. The head is not remarkable for comeliness, especially in the mature animal, in which the skin of the face is deeply wrinkled, and the small eyes are surrounded with many folds. The upper lip is elongated and is used in gathering the food. The adult animals are described by Sir W. C. Harris in his Illustrations of the Game Animals of South Africa as swinish, cross-grained, ill-tempered, wallowing brutes. Mr. Burchell, during his travels in Africa, shot 9 rhinoceroses besides a smaller one. The latter he presented to the British Museum. The animal is, however, becoming every day more and more scarce in southern Africa. Indeed, it is rarely to be met with in some parts. It appears that, in one day, 2 rhinoceroses were shot by Spielman, the faithful Hottentot who attended Mr. Burchell. He fired off his gun but twice, and each time he killed a rhinoceros. The animal's sense of hearing is very quick. Should he be disturbed, he sometimes becomes furious and pursues his enemy. And then, if once he gets sight of the hunter, it is scarcely possible for him to escape, unless he possesses extraordinary coolness and presence of mind. Yet, if he will quietly wait till the enraged animal makes a run at him, and will then spring suddenly on one side to let it pass, he may gain time enough for reloading his gun before the rhinoceros gets sight of him again, which, fortunately, owing to its imperfection of sight, it does slowly and with difficulty. Spielman, in shooting a large male rhinoceros, used bullets cast with an admixture of tin to render them harder. They were flattened and beat out of shape by striking against the bones, but those which were found lodged in the fleshy parts had preserved their proper form, a fact which shows how little the hardness of the creature's hide corresponds with the vulgar opinion of its being impenetrable to a musket ball. Mr. Burchell found this rhinoceros nearly cut up. On each side of the carcass the Hottentots had made a fire to warm themselves, and round a third fire were assembled at least 24 bushmen, most of whom were employed the whole night long in broiling, eating, and talking. Their appetite seemed insatiable, for no sooner had they broiled and eaten one slice of meat than they turned to the carcass and cut another. The meat was excellent, and had much of the taste of beef. "The tongue," says Mr. Burchell, "is a dainty treat even for an epicure. The hide is cut into strips, 3 feet or more in length, rounded to the thickness of a man's finger and tapering to the top. This is called a sjambok, and is universally used in the colony of the Cape for a horsewhip, and is much more durable than the whips of European manufacture. The natural food of the rhinoceros, till the animals fled before the colonist, was a pale, bushy scrub, called the rhinoceros bush, which burns, while green, as freely as the driest fuel, so as readily to make a roadside fire. The horn of the rhinoceros, single or double, has its special history by the way of popular tradition. From the earliest times this horn has been supposed to possess preservative virtues and mysterious properties, to be capable of curing diseases and discovering the presence of poison. And in all countries where the rhinoceros exists, but especially in the East, such is still the opinion respecting it. In the details of the first voyage of the English to India in 1591, we find rhinoceros' horns monopolized by the native sovereigns on account of their reputed virtues in detecting the presence of poison. Thunberg observes in his Journey into Caffraria that the horns of the rhinoceros were kept by some people, both in town and country, not only as rarities, but also as useful in diseases, and for the purpose of detecting poisons. As to the former of these intentions, the fine shavings were supposed to cure convulsions and spasms in children. With respect to the latter, it was generally believed that goblets made of these horns would discover a poisonous draught that was poured into them, by making the liquor ferment till it ran quite out of the goblet. Of these horns goblets are made, which are set in gold and silver, and presented to kings, persons of distinction, and particular friends, or else sold at a high price, sometimes at the range of 50 rix-dollars each. Thunberg adds, "When I tried these horns, both wrought and unwrought, both old and young horns, with several sorts of poison, weak as well as strong, I observed not the least motion or effervescence. But when a solution of corrosive subliminate or other similar substance was poured into one of these horns, there arose only a few bubbles, produced by the air, which had been enclosed in the pores of the horn, and which were now disengaged." Rankin, in his War and Sports, states that this mode of using it, a small quantity of water is put into the concave part of the root, Then hold it with the point downwards and stir the water with the point of an iron nail till it is discolored, when the patient is to drink it. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. Stories of Mermaids. Less than half a century ago, a pretended mermaid was one of the sights of a London season, to see which credulous persons rushed to pay half-crowns and shillings with a readiness which seemed to rebuke the record, that the existence of a mermaid is an exploded fallacy of 2 centuries since. Mermaids have had a legendary existence from very early ages, for the sirens of the ancients evidently belonged to the same remarkable family. Shakespeare uses the term mermaid as synonymous with siren. Quote, "O train me not, sweet mermaid, with thy note, to drown me in thy sister's flood of tears. Sing, siren, for thyself." End quote. Comedy of Errors, Act 3, Scene 2. Elsewhere, Shakespeare's use of the term is more applicable to the siren than to the common idea of a mermaid, as in the Midsummer Night's Dream, where the mermaid on a dolphin's back could not easily have been so placed. A merman, the male of this imaginary species, is mentioned by Taylor, the water poet. Quote, "A thing turmoiling in the sea we spied, like to a merman." End quote. An old writer has this ingenious illustration. Quote, "Mermaids in Homer were witches, and their songs enchantments." End quote. Which reminds us of the invitation in Haydn's Mermaid's Song. Quote, "Come with me, and we will go where the rocks of coral grow." End quote. The orthodox mermaid is half woman, half fish, and the fishy half is sometimes depicted as doubly tailed, such as we see in the heraldry of France and Germany, and in the Basel edition of Ptolemy's Geography, dated 1540, a double-tailed mermaid figures in one of the plates. In the arms of the Fishmongers' Company of London, the supporters are, quote, "a merman and maid, first armed, the latter with a mirror in the left hand proper." End quote. From this heraldic employment, the mermaid became a popular tavern sign, and there was an old dance called the Mermaid. Sir Thomas Browne refers to the picture of mermaids, though he does not admit their existence. They, quote, "are conceived to answer the shape of the ancient sirens that attempted upon Ulysses, which, notwithstanding, were of another description, containing no fishy composure, but made up of man and bird." End quote. Sir Thomas is inclined to refer the mermaid to Dagon, the tutelary deity of the Philistines, which, according to the common opinion, had a human female bust and a fish-like termination, though the details of this fish idolatry are entirely conjectural. Lydon, the Scottish poet, has left a charming ballad entitled "The Mermaid," the scene of which is laid at Corryvreckan. The opening of this poem Sir Walter Scott praised as exhibiting a power of numbers which, for mere melody of sound, has seldom been excelled in English poetry. Quote, "On Jura's heath how sweetly swell the murmurs of the mountain bee, how softly mourns the writhed shell of Jura's shore, its parent sea. But softer floating o'er the deep, the mermaid's sweet sea-soothing lay, that charmed the dancing waves to sleep before the bark of Colonsay." End quote. The ballad thus describes the wooing of the gallant chieftain. Quote, "Proud swells her heart, she deems at last to lure him with her silver tongue, and as the shelving rocks she passed, she raised her voice and sweetly sung. In softer, sweeter strains she sung, slow gliding o'er the moonlight bay, when light to land the chieftain sprung, to hail the maid of Colonsay. Oh, sad the mermaid's gay notes fell, and sadly sink remote at sea. Oh, sadly mourns the writhed shell of Jura's shore, its parent sea. And ever as the year returns, the charm-bound sailors know the day, for sadly still the mermaid mourns, the lovely chief of Colonsay." End quote. Curious evidences of the existence of mermaids are to be found in ancient authors. Pliny says that, quote, the ambassadors to Augustine from Gaul declared that sea women were often seen in their neighborhood. End quote. Solinus and Aulus Gellius also speak of their existence. Some stories are, however, past credence. It is related in the Histoire d'Angleterre that in the year 1187 a merman was fished up off the coast of Suffolk and kept for 6 months. It was like a man, but wanted speech, and at length escaped into the sea. In 1430, in the great tempests which destroyed the dikes in Holland, some women at Edam, in West Friesland, saw a mermaid who had been driven by the waters into the meadows, which were overflowed. Quote, they took it, dressed it in female attire, and taught it to spin. End quote. It was taken to Haarlem, where it lived some years. Then we read of Ceylonese fishermen in 1560, catching at one draught 7 mermen and mermaids, which were dissected. In 1531, a mermaid caught in the Baltic was sent to Sigismund, King of Poland, with whom she lived 3 days and was seen by the whole court. In Morello's Voyage to Congo in 1682, mermaids are said to be plentiful all along the river Zaire. In the Aberdeen Almanac for 1688, it is predicted that, quote, near the place where the famous Dee payeth his tribute to the German Ocean, end quote, on the 1st, 13th, and 29th of May, and other specified times, curious observers may, quote, undoubtedly see a pretty company of marmaids, end quote, and likewise hear their melodious voices. In another part of Scotland, about the same time, Brand, in his description of Orkney and Shetland, tells us that 2 fishermen drew up with a hook a mermaid, quote, having face, arm, breast, shoulders, etc., of a woman, and long hair hanging down the neck, but the nether part from below the waist hidden in the water. End quote. One of the fishermen stabbed her with a knife, and she was seen no more. The evidence went thus. Brand was told by a lady and gentleman, who were told by a bailie to whom the fishing boat belonged, who was told by the fishers. Valentine describes a mermaid he saw in 1714, on his voyage from Batavia to Europe, quote, sitting on the surface of the water, end quote, etc. In 1758, a mermaid is said to have been exhibited at the Fair of Saint Germain in France. It was about 2 feet long, and sported about in a vessel of water. It was fed with bread and fish. It was female, with Negro features. In 1775 appeared a very circumstantial account of a mermaid, which was captured in the Grecian archipelago in the preceding year, and exhibited in London. The account is ludicrously minute, and it ends with, quote, it is said to have an enchanting voice, which it never exerts except before a storm. End quote. This imposture was craftily made up out of the skin of the angle shark. In Mr. Morgan's Tour to Milford Haven in the year 1795 appears an equally circumstantial account of a mermaid, said to have been seen by one Henry Reynolds, a farmer of Wren-y-Hold in the parish of Castlemartin in 1782. It resembled a youth of 16 or 18 years of age, with a very white skin. It was bathing. The evidence is very roundabout, so that there were abundant means for converting some peculiar kind of fish into a merman, without imputing intentional dishonesty to anyone. Quote, something akin to this kind of evidence is observable in the account of a mermaid seen in Caithness in 1809, which attracted much attention in England as well as in Scotland, and induced the Philosophical Society of Glasgow to investigate the matter. The editor of a newspaper who inserted the statement had been told by a gentleman who had been shown a letter by Sir John Sinclair, who had obtained it from Mr. Innes, to whom it had been written by Miss Mackay, who had heard the story from the persons, 2 servant girls and a boy, who had seen the strange animal in the water. End quote. Chambers's Book of Days. Then we read of a so-called mermaid, shown in the year 1794 at No. 7, Broadcourt, Bow Street, Covent Garden, said to have been taken in the North Seas by Captain Foster. It was of the usual description. Much evidence comes from Scotland. Thus in the year 1797, a schoolmaster of Thurso affirmed that he had seen a mermaid, apparently in the act of combing her hair with her fingers. 12 years afterwards, several persons observed near the same place a like appearance. Dr. Chisholm, in his Essay on Malignant Fever in the West Indies, in 1801, relates that in the year 1797, happening to be at Governor van Battenberg's plantation in Berbice, quote, the conversation turned on a singular animal which had been repeatedly seen in Berbice River and some smaller rivers. This animal is the famous mermaid, hitherto considered as a mere creature of the imagination. It is called by the Indians mene, mama, or mother of the waters. The description given of it by the governor is as follows. The upper portion resembles the human figure, the head smaller in proportion, sometimes bare, but oftener covered with a copious quantity of long black hair. The shoulders are broad, and the breasts large and well formed. The lower portion resembles the tail of a fish, is of great dimensions, the tail forked, and not unlike that of the dolphin, as it is usually represented. The color of the skin is either black or tawny. The animal is held in veneration by the Indians, who imagine that killing it would be attended with calamitous consequences. It is from this circumstance that none of these animals have been shot, and consequently examined but at a distance. They have been generally observed in a sitting posture in the water, none of the lower extremity being seen until they are disturbed, when, by plunging, the tail agitates the water to a considerable distance round. They have been always seen employed in smoothing their hair, and have thus been frequently taken for Indian women bathing." End quote. In 1811, a young man named John Mysack, of Corfin in Kintyre in Scotland, made oath on examination at Campbelltown that he saw on the 13th of October in the above year, on a rock on the sea coast, an animal which generally corresponded with the form of the mermaid. The upper half human shape, the other brindled or reddish gray, apparently covered with scales, the extremity of the tail greenish red, head covered with long hair, at times put back on both sides of the head. This statement was attested by the minister of Campbelltown and the chamberlain of Mull. In August 1812, Mr. Topin of Exmouth, in a sailing excursion, and when about a mile southeast of Exmouth Bar, heard a sound like that of the Aeolian harp, and saw, at about 100 yards distance, a creature which was regarded as a mermaid. The head, from the crown to the chin, formed a long oval, and the face seemed to resemble that of the seal, though with more agreeable features. The presumed hair, the arms, and the hand, with 4 fingers connected by a membrane, are then described, and the tail with polished scales. The entire height of the animal was from 5 feet to 5½ feet. In 1819, a creature approached the coast of Ireland. It was about the size of a child 10 years of age, with prominent bosom, long dark hair, and dark eyes. It was shot at, when it plunged into the sea with a loud scream. In reviewing these stories of mermaids, it may be remarked that there is always a fish in each tale, either a living fish of a peculiar kind, which a fanciful person thinks to bear some resemblance in the upper part to a human being, or a fish which becomes marvelous in the progress of its description from mouth to mouth. It is commonly thought the seals may often have been mistaken for mermaids, but, of all the animals of the whale tribe, that which approaches the nearest in form to man is, undoubtedly, the dugong, which, when its head and breast are raised above the water, and its pectoral fins, resembling hands, are visible, might easily be taken by superstitious seamen for a semi-human being, or a mermaid. Of this description a remarkable instance occurred in 1826. The skeleton of a mermaid, as it was called, was brought to Portsmouth, which had been shot in the vicinity of the island of Mombas. This was submitted to the members of the Philosophical Society, when it proved to be the skeleton of a dugong. To those who came to the examination with preconceived notions of a fabulous mermaid, it presented, as it lay on the lecture table, a singular appearance. It was about 6 feet long. The lower portion, with its broad tail-like extremity, suggested the idea of a powerful fish-like termination, whilst the forelegs presented to the unskilful eye a resemblance to the bones of a small female arm. The cranium, however, had a brutal form, which could never have borne the lineaments of the human face divine. The mermaid has been traced to the manatee as well as to the dugong. The former is an aquatic animal, externally resembling a whale, and named from its flipper, resembling the human hand, manus. Again, the mammæ, teats, of the manatees and dugongs are pectoral, and this conformation, joined to the adroit use of their flippers, whose 5 fingers can easily be distinguished through the inverting membranes, 4 of them being terminated by nails, in progression, nursing their young, etc., have caused them, when seen at a distance, with the anterior part of their body out of the water, to be taken for some creature approaching to human shape so nearly, especially as their middle is thick set with hair, giving somewhat of the effect of human hair, or a beard, that there can be little doubt that not a few of the tales of the mermen and mermaids have had their origin with these animals, as well as with seals and walruses. Thus the Portuguese and Spaniards give the manatee a denomination which signifies woman-fish, and the Dutch call the dugong baard de nekkie, or little bearded man. A very little imagination, and a memory for only the marvelous portion of the appearance sufficed, doubtless, to complete the metamorphosis of this half-woman or man, half-fish, into a siren, a mermaid, or a merman. And the wild recital of the voyager was treasured up by writers who, as Cuvier well observes, have displayed more learning than judgment. The comb and the toilet glass have already been incidentally mentioned as accessories in these mermaid stories, and these with the origin of the creature. Sir George Head thus ingeniously attempts to explain, quote, "The resemblance of the seal or sea calf to the calf consists only in the voice, and the voice of the calf is certainly not dissimilar to that of a man, but the claws of the seal, as well as the hand, are like a lady's back hair comb. Wherefore, altogether, supposing the resplendence of sea water streaming down its polished neck on a sunshiny day, the substitute for a looking-glass, we arrive at once at the fabulous history of the marine maiden or mermaid, and the appendages of her toilet." End quote. The progress of zoological science has long since destroyed the belief in the existence of the mermaid. If its upper structure be human, with lungs resembling our own, how could such a creature live and breathe at the bottom of the sea where it is stated to be? For our most expert divers are unable to stay under water more than half an hour. Suppose it to be of the cetaceous class. It could only remain under the water 2 or 3 minutes together without rising to the surface to take breath. And if this were the case with the mermaid, would it not be oftener seen? Half a century has scarcely elapsed since a manufactured mermaid was shown in London with all the confidence of its being a natural creature. In the winter of 1822, there was exhibited at the Egyptian Hall in Piccadilly this pretended mermaid, which was visited by from 300 to 400 persons daily. The imposture, however, was too gross to last long, and it was ascertained to be the dried skin of the head and shoulders of a monkey, attached very neatly to the dried skin of a fish of the salmon kind, with the head cut off. The compound figure being stuffed and highly varnished, the better to deceive the eye. This grotesque object was taken by a Dutch vessel from on board a native Malacca boat, and from the reverence shown to it by the sailors, it is supposed to have represented the incarnation of one of the idol gods of the Malacca Islands. A correspondent of the Magazine of Natural History, 1829, however, avers that the above mermaid was brought from the East Indies. For being at St. Helena in 1813, he saw it on board the ship which was bringing it to England. The impression on his mind was that it was an artificial compound of the upper part of a small ape with the lower half of a fish, and by aid of a powerful glass he ascertained the point of union between the 2 parts. He was somewhat staggered to find that this was so neatly effected that the precise line of junction was not satisfactorily apparent. The creature was then in its best state of preservation. In a volume of Manners and Customs of the Japanese, published in 1841, We, however, find the following version of the history of the above mermaid. Quote, "A Japanese fisherman seems to have displayed ingenuity for the mere purpose of making money by his countrymen's passion for everything odd and strange. He contrived to unite the upper half of a monkey to the lower half of a fish so neatly as to defy ordinary inspection. He then gave out that he had caught the creature in his net, but that it had died shortly after being taken out of the water. And he derived considerable pecuniary profit from his cunning in more ways than one. The exhibition of the sea monster to Japanese curiosity paid well. Yet more productive was the assertion that the half-human fish, having spoken during the 5 minutes it existed out of its native element, had predicted a certain number of years of wonderful fertility and a fatal epidemic, the only remedy for which would be the possession of the marine prophet's likeness. The sale of these pictured mermaids was immense. Either the composite animal or another, the offspring of the success of the first, was sold to the Dutch factory and transmitted to Batavia, where it fell into the hands of a speculating American, who brought it to Europe, and here, in the year 1822-3, exhibited his purchase as a real mermaid to the admiration of the ignorant, the perplexity of the learned, and the filling of his own purse. The editor of the Literary Gazette, Mr. Jerdan, was the first to expose the fabulous creature of the Egyptian Hall. He plainly said, quote, "Our opinion is fixed that it is a composition. A most ingenious one, we grant, but still nothing beyond the admirably put-together members of various animals. The extraordinary skill of the Chinese and Japanese in executing such deceptions is notorious. We have no doubt that the mermaid is a manufacture from the Indian Sea, where it has been pretended it was caught. We are not of those who, because they happen not to have had direct proof of the existence of any extraordinary natural phenomenon, push skepticism to the extreme and deny its possibility. The depths of the sea, in all probability, from various chemical and philosophical causes, contain animals unknown to its surface waters, rarely if ever seen by human eye. But when a creature is presented to us having no other organization but that which is suitable to a medium always open to our observation, it in the first instance excites suspicion that only one individual of the species should be discovered and obtained. When knowledge was more limited, the stories of mermaids seen in distant quarters might be credited by the many and not entirely disbelieved by the few. But now, when European and especially British commerce fills every corner of the earth with men of observation and science, the unique becomes the incredible, and we receive with far greater doubt the apparition of such anomalies as the present. It is curious that though medical men seem in general to regard the creature as a possible production of nature, no naturalist of any ability credits it after 5 minutes' observation. This may, perhaps, be accounted for by their acquaintance with the parts of distinct animals, of which it appears the mermaid is composed. The cheeks of the blue-faced ape, the canine teeth, the simia upper body, and the tail of the fish are all familiar to them in less complex combinations, and they pronounce at once that the whole is an imposture. And such is our settled conviction." End quote. Though naturalists and journalists fully exposed the imposture, this did not affect the exhibition, which for a considerable time continued as crowded as ever, but the notoriety had dwindled down to a penny show at Bartholomew Fair by the year 1825. After so many exposures of the absurd belief in mermaids, it could scarcely be expected that any person could be found in Europe weak enough to report the existence of one of these creatures to an eminent scientific society. Yet, on the 22nd of June, 1840, the first secretary of the Ottoman Embassy at Paris addressed a note to the Academy of Sciences, stating that his father, who was in the Admiralty Department at Constantinople, had recently seen a mermaid while crossing the Bosphorus, which communication was received with much laughter. We have still another recorded instance, and in Scotland. In the year 1857, 2 fishermen on the Argyllshire coast declared that when on their way to the fishing station, Lockendale, in a boat, and when about 4 miles southwest from the village of Port Charlotte, about 6 o'clock in a June evening, they distinctly saw, at about 6 yards distance, an object in the form of a woman, with comely face and fine hair, hanging in ringlets over the neck and shoulders. It was above the surface of the water, gazing at the fishermen for 3 or 4 minutes, and then vanished. Yet this declaration was officially attested. In 1863, mermaids were supposed to abound in the ponds and ditches of Suffolk, where careful mothers used them as bugbears to prevent little children from going too near the water. Children described them as, quote, nasty things that chrome you, hook you, into the water, end quote. Others as, quote, a great big thing, like a fish, end quote. Probably a pike basking in the shallow water. Sometimes the mermaid has assumed a picturesqueness in fairy tale, and her impersonation has been described by Dryden as, quote, a fine woman with a fish's tail, end quote. And, laying aside her scaly train, she has appeared as a lovely woman, with sea-green hair. And Crofton Crocker relates, in his Fairy Legends, a marriage between an Irish fisherman and a Merrow, as the mermaid is called in Ireland. End of Section 3. Read by Keep It Camino, November 21, 2023. Section 4 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. Is the unicorn fabulous? To this question we may reply, in the words of a writer of 1633, quote, concerning the unicorn, different opinions prevail among authors. Some doubt, others deny, and a third class affirm its existence. End quote. The question has lasted 2,000 years, and is every now and then kept alive by fresh evidences. Ctesias, a credulous Greek physician, who appears to have resided at the court of Persia in the time of the younger Cyrus, about 400 years before the birth of Christ, describes the wild asses of India as equal to the horse in size, and even larger, with white bodies, red heads, bluish eyes, and a horn on the forehead a cubit in length. The part from the forehead entirely white, the middle black, and the extremity red and pointed. Drinking vessels were made of it, and those who used them were subject neither to convulsions, epilepsy, nor poison, provided that before taking the poison, or after, they drank from the cups water, wine, or any other liquor. Ctesias describes these animals as very swift and very strong. Naturally, they were not ferocious. But when they found themselves and their young surrounded by horsemen, they did not abandon their offspring, but defended themselves by striking with their horns, kicking, and biting, and so slew many men and horses. This animal was also shot with arrows and brought down with darts, for it was impossible to take it alive. Its flesh was too bitter for food, but it was hunted for its horn in astragalus, ankle bone, which last Ctesias declares he saw. Aristotle describes the Indian ass with a single horn. Herodotus mentions asses having horns, and Strabo refers to unicorn horses with the heads of deers. Oppia notices the Aeonian bulls with undivided hoofs, and a single median horn between their temples. Pliny notices it as a very ferocious beast, similar in its body to a horse, with the head of a deer, the feet of an elephant, the tail of a boar, a deep bellowing voice, and a single black horn, standing out in the middle of its forehead. He adds that it cannot be taken alive, and some such excuse may have been necessary in those days for not producing the living animal upon the arena of the amphitheater. Out of this passage, most of the modern unicorns have been described and figured. The body of the horse and the head of the deer appear to be but vague sketches. The feet of the elephant and the tail of the boar point at once to a pachydermatous, thick-skinned animal, and the single black horn, allowing for a little exaggeration as to its length, well fits the two last mentioned conditions, and will apply to the Indian rhinoceros, which, says the sound naturalist Ogilby, quote, affords a remarkable instance of the obstructions which the progress of knowledge may suffer, and the gross absurdities which not unfrequently result from the wrong application of a name. End quote. Mr. Ogilby then refers to the account of Theseus, which we have just quoted, and adds, quote, "His account, though mixed up with a great deal of credulous absurdity, contains a very valuable and perfectly recognizable description of the rhinoceros, under the ridiculous name, however, of the Indian ass; and, as he attributed it to a whole hoof like the horse, and a single horn in the forehead, speculation required but one step further to produce the fabulous unicorn." End quote. The ancient writers who have treated of the unicorn are too numerous for us to specify. Some of the moderns may be referred to. Garcias describes this marvelous creature from one who alleges that he had seen it. The seer affirmed that it was endowed with a wonderful horn, which it would sometimes turn to the left and right, at others raise, and then again depress. Ludovicus Vartamanus writes that he saw two sent to the Sultan from Ethiopia, and kept in a repository at Mahomet's tomb in Mecca. Cardan describes the unicorn as a rare animal, the size of a horse, with hair very like that of a weasel, with the head of a deer, on which one horn grows 3 cubits in length. A story seldom loses anything in its progress. From the forehead, ample at its lowest part, and tapering to a point, with a short neck, a very thin mane, leaning to one side only, and less on the ear, as those of a young roe. In Johnston's Historia Naturalis, 1657, we see the smooth-horned solipede, Wald Esel, and the digitated and clawed smooth-horned Meerwolf, the latter with his single horn erect in the foreground, but with it depressed in the background, where he is represented regaling on serpents. Then there are varieties with the head, mane, and tail of a horse, another smooth-horned, with a horse's head and mane, a pig's tail, and camel-like feet, the mere stenbuck Capricornus marinus, with hind-webbed feet and a kind of graduated horn, like an opera glass pulled out, in the foreground, and charging the fish most valiantly in the water in the distance. Then there is another, with a mule's head and 2 rhinoceros-like horns, one on his forehead and the other on his nose, and a horse's tail, with a collar round his neck, a neck entirely shaggy, and a twisted horn, a shaggy gorget and curly tail, are among other peculiarities. The unicorn seems to have been a sad trouble to the hunters, who hardly knew how to come at so valuable a piece of game. Some describe the horn as movable at will of the animal, a kind of small sword in short, with which no hunter who was not exceedingly cunning in fence could have a chance. Others told the poor foresters that all the strength lay in its horn, and that when pressed by them, it would throw itself from the pinnacle of the highest rock, horn foremost, so as to pitch upon it, and then quietly march off, not a bit the worse. Modern zoologists, disgusted as they well may be with fables, such as we have glanced at, disbelieve generally the existence of the unicorn, such at least as we have referred to. But there is still an opinion that some land animal, bearing a horn on the anterior part of its head, exists besides the rhinoceros. The nearest approach to a horn in the middle of the forehead of any terrestrial mammiferous animal known to us is the bony protuberance on the forehead of the giraffe. And though it would be presumptuous to deny the existence of a one-horned quadruped other than the rhinoceros, it may be safely stated that the insertion of a long and solid horn in the living forehead of a horse-like or deer-like cranium is as near an impossibility as anything can be. Ruppel, after a long sojourn in the northeast of Africa, stated that in Kordofan the unicorn exists. Stated to be the size of a small horse, of the slender make of the gazelle, and furnished with a long straight horn in the male, which was wanting in the female. According to the statements made by various persons, it inhabits the deserts to the south of Kordofan, is uncommonly fleet, and comes only occasionally to the Kaldagi Have Mountains on the borders of Kordofan. Other writers refer the unicorn to the antelope. The origin of the name of antelope is traced by Cuvier to the Greek antelops, applied to a fabulous animal living on the banks of the Euphrates, with long jagged horns, with which it sawed down trees of considerable thickness. Others conjecture this animal to have been the oryx, a species of antelope which is fabulously reported to have had only one horn, and to have been termed Panthalops in the old language of Egypt. In his Revolutions on the Surface of the Globe, Cuvier refers the idea of the unicorn to the coarse figures traced by savages on rocks. Ignorant of perspective, and wishing to present in profile the horned antelope, they could only give it one horn, and thus originated the oryx. The oryx of the Egyptian monuments is most probably but the production of a similarly crude style which the religion of the country imposed on the artist. Many of the profiles of quadrupeds have only one leg before and one behind. Why then should they show two horns? It is possible that individual animals might be taken in the chase, whom accident had despoiled of one horn, as it often happens to chamois and the Scythian antelope. And that would suffice to confirm the error which these pictures originally produced. It is thus, probably, that we find anew the unicorn in the mountains of Tibet. The Chiru antelope is the supposed unicorn of the Bottians. In form it approaches the deer. The horns are exceedingly long, are placed very forward in the head, and may be popularly described as erect and straight. It is usually found in herds, and is extremely wild and unapproachable by man. It is much addicted to salt in summer, when vast herds are often seen at the rock salt beds which abound in Tibet. They are said to advance under the conduct of a leader, and to post sentinels around the beds before they attempt to feed. Major Salter is stated to have obtained information of the existence of an animal in Tibet closely resembling the unicorn of the ancients, which revived the belief of naturalists by adducing testimonies from Oriental writings. Upon this statement, M. Klaproth remarks that previous to Major Salter's reports, the Catholic missionaries, who returned to Europe from China by way of Tibet and Nepal in the 17th century, mentioned that the unicorn was found in that part of the Great Desert which bounds China to the west, where they crossed the Great Wall; that Captain Turner, when traveling in Tibet, was informed by the Rajah of Bhutan that he had one of these animals alive; and that Bell, in his Travels to Peking, describes a unicorn, which was found on the southern front of Siberia. He adds, quote, "The Great Tibetan-Mongol Dictionary mentions the unicorn, and the Geographical Dictionary of Tibet and Central Asia, printed at Peking, where it describes a district in the province of Kham in Tibet named Serajang, explains this name by the River of Unicorns, because," end quote, adds the author, quote, "many of these animals are found there," end quote. In the History of the Mongol Khans, published and translated at St. Petersburg, we find the following statement. Genghis Khan, having subjected all Tibet in 1206, commenced his march for Hindustan. As he ascended Mount Jadanarong, he beheld a beast approaching him of the deer kind, of the species called Seran, which have a single horn at the top of the head. It fell on its knees thrice before the monarch, as if to pay respect to him. Everyone was astonished at this incident. The monarch exclaimed, quote, "The empire of Hindustan is, we are assured, the country where are born the majestic Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, as well as the potent Bogdas and princes of antiquity. What can be the meaning, then, of this animal, incapable of speech, saluting me like a man?" End quote. Upon this he returned to his own country. Quote, "This story," end quote, continues M. Klaproth, quote, "is also related by Mahomedan authors who have written the life of Genghis. Something of the kind must, therefore, have taken place. Possibly, some of the Mongol conqueror's suite may have taken a unicorn, which Genghis thus employed, to gain a pretext for abstaining from an expedition which promised no success." End quote. Upon this statement, it was observed in the Asiatic Register, 1839, that, quote, "When we consider that 17 years have elapsed since the account of Major Salter was given, and that, notwithstanding our increased opportunities of intercourse with Tibet, no fact has since transpired which supplies a confirmation of that account. Except the obtaining of a supposed horn of the supposed unicorn, we cannot participate in these renewed hopes." End quote. The Reverend John Campbell, in his Travels in South Africa, describes the head of another animal, which, as far as the horn is concerned, seems to approach nearer than the common rhinoceros to the unicorn of the ancients. While in the Machow territory, the Hottentots brought to Mr. Campbell a head differing from that of any rhinoceros that had been previously killed. Quote, "The common African rhinoceros has a crooked horn, resembling a cock's spur, which rises about 9 or 10 inches above the nose, and inclines backward, immediately behind which is a straight thick horn. But the head brought by the Hottentots had a straight horn projecting 3 feet from the forehead, about 10 inches above the tip of the nose. The projection of this great horn very much resembles that of the fanciful unicorn in the British arms. It has a small, thick, horny substance, 8 inches long, immediately behind it, which can hardly be observed on the animal at the distance of 100 yards. So that this species must look like an unicorn, in the sense one-horned, when running in the field." End quote. The author adds, quote, "This animal is considered by naturalists, since the arrival of the above skull in London, to be the unicorn of the ancients, and the same that is described in Job 39:9, quote, 'Will the unicorn be willing to serve thee, or abide by thy crib? 10. Canst thou bind the unicorn with his band in the furrow, or will he harrow the valleys after thee? 11. Wilt thou trust him because his strength is great, or wilt thou leave thy labor to him?'" End quote. Again, Deuteronomy 33:17, quote, "His horns are like the horns of unicorns. With them he shall push the people together to the ends of the earth." End quote, and end quote. A fragment of the skull, with the horn, is deposited in the Museum of the London Missionary Society. Mr. W. B. Bakey writes to the Athenaeum from Bidanupe, Central Africa, in 1862, the following suggestions. Quote, "When I ascended the Niger, now nearly 5 years ago, I frequently heard allusions to an animal of this nature, but at the time I set it down as a myth. Since then, however, the amount of testimony I have received, and the universal belief of the natives of all the countries which I have hitherto visited, have partly shaken my skepticism, and at present I simply hold that its non-existence is not proven. A skull of this animal is said to be preserved in a town in the country of Bonu, through which I hope to pass in the course of a few weeks, when I shall make every possible inquiry. 2 among my informants have repeatedly declared to me that they have seen the bones of this animal, and each made particular mention of the long, straight, or nearly straight, black horn. In countries to the east and southeast, as Margi and Bagirmi, where the one-horned rhinoceros is found, the hunters carefully distinguished between it and the supposed unicorn, and gave them different names. In the vast forests and boundless wastes which occur over Central Africa, especially towards the countries south and east of Lake Tsad, Bornu, Bagirmi, and Adamawa, are doubtless numerous zoological curiosities as yet unknown to the man of science, and among them possibly may exist this much talked of strange one-horned animal, even though it may not exactly correspond with our typical English unicorn." End quote. The factitious horn has been preserved in various museums. The monocero horn in Tradescan's collection was probably that which ordinarily has passed for the horn of the unicorn, namely, the tooth of a narwhal. Old legends assert that the unicorn, when he goes to drink, first dips his horn in the water to purify it, and that other beasts delay to quench their thirst till the unicorn has thus sweetened the water. The narwhal's tooth makes a capital twisted unicorn's horn, as represented in the old figures. That in the repository of Saint Denis at Paris was presented by Thevet, and was declared to have been given to him by the king of Monomotapa, who took him out to hunt unicorns, which are frequent in that country. Some have thought that this horn was a carved elephant's tooth. There is one at Strasbourg, some 7 or 8 feet in length, and there are several in Venice. Great medical virtues were attributed to the so-called horn, and the price it once bore outdoes everything in the tulipomania. A Florentine physician has recorded that a pound of it, 16 ounces, was sold in the shops for 1,536 crowns, when the same weight in gold would only have brought 148 crowns. From what source we derive the stories of the animosity between the lion and the unicorn is not clearly understood. although this is the principal medium through which the fabulous creature has been kept in remembrance by being constantly before us in the royal arms, which were settled at the accession of George I. We owe the introduction of the unicorn, however, to James I, who, as King of Scotland, bore 2 unicorns, and coupled one with the English lion, when the 2 kingdoms were united. The position of the lion and the unicorn in the arms of our country seems to have given rise, naturally enough in the mind of one who was ignorant of heraldic decoration, to a nursery rhyme which most of us remember. Quote, "The lion and the unicorn were fighting for the crown. The lion beat the unicorn all around the town," end quote, etc. Unless it alludes to a contest for dominion over the brute creation, which the rebellious unicorn, as Spenser calls it, seems to have waged with the tawny monarch. Spenser, in his Fairy Queen, gives the following curious way of catching the unicorn. Quote, "Like as a lion, whose imperial power a proud rebellious unicorn defies, t'avoid the rash assault and wrathful stowre of his fierce foe, him a tree applies, and when him rousing in full course he spies, he slips aside the whiles that furious beast, his precious home, sought of his enemies, strikes in the stock, ne thence can be released, but to the mighty victor yields a bounteous feast." End quote. Shakespeare also, Julius Caesar, Act 2, Scene 1, speaks of the supposed mode of entrapping them. Quote, "For he loves to hear that unicorns may be betrayed with trees, and bears with glasses, elephants with holes, lions with toils, and men with flatterers." End quote. We have no satisfactory reason for believing that man ever coexisted with mastodons. Otherwise, Professor Owen's discovery of the retention of a single tusk only by the male gigantic mastodon might have afforded another form of unicorn. Whatever the zoologists may have done towards extirpating the belief in the existence of the unicorn, it is ever kept in sight by heraldry, which, with its animal absurdities, has contributed more to the propagation of error respecting the natural world than any other species of misrepresentation. End of section 4. Read by Keep It Camino, January 5, 2024.
Section 5 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. The Mole at Home. The mole, though generally a despised and persecuted animal, is nevertheless useful to the husbandman in being the natural drainer of his land and destroyer of worms. To other inferior animals he is a sapper and miner, forming for them their safe retreats and well-secured dormitories. The economy of the mole has been much controverted among naturalists. It is found throughout the greater part of Europe. We are overrun with it in most parts of England and Wales, but it does not appear to have been found in the northern extremity of Scotland, and there is no record of it having been seen in the Orkney Isles, Zetland, or Ireland. Its most diligent and instructive historian is Henry Lecourt, who, flying from the terrors that came in the train of the French Revolution, betook himself to the country, and from being the attendant on a court, became the biographer of this humble animal. Monsieur Geoffroy St. Hilaire, the celebrated French naturalist, visited Lecourt for the purpose of testing his observations, and appears to have been charmed by the facility and ingenuity which Lecourt traced and demonstrated the subterraneous labors of this obscure worker in the dark. We shall first briefly describe the adaptation of its structure to its habits. The bony framework is set in motion by very powerful muscles, those of the chest and neck being most vigorous. The wide hand, which is the great instrument of action and performs the offices of a pickaxe and shovel, is sharp-edged on its lower margin, and when clothed with the integuments, the fingers are hardly distinguishable. The muzzle of the mole is evidently a delicate organ of touch, as are also the large and broad hands and feet, and the tail has much sensitiveness to give notice to the animal of the approach of any attack from behind. Its taste and smell, especially the latter, are very sensitive. Its sight is almost rudimentary. The little eye is so hidden in the fur that its very existence was for a long time doubted. It appears to be designed for operating only as a warning to the animal on its emerging into the light. Indeed, more acute vision would only have been an encumbrance. If the sight be imperfect, the sense of hearing is very acute, and the tympanum very large, though there is no external ear, perhaps because the earth assists considerably in vibration. The forefeet are inclined sideways, so as to answer the use of the hands, to scoop out the earth and form its habitation or pursue its prey, and to fling all the loose soil behind the animal. The breastbone in shape resembles a plowshare. The skin is so tough as only to be cut by a very sharp knife. The hair is very short and close set, and softer than the finest silk, color black, some spotted and cream-colored. This hair is yielding. Had it been strong, as in the rat or mouse, it would doubly have retarded the progress of the creature, first by its resistance, and then acting as a brush, so as to choke up the galleries by removing the loose earth from the sides and ceilings of the galleries. It is supposed that the verdant circles so often seen in grass ground, called by country people fairy rings, are owing to the operation of moles. At certain seasons they perform their burrowings in circles, which, loosening the soil, gives the surface a greater fertility and rankness of grass than the other parts within or without the ring. The larger mole hills denote the nests or dens of the mole beneath. The feeling of the mole is so acute that when casting up the earth it is sensible of very gentle pressure. Hence mole catchers tread lightly when in quest of moles, and unless this caution is used, the mole ceases its operation and instantly retires. Again, so acute is the smell that mole catchers draw the body of a captured mole through their traps and the adjoining runs and passages to remove all suspicious odors which might arise from the touch of their fingers. During the summer the mole runs in search of snails and worms in the night-time among the grass, which pursuit makes it the prey of owls. The mole shows great art in skinning a worm, which it always does before it eats it, by stripping the skin from end to end and squeezing out the contents of the body. It is doubtful whether any other animal exists which is obliged to eat at such short intervals as the mole, 10 or 12 hours appearing to be the maximum of its fasting. At the end of that time it dies. Cuvier tells us that if 2 moles are shut up together without food, there will shortly be nothing left of the weakest but its skin slit along the belly. Buffon accuses moles of eating all the acorns of a newly set soil. Its voracity makes the mole a great drinker. A run is always formed to a pond or ditch as a reservoir. When it is too distant, the animal sinks little wells, which have sometimes been seen brimful. We now return to Lecourt's experiments with moles, which are very interesting. To afford proof of the rapidity with which the mole will travel along its passages, Lecourt watched his opportunity, and when the animal was on its feet at one of the most distant points from its sanctuary or fortress, to which point the mole's high road leads, Lecourt placed along the course of that road between the animal and the fortress several little camp colors, so to speak, the staff of each being a straw, and the flag a bit of paper, at certain distances, the straws penetrating down into the passage. Near the end of this subterraneous road he inserted a horn, the mouthpiece of which stood out of the ground. When all was ready, Lecourt blew a blast loud enough to frighten all the moles within hearing. Down went the little flags in succession with astonishing velocity, as the terrified mole, rushing along towards his sanctuary, came in contact with the flag straws, and the spectators affirmed that the mole's swiftness was equal to the speed of a horse at a good round trot. To test its amount of vision, Lecourt took a spare water pipe or gutter open at both ends. Into this pipe he introduced several moles successively. Geoffroy St. Hilaire stood by to watch the result at the further end of the tube. As long as the spectators stood motionless, the introduced mole made the best of his way through the pipe and escaped. But if they moved, or even raised a finger, the mole stopped and then retreated. Several repetitions of this experiment produced the same results. In the domain of the mole, the principal point is the habitation or fortress, constructed under a considerable hillock, raised in some secure place, often at the root of a tree or under a bank. The dome of the fortress is of earth, beaten by the mole architect into a compact and solid state. Inside is formed a circular gallery at the base, which communicates with a smaller upper gallery by means of 5 passages. Within the lower gallery is the chamber or dormitory, which has access to the upper gallery by 3 passages. From this habitation extends the high road by which the proprietor reaches the opposite end of the encampment. The galleries open into this road, which the mole is continually carrying out and extending in his search for food. This has been termed the hunting ground. Another road extends first downward and then up into the open road of the territory. Some 8 or 9 other passages open out from the external circular gallery. From the habitation a road is carried out, nearly straight, and connected with the encampment and the alleys leading to the hunting ground, which opens into it on each side. In diameter the road exceeds the body of a mole, but its size will not admit of 2 moles passing each other. The walls, from the repeated pressure of the animal's sides, become smooth and compact. Sometimes a mole will lay out a second or even a third road, or several individuals use one road in common, though they never trespass on each other's hunting grounds. If 2 moles should happen to meet in the same road, one must retreat to the nearest alley unless they fight, when the weakest is often slain. In forming this tunnel, the mole's instinct drives it at a greater or less depth, according to the quality of the soil or other circumstances. When it is carried under a road or a stream, 1.5 feet of earth, or sometimes more, is left above it. Then does the little engineering mole carry on the subterraneous works necessary for his support, traveling, and comfort. And his tunnels never fall in. The quality and humidity of the soils, which regulates the abundance of earthworms, determines the greater or less depth of the alleys, and when these are filled with stores of food, the mole works out branch alleys. The main road communicating with the hunting grounds is of necessity passed through in the course of the day, and here the mole catcher sets his traps to intercept the mole between his habitation and the alley where he is carrying on his labors. Some mole catchers will tell you the hours when the moles move are 9 and 4. Others that near the coast their movements are influenced by the tides. Besides the various traps which are set for moles, they are sometimes taken by a man and a dog. When the latter indicates the presence of a mole, the man spears the animal out as it moves in its run. Pointers will stop as steadily as at game at the moles when they are straying on the surface. The mole is a most voracious animal. Earthworms and the larvae of insects are its favorite food, and it will eat mice, lizards, frogs, and even birds, but it rejects toads even when pressed by hunger, deterred probably by the acrid secretions of their skin. Moles are essentially carnivorous, and when fed abundantly on vegetable substances, they have died of hunger. During the season of love, at which time fierce battles are fought between the male pursues the female with ardor through numerous runs wrought out with great rapidity. The attachment appears to be very strong in the moles. Lecourt often found a female taken in his trap and a male lying dead close to her. From 4 to 5 is the general number of young. The nest is distinct, usually distant from the habitation. It is constructed by enlarging and excavating the point where the 3 or 4 passages intersect each other, and the bed of the nest is formed of a mass of young grass, root fibers, and herbage. In one nest, Geoffroy St. Hilaire and Lecourt counted 204 young wheat blades. Monsieur St. Hilaire describes the pairings, or as he calls it, the loves of the moles. As soon as the mole has finished the galleries, he brings his mate along with him and shuts her up in the bridal gallery, taking care to prevent the entrance of his rivals. In case of a fight, they enlarge the part of the gallery where they are met, and the victory is decided in favor of him who first wounds his adversary before the ear. The female, during the fight, is shut up in the bridal gallery so as to be unable to escape, for which purpose, however, she uses all her resources in digging and attempts to get away by the side passages. Should she succeed, the conqueror hastens to rejoin his faithless mate and to bring her back into his galleries. This maneuver is repeated as often as other males enter the lists. The length of the conqueror is recognized, and his mate becomes more docile. The pair work together and finish the galleries, after which the female digs alone for food. As soon as the galleries are formed, the male conducts his mate to a certain point, and from this time the female no longer digs in the solid earth, but towards the surface, advancing by merely separating the roots of the grass. The mole is a great friend to the farmer, but there are places in which he is a public enemy. He is not a vegetable feeder, and he never roots up the growing corn in springtime except when he is after grubs, snails, and wireworms. It has been calculated that 2 moles destroy 20,000 whiteworms in a year. He is very destructive to under drains, and where the land is low we are in danger of a deluge from his piercing holes in the drain banks. Thus, it would be madness not to extirpate moles in those places where the waters in drains or rivers are above the level of the lands around, especially when the banks are made of sand or earth of loose texture. The persecution of moles in cultivated countries amounts almost to a war of extermination. The numbers annually slaughtered are enormous. A mole catcher who had followed the craft for 35 years destroyed from 40 to 50,000 moles. But all mole exterminators must yield to Lecourt, who in no large district took in 5 months 6,000 of them. Moles are good swimmers, and their bite is very sharp. Their attacks are ferocious, and they keep their hold like a bulldog. The shrew mole of North America resembles the European mole in its habits. Dr. Goodman describes it as most active early in the morning, at midday, and in the evening. And they are well known in the country to have the custom of coming daily to the surface exactly at noon. We read of a captive shrew mole which ate meat cooked raw, drank freely, and was lively and playful, following the hand of his feeder by the scent, burrowing for a short distance in the loose earth, and after making a small circle, returning for more food. In eating, he employed his flexible snout to thrust the food into his mouth, doubling it so as to force it directly backwards, as described in Dr. Richardson's North American Zoology. James Hogg, the Ettrick shepherd, remarks in his usual impressive manner, quote, "The most unnatural persecution that ever was raised in a country is that against the mole, that innocent and blessed little pioneer, who enriches our pastures annually with the first top dressing, dug with great pains and labor from the fattest of the soil beneath. The advantages of this top dressing are so apparent that it is really amazing how our countrymen should have persisted for nearly half a century in the most manly and valiant endeavors to exterminate the moles. If 100 men and horses were employed on a pasture farm of from 1,500 to 2,000 acres in raising and driving manure for a top dressing of that farm, they would not do it so effectually, so neatly, or so equally as the natural number of moles. In June, July, and August, the mole hills are all spread by the crows and lambs, the former for food, and the latter in the evenings of warm days after a drought has set in. The late Duke of Buccleuch was the first who introduced mole catching into Scotland." End quote. End of section 5. Section 6 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. The Great Ant Bear. A fine living specimen of this comparatively rare animal was first exhibited in the Zoological Society's gardens in Regent's Park, 1853. It is stated to be the first specimen brought alive to England, and accordingly excited considerable attention. It was one of a pair captured near the Rio Negro, in the southern province of Brazil, and shipped for England by some German travelers. The male died on the voyage. The female arrived in London in 1853 and was exhibited in Broad Street, St. Giles, until purchased by the Zoological Society for the sum of £200. The advantage of this live specimen to naturalists has been very great. Hitherto the examples engraved by Buffon and Shaw were both derived from stuffed specimens, and had the inevitable defects and shortcomings of such. Sir John Talbot Dillon, in his Travels Through Spain, published in 1780, states that a specimen of the ant bear from Buenos Aires was alive at Madrid in 1776. It is now stuffed and preserved in the Royal Cabinet of Natural History at Madrid. The persons who brought it from Buenos Aires say it differs from the anteater, which only feeds on emmets and other insects, whereas this would eat flesh when cut into small pieces, to the amount of 4 or 5 pounds. From the snout to the extremity of the tail, this animal is 2 yards in length, and its height is about 2 feet. The head is very narrow, the nose long and slender. The tongue is so singular that it looks like a worm, and extends above 16 inches. The body is covered with long hair of a dark brown, with white stripes on the shoulders, and when he sleeps he covers his body with his tail. This account, it will be seen hereafter, corresponds very accurately with that of the animal purchased by the Zoological Society. Mr. Wallace, who traveled on the Amazon and Rio Negro about the year 1853, relates, quote, "The living specimen of this singular animal is a great rarity, even in its native country. In fact, there is not a city in Brazil where it would not be considered almost as much a curiosity as it is here. In the extensive forests of the Amazon, the great anteater is, perhaps, as abundant as in any part of South America. Yet during a residence there of more than 4 years, I never had an opportunity of seeing one. Once only I was nearly in at the death, finding a pair of hairs from the tail of a specimen which had been killed and eaten a month previous to my arrival at a village near the Capiquari. In its native forests, the creature feeds almost entirely on white ants, tearing open their nests with its powerful claws and thrusting its long, slender tongue, which being probably mistaken for a worm, is immediately seized by scores of the inhabitants, who thus become an easy prey. The Indians, who also eat white ants, catch them in somewhat a similar manner by pushing into the nest a grass stalk, which the insect seize and hold on to most tenaciously. It may easily be conceived that such an animal must range over a considerable extent of country to obtain a plentiful supply of such food, which circumstance, as well as its extreme shyness and timidity, cause it to be but rarely met with, and still more rarely obtained alive." End quote. We have seen that the ant bear lives exclusively upon ants, to procure which he tears open the hills, and when the ants flock out to defend their dwellings, draws over them his long flexible tongue, covered with glutinous saliva, to which the ants consequently adhere, and he is said to repeat this operation twice in a second. "It seems almost incredible," says Azara, "that so robust and powerful an animal can procure sufficient sustenance from ants alone, but this circumstance has nothing strange in it, for those who are acquainted with the tropical parts of America, and have seen the enormous multitude of these insects, which swarm in all parts of the country to that degree that their hills often almost touch one another for miles together." The same author informs us that domestic ant bears were occasionally kept by different persons in Paraguay, and that they had even been sent alive to Spain, being fed upon bread and milk mixed with morsels of flesh minced very small. Like all animals which live upon insects, the anteaters are capable of sustaining a total deprivation of nourishment for an almost incredible time. The great ant bear's favorite resorts are low swampy savannas, along the banks of rivers and stagnant ponds, also frequenting humid forests, but never climbing trees, as falsely reported by Buffon. His pace is slow and heavy, though when hard pressed he increases his rate, yet his greatest velocity never half equals the ordinary running of a man. When pressed too hard or urged to extremity, he turns obstinate, sits upon his hindquarters like a bear, and defends himself with his powerful claws. Like that animal, his usual and only mode of assault is by seizing his adversary with his forepaws, wrapping his arms around him, and endeavoring by this means to squeeze him to death. His great strength and powerful muscles would easily enable him to accomplish his purpose in this respect, even against the largest of animals of his native forests, were it but guided by ordinary intelligence, or accompanied with a common degree of activity. But in these qualities there are few animals indeed who do not greatly surpass the ant bear, so that the different stories handed down by writers on natural history from one to another, and copied without question into the histories and descriptions of this animal, may be regarded as pure fictions. "It is supposed," said Don Felix de Zara, "that the jaguar himself dares not attack the ant bear, and that, if pressed by hunger, or under some other strong excitement, he does so, the ant bear embraces and hugs him so tightly as very soon to deprive him of life, not even relaxing his hold for hours after life has been extinguished in his assailant. Such is the manner in which the anteater defends himself, but it is not to be believed that his utmost efforts could prevail against the jaguar, who by a single bite or blow of his paw could kill the anteater before he was prepared for resistance. So slow are his motions, even in an extreme case, and being unable to leap or turn with ordinary rapidity, he is forced to act slowly upon the defensive. The flesh of the anteater is esteemed a delicacy by the Indians, and though black and of strong musky flavor, is sometimes even met with at the tables of Europeans. The habits of the great ant bear in captivity have been described scientifically yet popularly from the Zoological Society specimen by Professor Owen, who writes, "When we were introduced to this, the latest novelty, at the Noble Vivarium in Regent's Park, we found the animal busily sucking and licking up for his feeding is a combination of the two actions, the contents of a basin of squashed eggs. The singularly long and slender head, which looks more like a slightly bent proboscis, or some such appendage to a head, was buried in the basin, and the end of the lithe or flexible tongue, like a rat's tail or a writhing black worm, was ever and anon seen coiling up the sides of the basin, as it was rapidly protruded and withdrawn. The yellow yolk was dripping with the abundant ropey saliva secreted during the feeding process from the exceedingly small terminal mouth, for the jaws are not slit open as in the ordinary construction of the mouths of quadrupeds, and the head viewed sideways seems devoid of a mouth. But this important aperture, by some deemed the essential character of an animal, is a small orifice or slit at the end of the tubular muzzle, just being enough, apparently, to let the vermiform tongue slip easily in and out. The tongue, the keeper told us, was sometimes protruded as far as 14 inches from the mouth. By the Gujarani Indians, the beast is known by a name which is in Spanish little mouth. The Portuguese and Spanish peons call it by a name equivalent to ant bear. In the zoological catalog, the animal is denominated Myrmecophaga jubata, or the maned anteater. This appellation would very well suit the animal if, as most spectators commonly imagine at first sight, its head was where its tail is, for the tail is that part of the animal on which the hair is most developed, after the fashion of a mane, whilst the actual head appears more like a tail, of a slender, almost naked, stiff, rounded kind. The body is wholly covered by long coarse hair resembling hay, rapidly lengthening from the neck backwards to 6 or 8 inches, and extending on the tail from 10 to 18 inches. The color is grayish-brown with an oblique black band, bordered with white on each shoulder. The animal measures about 4 feet from the snout to the root of the tail, and the tail, 3 feet long, resembles a large screen of coarse hair. When the animal lays down, it bends its head between its forelegs, slides these forward, and crosses them in front of the occiput, sinks its haunches by bending its hind legs and bringing them close to the 4 feet, then leaning against the wall of its den on one side, it lays the broad tail over the other exposed side of the body by the side bend of that part, like the movement of a door or screen. Nothing is now visible of the animal but the long coarse hair of its natural and portable blanket. When it is enjoying its siesta, you cannot form any conception of its very peculiar shape and proportions. An oblong heap of a coarse, dry, grayish thatch is all that is visible. When, however, the keeper enters the den with any new dainty, as cockroaches, crickets, maggots, or mealworms, to tempt the huge insect devourer, the quick-hearing animal unveils its form by a sweeping movement of the thatch outwards, the tail that supports it rotating as if joined by a kind of door hinge to the body. The head is drawn out from between the forelimbs, the limbs are extended, and the entire figure of this most grotesque of quadrupeds stalks forth. The limbs are short, the forelimbs grow rather thicker to their stumpy ends, which look as if the feet had been amputated. The 4 toes with their claws are bent inwards and are of very unequal length. This is the most singular part of the animal. It is also the most formidable member, and indeed bears the sole weapon of defense the beast possesses. The innermost toe, answering to the thumb on the forelimb of the neighboring chimpanzee, is the shortest. A 5th toe seems to be buried in the outside callosity, on which the animal rests its stumpy feet while walking. At the back part of the sole or palm of the forefoot is a second large callosity, which receives the point of the great claw in its usual state of inward inflection. Against this callosity the animal presses the claw when it seizes any object therewith, and Azara, as we have seen, avers that nothing can make the ant-bear relax its grasp of an object so seized. With respect to the jaguar being sometimes found dead in the grasp of the great ant-eater, Professor Owen observes that its muscular force resembles that of the cold-blooded reptiles in the force and endurance of the contractile action, and like the reptiles, the sloth and ant bears can endure long fasts. Woe to the unlucky or heedless aggressor whose arm or leg may be seized by the ant bear. The strength of the grasp sometimes breaks the bone. The ant bear never voluntarily lets go, and the limb so grasped can be with difficulty extricated, even after the animal has been killed. To put the beast, however, hors de combat, no other weapon is needed than a stout stick. With this, says Azara, I have killed many by dealing them blows on the head, and with the same security as if I had struck the trunk of a tree. With a mouth so small and formed as already described, the ant bear cannot bite, and if it could, it would be useless, for it has no teeth. Like a lawyer, says Professor Owen, the tongue is the chief organ by which this animal obtains its livelihood in its natural habitat. The warmer latitudes of South America, to which part of the world the ant bear is peculiar, abound in forests and luxuriant vegetation. The insects of the ant and termite tribes that subsist on wood, recent or decaying, equally abound. With one link in the chain of organic independencies is interlocked another, and as the surplus vegetation sustains the surplus insect population, so a peculiar form of mammalian life finds the requisite conditions of existence in the task of restraining the undue multiplication of the wood-consuming insects. The number of male anteaters is supposed to be considerably smaller than that of the females, which circumstance favors the inference that the extinction of the species, like those of the Edentata, in general is determined upon. Large as the ant bear is in comparison with the animals on which it naturally feeds, there appear to have been still larger ant bears in the old times of South America. Fossil remains of nearly allied quadrupeds have been detected in both the freshwater deposits and bone caves of the post-Pliocene period in Buenos Aires and Brazil. In examining the fossil remains has been found evidence that the nervous matter destined to put in action the muscular part of the tongue was equal to half of that nervous matter which influences the whole muscular system of a man. No other known living animal offers any approximation to the peculiar proportions of the lingual nerves of the fossil animal in question except the great anteater. But the size of the animal indicated by the fossil was 3 times that of our anteater. For this strange monster, thus partially restored from the ruins of a former world, Professor Owen proposes the name of Glossotherium, which signifies tongue beast. Evidence of such a creature has been given by Dr. Lund, the Danish naturalist, resident in Brazil, among the fossil remains here, limestone caves, of the province Minas. He discovered traces of the great anteater, which, however, are too imperfect to enable us to determine more accurately its relation to existing species. The fragments indicate an animal the size of an ox. Were the insect prey of these antediluvian anteaters correspondingly gigantic? 2 circumstances very remarkable were observed in the Zoological Society's great anteater. The hinge-like manner in which the animal worked its tail when it had laid itself down, throwing it over the whole of its body and enveloping itself completely, and the peculiar vibratory motion of the long vermiform tongue when protruded from the mouth in search of food. The tongue is not shot forth and retracted like that of the chameleon, but protruded gradually, vibrating all the time, and in the same condition withdrawn into the mouth. Another species of anteater is the tamandua, much inferior in size to the great ant bear, being scarcely so large as a good-sized cat, whilst the other exceeds the largest greyhound in length. The tamandua inhabits the thick primeval forests of tropical America and is never found on the ground, but exclusively in trees, where it lives upon termites, honey, and, according to Azara, even bees, which in those countries form their hives among the loftiest branches of the forest, and having no sting, they are more readily despoiled of their honey than their congeners of our own climates. When about to sleep, it hides its muzzle in the fur of its breast, falls on its belly, letting its forefeet hang down on each side, and wrapping the whole tightly around with its tail. The female, as in the great anteater, has but 2 pectoral mammae, and produces but a single cub at a birth, which she carries about with her on her shoulders for the first 3 or 4 months. Tamandua is the Portuguese name. The French and English call it fourmilière and little ant bear. The latter are the names of a still smaller species which does not exceed the size of the European squirrel. Its native country is Guyana and Brazil. It is called in Suriname kissing hand, as the inhabitants pretend it will never eat, at least when caught, but that it only licks its paws in the same manner as the bear, that all trials to make it eat have proved in vain, and that it soon dies in confinement. Von Sack, in a voyage to Suriname, had 2 of these anteaters which would not eat eggs, honey, meat, or ants, but when a wasp's nest was brought, they pulled out the nymphae and ate them eagerly, sitting in the posture of a squirrel. Von Sack showed this phenomenon to many of the inhabitants of Suriname, who all assured him that it was the first time they had ever known that species of animal to take any nourishment. Von Sack describes his anteaters as often sleeping all the day long curled together, and fastened by their prehensile tails to one of the perches of the cage. When touched, they raised themselves on their hind legs and struck with their forepaws at the object which disturbed them, like the hammer of a clock striking a bell, with both paws at the same time, and with a great deal of force. They never attempted to run away, but were always ready for defense when attacked. The discovery of the true nature of the food of this species is particularly desirable, and may enable us to have the animal brought alive to this country, a thing which we believe has not been attempted, and which, if attempted, has certainly never succeeded. To procure or carry ants during a long sea voyage is impracticable, but the larvae of wasps can be obtained in any quantity and will keep for months, so that the most serious difficulty to the introduction of the little anteater being thus removed, it would only require to be protected from the effects of a colder climate, which may be as easily done in its case as in that of other South America mammalia. The porcupine anteater of New Holland, now very uncommon in New South Wales, is regarded, of its size, the strongest quadruped in existence. It burrows readily. Its mode of eating is very curious, the tongue being used sometimes in the manner of that of the chameleon, and at other times in that in which a mower uses his scythe, the tongue being curved laterally and the food, as it were, swept into the mouth. The great ant bear, received at the gardens of the Zoological Society on the 29th of September, 1853, died on the 6th of July, 1854. There are now 2 of these animals living in the gardens, one of which is a remarkably fine specimen. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. Curiosities of Bats. These harmless and interesting little animals have not only furnished objects of superstitious dread to the ignorant, but have proved to the poet and the painter a fertile source of images of gloom and terror. The strange combination of character of beast and bird, which they were believed to possess, is supposed to have given to Virgil the idea of the harpies. Aristotle says but little about the bat, and Pliny is considered to have placed it among the birds, none of which, he observes, with the exception of the bat, have teeth. Again, he notices it as the only winged animal that suckles its young, and remarks on its embracing its two little ones, and flying about with them. In this arrangement, he was followed by the older of the more modern naturalists. Bellon, doubtingly, places it at the end of the night birds, and the bat, Atalef, bird of darkness, was one of the unclean animals of the Hebrews, and in Deuteronomy 25:18, it is placed among the forbidden birds. Even up to a late period, bats were considered as forming a link between quadrupeds and birds. The common language of our own ancestors, however, indicates a much nearer approach to the truth in the notions entertained by the people than can be found in the lucubrations of the learned. The words rear mouse and flittermouse, the Old English names for the bat, the former derived from the Anglo-Saxon Aryan, to raise or rear up, and moose, the latter from the Belgic, signifying flying or flittering mouse, show that in their minds these animals were always associated with the idea of quadrupeds. The first of these terms is still used in English heraldry, though it may have ceased to belong to the language of the country. The word flittermouse, says Mr. Bell, sometimes corrupted into flinty mouse, is the common term for the bat in some parts of the kingdom, particularly in that part of the county of Kent in which the language, as well as the aspect and names of the inhabitants, retain more of the Saxon character than will be found, perhaps, in any other part of England. Ben Jonson has, "Once a bat, and ever a bat, a rear mouse, and bird o' twilight he has broken thrice. Come, I will see the flicker mouse, my fly. Play, New Inn." The same author uses flittermouse also, and giddy flittermice with leather wings, Sad Shepherd. Calmet describes the bat as an animal having the body of a mouse and the wings of a bird, but he erroneously adds, it never grows tame. Some persons are surprised at bats being classed by naturalists, not with birds, but quadrupeds. They have, in fact, no other claim to be considered as birds than that of their being able to suspend and move themselves in the air, like some species of fish, but to a greater degree. They suckle their young, are covered with hair, and have no wings, but arms and lengthened fingers or toes furnished with a membrane by which they are enabled to fly. Sir Charles Bell, in his valuable treatise on the hand, considers the skeleton of the bat as one of the best examples of the molding of the bones of the extremity to correspond with the condition of the animal. Contemplating this extraordinary application of the bones of the extremity, and comparing them with those of the wing of a bird, we might say that this is an awkward attempt, a failure. But before giving expression to such an opinion, we must understand the objects required in this construction. It is not a wing intended merely for flight, but one which, while it raises the animal, is capable of receiving a new sensation, or sensations, in that exquisite degree, so as almost to constitute a new sense. On the fine web of the bat's wing, nerves are distributed, which enable it to avoid objects in its flight during the night, when both eyes and ears fail. Could the wing of a bird covered with feathers do this? Here, then, we have another example of the necessity of taking every circumstance into consideration before we presume to criticize the ways of nature. It is a lesson of humility. In this animal, the bones are light and delicate, and whilst they are all marvelously extended, the phalanges of the fingers are elongated so as hardly to be recognized, obviously for the purpose of sustaining a membranous web and to form a wing. In 1839, there was received at the Surrey Zoological Gardens from Sumatra a specimen of the vampire bat. This was a young male. The body was black, and the membranous wing, in appearance, resembled fine black kid. He was rarely seen at the bottom of his cage, but suspended himself from the roof or bars of the cage, head downwards, his wings wrapped round his body. When spread, these wings extended nearly 2 feet. Although this specimen was the vampire bat to which so many bloodthirsty feats have been attributed, his appearance was by no means ferocious. He was active, yet docile, and the only peculiarity to favor belief in his blood-sucking propensity was his long, pointed tongue. The species has popularly been accused of destroying not only the large mammiferous animals, but also men, when asleep, by sucking their blood. The truth, says Cuvier, in his Reine Animal, appears to be that the vampire inflicts only small wounds, which may, probably, become inflammatory and gangrenous from the influence of climate. In this habit, however, may have originated the celebrated vampire superstition. Lord Byron, in his beautiful poem of the Giaour, thus symbolizes the tortures that await the false infidel. First on earth, as vampire sent, my corse shall from its tomb be rent. Then ghastly haunt thy native place, and suck the blood of all thy race. There from thy daughter, sister, wife, at midnight drain the stream of life. Yet loathe the banquet which perforce must feed thy livid living corse. Thy victims, ere they yet expire, shall know the demon for their sire, as cursing thee, thou cursing them. Thy flowers are withered on the stem. But one that for thy crime must fall, the youngest, most beloved of all, shall bless thee with a father's name. That word shall wrap thy heart in flame. Yet must thou end thy task and mark her cheek's last tinge, her eyes' last spark, and the last glassy glance must view, which freezes o'er its lifeless blue. Then with unhallowed hand shall tear the tresses of her yellow hair, of which in life a lock, when shorn, affection's fondest pledge was worn, but now is borne away by thee, memorial of thine agony. Wet with thine, one best blood shall drip, thy gnashing tooth and haggard lip. Then stalking to thy sullen grave, go and with ghouls and afrits rave, till there in horror shrink away from spectre more accursed than they. In a note, the noble poet tells us, the vampire superstition is still general in the Levant. Honest Tournefort tells a long story, which Mr. Southey, in the Notes on Thalaba, quotes about these Bardulacha, as he calls them. I recollect a whole family being terrified by the screams of a child, which they imagined must proceed from such a visitation. The Greeks never mention the word without horror. Bishop Heber describes the vampire bat of India as a very harmless creature, entirely different from the formidable idea entertained of it in England. It only eats fruit and vegetables. Indeed, its teeth are not indicative of carnivorous habits, and from blood it turns away when offered to it. During the daytime it is, of course, inert, but at night it is lively, affectionate, and playful, knows its keeper, but has no objection to the approach and touch of others. Mr. Westerton, the traveler, when speaking in his wanderings of the vampire of South America, says, "There are 2 species in Demerara, both of which suck living animals. One is rather larger than the common bats. The other measures above 2 feet from wing to wing, extended. So gently does this nocturnal surgeon draw the blood, that instead of being roused, the patient is lulled into a profound sleep. The large vampire sucks men, commonly attacking the toes. The smaller seems to confine itself chiefly to birds." Captain Stedman, who states that he was bitten by a bat, thus describes the operation. "Knowing by instinct that the person they intend to attack is in a sound slumber, they generally alight near the feet, where, while the creature continues fanning with its enormous wings, which keeps one cool, he bites a piece out of the tip of the great toe, so very small indeed that the head of a pin would scarcely be received into the wound, which is, consequently, not painful. Yet through this orifice he continues to suck the blood until he is obliged to disgorge. He then begins again, and thus continues sucking and disgorging until he is scarcely able to fly, and the sufferer has been often known to sleep from time into eternity. Having applied tobacco ashes as the best remedy, and washed the gore from myself and my hammock, I observed several small heaps of congealed blood all round the place where I had lain upon the ground, on examining which the surgeon judged that I had lost at least 12 or 14 ounces during the night." Lesson in 1827 says, "The single American species of bat is celebrated by the fables with which they have accompanied its history. That bats suck the blood of animals as well as the juices of succulent fruits, zoologists are agreed. The rough tongue of one genus was, I suppose, to be employed for abrading the skin, to enable the animal to suck the part abraded. But zoologists are now agreed that the supposition is groundless. It is more than probable that the celebrated vampire superstition and the blood-sucking qualities attributed to the bat have some connection with each other. Bat fowling is mentioned by Shakespeare. This is the mode of taking bats in the night-time while they are at roost upon perches, trees, or hedges. They light torches or straw, and then beat the bushes, upon which the bats, flying to the flames, are caught, either with nets or otherwise. Bat fowling, or bat folding, is effected by the use of a net, called a trammel net, and is practiced at night. The net should be made of the strongest and finest twine, and extended between 2 poles about 10 feet high, tapering to a point at the top, and meeting at the top of the net. The larger ends are to be held by the persons who take the management of the net, and who, by stretching out the arms, keep the net extended to the utmost, opposite the hedge in which the bats or birds are supposed to be. Another of the party carries a lantern upon a pole at a short distance behind the center of the net. 1 or 2 others place themselves on the opposite side of the hedge, and by beating it with sticks disturb the bats or birds, which, being alarmed, fly towards the light, but are interrupted in their flight by the net, which is immediately folded upon them, often 15 or 20 in number. This sport cannot be followed with much success, except when the night is very dark, or until very late in the autumn, when the trees, having lost their leaves, the bats or birds are driven for shelter to the hollies, yews, hayricks, etc. We remember reading in the Philosophical Magazine in 1836 a curious account of the habits of a long-eared bat, a living specimen of which was given to the children of Mr. de Carl Sowerby, the naturalist. "We constructed," says Mr. Sowerby, "a cage for him by covering a box with gauze, and making a round hole in the side, fitted with a phial cork. When he was awake, we fed him with flies, introduced through this hole, and thus kept him for several weeks. The animal soon became familiar, and immediately a fly was presented alive at the hole, he would run or fly from any part of the cage, and seize it in our fingers. But a dead or quiet fly he would never touch. At other times, dozens of flies and grasshoppers were left in his cage, and, waking him by their noise, he dexterously caught them as they hopped or flew about, but uniformly disregarded them while they were at rest. The cockroach, hard beetles, and caterpillars he refused. As we became still more familiar, our new friend was invited to join in our evening amusements, to which he contributed his full share by flitting around the room, at times settling upon our persons, and permitting us to handle and caress him. He announced his being awake by a shrill chirp, which was more acute than that of the cricket. Now was the proper time for feeding him. I before stated that he only took his food alive. It was observed that not only was motion necessary, but that generally some noise on the part of the fly was required to induce him to accept it, and this fact was soon discovered by the children, who were entertained by his taking flies from their fingers as he flew by them, before he was bold enough to settle upon their hands to devour his victims. They quickly improved upon this discovery, and, by imitating the booming of a bee, induced the bat, directed by the sound, to settle upon their faces, wrapping his rings round their lips, and searching for the expected fly. We observed that, if he took a fly while on the wing, he frequently settled to masticate it, and, when he had been flying about a long time, he would rest upon a curtain, pricking his ears, and turning his head in all directions, when, if a fly were made to buzz, or the sound imitated, he would proceed directly to the spot, even on the opposite side of the room, guided, it would appear, entirely by the ear. Sometimes he took his victim in his mouth, even though it was not flying. At other times he enclosed it in his wings, with which he formed a kind of bagnet. This was his general plan when in his cage, or when the fly was held in our fingers, or between our lips. From these observations, Mr. Sowerby concludes that many of the movements of the bat upon the wing are directed by his exquisite sense of hearing. May not the sensibility of this organ be naturally greater in these animals, whose organs of vision are too susceptible to bare daylight, when those organs, from their nature, would necessarily be of most service, such as the cat, who hunts by the ear, and the mole, who, feeding in the dark recesses of his subterranean abode, is very sensible of the approach of danger, and expert in avoiding it. In the latter case, large external ears are not required, because sound is well conveyed by solids, and along narrow cavities. In the cases of many bats, and of owls, the external ears are remarkably developed. Cats combine a quickness of sight with acute hearing. They hunt by the ear, but they follow their prey by the eye. Some bats are said to feed upon fruits. Have they the same delicacy of hearing, feeling, etc. as others? Mr. Sowerby has further described the singular mode adopted by the long-eared bat in capturing his prey. The flying apparatus is extended from the hind legs to the tail, forming a large bag or net, not unlike two segments of an umbrella, the legs and tail being the ribs. The bat, having caught the fly, instead of eating it at once, generally covers it with his body, and, by the aid of his arms, etc., forces it into his bag. He then puts his head down under his body, withdraws the fly from his bag, and leisurely devours it. Mr. Sowerby once saw an unwary bluebottle walk beneath the body of the apparently sleeping bat into the sensitive bag, in which it was immediately imprisoned. White, of Selborne, speaking of a tame bat, alludes to the above-described action, which he compares to that of a beast of prey, but says nothing respecting the bag. Bell, in his British Quadrupeds, says that the interfemoral membrane of bats is probably intended to act as a sort of rudder in rapidly changing the course of the animal in the pursuit of its insect food. In a large group of foreign bats, which feed on fruit or other vegetable substances, as well as in some of carnivorous habits, but whose prey is of a less active character, this part is either wholly wanting or much circumscribed in extent and power. May it not be, asks Mr. Sowerby, that they do not require an entomological bagnet? The wing of the bat is commonly spoken of as of leather, that it is an insensible piece of stuff, the leather of a glove or of a lady's shoe. But nothing can be further from the truth. If one were to select an organ of the most exquisite delicacy and sensibility, it would be the bat's wing. It is anything but leather, and is, perhaps, the most acute organ of touch that can be found. Bats are supposed to perceive external objects without coming actually in contact with them, because, in their rapid and irregular flight, amidst various surrounding bodies, they never fly against them. Yet, to some naturalists, it does not appear that the senses of hearing, seeing, or smelling serve them on these occasions, for they avoid any obstacles with equal certainty when the eye, ear, and nose are closed. Hence has been ascribed a sixth sense to these animals. The nerves of the wing are large and numerous, and distributed in a minute network between the integuments. The impulse of the air against this part may possibly be so modified by the objects near which the animal passes as to indicate their situation and nature. The bat tribe fly by means of the fingers of the forefeet, the thumb excepted, being, in these animals, longer than the whole body, and between them is stretched a thin membrane, or web, for flying. It is probable that, in the action of flight, the air, when struck by this wing, or very sensitive hand, impresses a sensation of heat, cold, mobility, and resistance on that organ, which indicates to the animal the existence or absence of obstacles which would interrupt its progress. In this manner, blind men discover by their hands, and even by the skin of their faces, the proximity of a wall, door of a house, or side of a street, even without the assistance of touch, and merely by the sensation which the difference in the resistance of the air occasions. Hence, they are as little capable of walking on the ground as apes with their hands, or sloths with their hooked claws, which are calculated for climbing. In a certain kind of bat, the Nycteris, there exists a power of inflation to such a degree that, when inflated, the animal looks, according to Geoffrey St. Hilaire, like a little balloon fitted with wings, a head, and feet. It is filled with air through the cheek pouches, which are perforated at the bottom, so as to communicate with the spaces of the skin to be filled. When the bat wishes to inflate, it draws in its breath, closes its nostrils, and transmits the air through the perforations of the cheek pouches to the spaces, and the air is prevented from returning by the action of a muscle which closes those openings, and by valves of considerable size on the neck and back. There was formerly a vulgar opinion that bats, when down on a flat surface, could not get on the wing again, by rising with great ease from the floor. But White saw a bat run, with more dispatch than he was aware of, though in a most ridiculous and grotesque manner. The adroitness with which this bat sheared off the wings of flies, which were always rejected, was very amusing. He did not refuse raw flesh when offered, so that the notion that bats go down chimneys and gnaw men's bacon seems no improbable story. Mr. George Daniel describes a female bat, who took her food with an action similar to that of a dog. The animal took considerable pains in cleaning herself, parting the hair on either side, from head to tail, and forming a straight line along the middle of the back. The membrane of the wings was cleaned by forcing the nose through the folds, and thereby expanding them. This bat fed freely, and sometimes voraciously, the quantity exceeding half an ounce, although the weight of the animal itself was not more than 10 drams. The kalong bat of the Javanese is extremely abundant in the lower parts of Java, and uniformly lives in society. The more elevated districts are not visited by it. Numerous individuals, says Dr. Hornfield, select a large tree, and, suspending themselves with the claws of their posterior extremities to the naked branches, often in companies of several hundreds, afford to a stranger a very singular spectacle. A species of ficus fig tree, resembling the Ficus religiosa of India, affords them a very favorite retreat, and the extended branches of one of these are sometimes covered by them. They pass the greater portion of the day in sleep, hanging motionless, ranged in succession, with the head downwards, the membrane contracted about the body, and often in close contact. They have little resemblance to living beings, and, by a person not accustomed to their economy, are readily mistaken for a part of the tree, or for a fruit of uncommon size suspended from its branches. In general, these societies are silent during the day, but if they are disturbed, or a contention arises among them, they emit sharp, piercing shrieks, and their awkward attempts to extricate themselves, when oppressed by the light of the sun, exhibit a ludicrous spectacle. Soon after sunset they gradually quit their hold, and pursue their nocturnal flight in quest of food. They direct their course by an unerring instinct to the forests, villages, and plantations, attacking and devouring every kind of fruit, from the abundant and useful cocoanut, which surrounds the dwellings of the meanest peasantry, to the rare and most delicate productions which are cultivated by princes and chiefs of distinction. Various methods are employed to protect the orchards and gardens. Delicate fruits are secured by a loose net or a basket, skillfully constructed of split bamboo, without which precaution little valuable fruit would escape the ravages of the kalong. There are few situations in the lower part of Java in which this night wanderer is not constantly observed. As soon as the light of the sun has retired, one animal is seen to follow the other at a small but irregular distance, and the succession continues uninterrupted till dark. The night came on apace, and falling dews be wet around the place. The bat takes airy rounds on leathern wings, and the hoarse owl his woeful dirges sings. Gay's Pastoral 3. Bats of the ordinary size are very numerous in Jamaica. They are found in mills and old houses. They do great mischief in gardens, where they eat the green peas, opening the pod over each pea, and removing it very dexterously. Gilbert White, of Selborne, first noticed a large species of bat, which he named altivolans, from its manner of feeding high in the air. In the extent of its wings, it measured 14½ inches, and it weighed, when entirely full, 1 ounce and 1 dram. It is found in numbers together, so many as 185 having been taken in one night from the eaves of Queen's College, Cambridge. In the Northern Zoological Gallery of the British Museum are representatives of the several species of bats, all bearing a family resemblance to each other. In England alone, there are 18 known species. Here is the curious leaf-nosed bat, from Brazil, supposed to excel in the sense of smell. Also, the vampire, or large blood-sucking bat, from the same country, and the different kinds of fruit-eating bats, found in America and Australia, and sometimes called flying foxes on account of their great size. The bats of temperate climates remain torpid during the winter. Gay has these lines: "Where swallows in the winter season keep, and here the drowsy bat and dormouse sleep." Young bats have been taken, when hovering near the ground, by throwing handfuls of sand, but they rarely live in confinement. They often die within a week after their capture. A bat, taken in Elgin, gave birth to a young one, which was for 2 days suckled by its parent. Before she reached the age of 3 days, the young bat died, and the parent only survived another day to mourn her loss. Sometimes females, when taken, have young ones clinging to their breast in the act of sucking, and the female can fly with ease, though 2 little ones are attached to her, which weigh nearly as much as the parent. To return to an exaggeration of a famous old traveler. In Purchas his Pilgrimage, the materials for which he borrowed from above 1,300 authors. When speaking of the island of Madura in the south of India, he says, "In these parts are bats as big as hens, which the people roast and eat." End of section 7. Read by Marissa D. Six, Clearwater, Florida, December 24th, 2023.
Section 8 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacy M. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. The Hedgehog. Of this animal, some strange things are recorded. It is placed by Cuvier at the head of the insect-devouring mammifera. It is found in Europe, Africa, and India. Its body is covered with strong and sharp prickles, and by the help of a muscle, it can contract itself into a ball, and so withdraw its whole underpart, head, belly, and legs, within this thicket of prickles. Like hedgehogs which lie tumbling in my barefoot way, and mount their pricks at my footfall. Shakespeare's Tempest. Sir Thomas Browne, in his Vulgar Errors, has this odd conceit. Few have belief to swallow, or hope enough to experience, the collyrium of Albertus, that is to make one see in the dark, yet thus much, according to his receipts, will the right eye of an hedgehog, boiled in oil, and preserved in a brazen vessel, effect. Hedgehog was an old term of reproach, but we have heard a well-set argument, compared to a hedgehog, all points. The food of the hedgehog, which is a nocturnal animal, consists principally of insects, worms, slugs, and snails. That it will eat vegetables is shown by White of Selborne, who relates how it eats the root of the plantain by boring beneath it, leaving the tuft of leaves untouched. The hedgehog is reputed to supply itself with a winter covering of leaves. So far as we are aware, it has not been observed in the act of forming the covering of leaves, though it is supposed to roll itself about, till its spines take up a sufficient number, in the same way as it is popularly believed, without proof, to do with apples. Blumenbach states that he was assured by 3 credible witnesses that hedgehogs so gather fruit, but Buffon, who kept several hedgehogs for observation, declares they never practice any such habit. The voracity of the hedgehog is very great. A female with a young one was placed in a kitchen having the run of the beetles at night, besides having always bread and milk within their reach. One day, however, the servants heard a mysterious crunching sound in the kitchen, and found on examination that nothing was left of the young hedgehog but the skin and prickles. The mother had devoured her little pig. A hedgehog has also been known to eat a couple of rabbits, which had been confined with it, and killing others. It has likewise been known to kill hares. A hedgehog was placed in one hamper, a wood pigeon in another, and 2 starlings in a third. The lid of each hamper was tied down with string, and the hampers were placed in a garden house, which was fastened in the evening. Next morning, the strings to the hampers were found severed, the starlings and wood pigeon dead and eaten, feathers alone remaining in their hampers, and the hedgehog alive in the wood pigeon's hamper. As no other animal could have got into the garden house, it was concluded that the hedgehog had killed and eaten the birds. In the Zoological Journal, Volume 2, is an account by Mr. Brodripp of an experiment made by Professor Buckland, proving that in captivity at least the hedgehog will devour snakes. But there is no good reason for supposing that it will not do the same in a state of nature. For frogs, toads, and other reptiles and mice have been recorded as its prey. From its fondness for insects, it is often placed in the London kitchens to keep down the swarm of cockroaches, with which they are infested, and there are generally hedgehogs on sale at Covent Garden Market for this purpose. The idle story that the persecuted hedgehog sucks cows has been thus quaintly refuted. In the case of an animal giving suck, the teat is embraced round by the mouth of the young one, so that no air can pass between. A vacuum is made, or the air is exhausted from its throat by a power in the lungs. Nevertheless, the pressure of the air remains still upon the outside of the dug of the mother, and by these two causes, together the milk is forced in the mouth of the young one. But a hedgehog has no such mouth as to be able to contain the teat of a cow. Therefore, any vacuum which is caused in its own throat cannot be communicated to the milk in the dug. And if he is able to procure no other food but what he can get by sucking cows in the night, there is likely to be a vacuum in his stomach too. New Catalogue of Vulgar Errors by Stephen Fovargue, A.M., 1786. Yet, according to Sir William Jardine, the hedgehog is very fond of eggs, and is consequently very mischievous in the game preserve and henhouse. One of the most interesting facts in the natural history of the hedgehog is that announced in 1831 by M. Lenz and subsequently confirmed by Professor Buckland. This is that the most violent poisons have no effect upon it, a fact which renders it of peculiar value in forests, where it appears to destroy a great number of noxious reptiles. M. Lenz says that he had in his house a female hedgehog, which he kept in a large box, and which soon became very mild and familiar. He often put into the box some adders, which it attacked with avidity, seizing them indifferently by the head, the body, and the tail, and not appearing alarmed or embarrassed when they coiled themselves around its body. On one occasion, M. Lenz witnessed a fight between a hedgehog and a viper. When the hedgehog came near and smelled the snake, for with these animals the sense of sight is very obtuse, she seized it by the head and held it fast between her teeth, but without appearing to do it much harm. For having disengaged its head, it assumed a furious and menacing attitude, and hissing vehemently, inflicted severe bites on the hedgehog. The animal did not, however, recoil from the bites of the viper, or indeed seem to care much about them. At last, when the reptile was fatigued by its efforts, she again seized it by the head, which she ground beneath her teeth, compressing the fangs and glands of poison, and then devouring every part of the body. M. Lenz says that battles of this sort often occurred in the presence of many persons, and sometimes the hedgehog received 8 or 10 wounds on the ears, the snout, and even on the tongue, without seeming to experience any of the ordinary symptoms produced by the venom of the viper. Neither herself nor the young, which she was then suckling, seemed to suffer from it. This observation agrees with that of Pallas, who assures us that the hedgehog can eat about 100 cantharides, Spanish flies, without experiencing any of the effects which this insect, taken inwardly, produces on men, dogs, and cats. A German physician who made the hedgehog a particular object of study gave it strong doses of prussic acid, of arsenic, of opium, and of corrosive sublimate, none of which did it any harm. The hedgehog, in its natural state, only feeds on pears, apples, and other fruits when it can get nothing it likes better. The hedgehog hibernates regularly, and early in the summer brings forth from 2 to 4 young ones at a birth, which, at the time of their production, are blind, and have the spines white, soft, and flexible. The nest wherein they are cradled is said to be very artificially constructed, the roof being rainproof. The flesh of the hedgehog, when it has been well fed, is sweet and well flavored, and is eaten on the continent in many places. In Britain, a few besides gypsies partake of it. The prickly skin appears to have been used by the Romans for hackling hemp. Gilbert White notes that when the hedgehog is very young, it can draw its skin down over its face, but it is not able to contract itself into a ball, as the creature does for the sake of defense when full grown. The reason, White supposes, is because the curious muscle that enables the hedgehog to roll itself up into a ball has not then arrived at its full tone and firmness. Hedgehogs conceal themselves for the winter in their warm hibernaculum of leaves and moss, but White could never find that they stored in any winter provision, as some quadrupeds certainly do. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. The Hippopotamus in England. In the year 1850, there was exhibited in London a living hippopotamus, for many centuries the only instance of this extraordinary animal being seen in Europe. There is something irresistibly striking in seeing a living animal, not one of whose species we have before seen, and especially when that animal is a large one, as in the instance before us. We had been wonderstruck at forms of this creature in the old British Museum, where were two finely preserved specimens. The rhinoceros alive was, until of late years, very rare in England. In 1834, Mr. Cross paid some £1,500 for a young Indian one-horned rhinoceros, this being the only one brought to England for 20 years. He proved attractive, but slightly so in comparison with the expectation of a living hippopotamus, never witnessed before in this country. The circumstances of his acquisition were as follows. The Zoological Society of London had long been anxious to obtain a living hippopotamus for their menagerie, but without success. An American agent at Alexandria had offered £5,000 for an animal of this species, but in vain. No speculator could be induced to encounter the risk and labour of an expedition to the White Nile for the purpose of securing the animal. The desire of the Zoological Society was communicated to the Viceroy of Egypt, who saw the difficulty. Hasselquist states it to have been impossible to bring the living animal to Cairo, and the French savant attached to the expedition to Egypt, who ascended the Nile above Sion, did not meet with one hippopotamus. Callio, however, asserts that he saw 40 hippopotami in the Upper Nile, though their resort lay 1,500 miles or more from Cairo. Here they were often shot with rifle balls, but to take one alive was another matter. However, by command of the Viceroy, the proper parties were sent in search of the animal. In August 1849, the hunters having reached the island of Phobash on the White Nile, about 2,000 miles above Cairo, shot a large female hippopotamus in full chase up the river. The wounded creature turned aside and made towards some bushes on the island bank, but sank dead in the effort. The hunters, however, kept on towards the bushes, when a young hippopotamus, supposed to have been recently brought forth, not much bigger than a newborn calf, but stouter and lower, rushed down the bank of the river, was secured by a boatman, and lifted into the boat. The captors started with their charge down the Nile. The food of their young animal was their next anxiety. He liked neither fish, flesh, fruit, nor grass. The boat next stopped at a village. Their cows were seized and milked, and the young charge lapped up the produce. A good milch cow was taken on board, and with this supply the hippopotamus reached Cairo. The colour of his skin at this time was a dull reddish brown. He was shown to the Pasha in due form. The present created intense wonder and interest in Cairo. Gaping crowds filled its narrow sandy streets, and a whale at London Bridge would scarcely excite half so much curiosity. It's being thought safer for the animal to winter in Cairo than to proceed forthwith on his journey. The consul had duly prepared to receive the young stranger, for whom he had engaged a sort of nurse, Hamet Safi Kanana. An apartment was allotted to the hippopotamus in the courtyard of the consul's house, leading to a warm or tepid bath. His milk diet, however, became a troublesome affair, for the newcomer never drank less than from 20 to 30 quarts daily. By the next mail after the arrival of the hippopotamus, the consul dispatched the glad tidings to the Zoological Society. The animal was shipped at Alexandria in the Ripon steamer. On the main deck was built a house, from which were steps down into an iron tank in the hold, containing 400 gallons of water as a bath. It was filled with fresh water every other day. Early in May, the hippopotamus was conveyed in the canal boat with Hamet Safi Kanana to Alexandria, where the debarkation was witnessed by 10,000 spectators. The animal bore the voyage well. He lived exclusively on milk, of which he consumed daily about 40 pints, yielded by the cows taken on board. He was very tame, and, like a faithful dog, followed his Arab attendant Hamet, who was seldom away for more than 5 minutes without being summoned to return by a loud grunt. Hamet slept in a berth with the hippopotamus. On May the 25th they were landed at Southampton and sent by railway to London. On arriving at the Zoological Society's gardens, Hamet walked first out of the transport van with a bag of dates over his shoulder, and the hippopotamus trotted after him. Next morning he greatly enjoyed the bath which had been prepared for him. Although scarcely 12 months old, his massive proportions indicated the enormous power to be developed in his maturer growth, while the grotesque expression of his physiognomy far exceeded all that could be imagined from the stuffed specimens in museums and the figures which had hitherto been published from the reminiscences of travellers. Among the earliest visitors was Professor Owen, who first saw the hippopotamus lying on its side in the straw, with its head resting against a chair in which sat the swarthy attendant. It now and then grunted softly, and, lazily opening its thick smooth eyelids, leered at its keeper with a singular protruding movement of the eyeball from the prominent socket, showing an unusual proportion of the white. The retraction of the eyeball was accompanied by a simultaneous rolling, obliquely downwards, or inwards, or forwards. The young animal, then 10 months old, was 7 feet long, and 6½ in girth at the middle of the barrel-shaped trunk, supported clear of the ground on very short and thick legs, each terminated by 4 spreading hoofs, the 2 middle ones being the largest and answering to those in the hog. The naked hide, covering the broad back and sides, was of a dark india rubber colour, with numerous fine wrinkles crossing each other, but disposed almost transversely. The beast had just left its bath, when a glistening secretion gave the hide, in the sunshine, a very peculiar aspect. When the animal was younger, the secretion had a reddish colour, and the whole surface of the hide became painted over with it every time he quitted his bath. The ears, which were very short, conical, and fringed with hairs, it moved about with much vivacity. The skin around them was of a light reddish-brown colour, and almost flesh-coloured round the eyelids, which defended the prominent eyes, which had a few short hairs on the margin of the upper lid. The colour of the iris was of a dark brown. The nostrils, situated on prominences which the animal had the power of raising on the upper part of the broad and massive muzzle, were short oblique slits guarded by two valves, which were opened and closed spontaneously like the eyelids. The movements of these apertures were most conspicuous when the beast was in the bath. The wide mouth was chiefly remarkable for the upward curve of its angles towards the eyes, giving a quaintly comic expression to the massive countenance. The short and small milk tusks projected a little, and the minute incisors appeared to be sunk in pits of the thick gums. But the animal would not permit any close examination of the teeth, withdrawing his head from the attempt, and then threatening to bite. The muzzle was beset with short bristles, split into tufts or pencils of hair, and fine and short hairs were scattered all over the back and sides. The tail was not long, rather flattened and tapering to an obtuse point. We may here observe that, at certain moments, the whole aspect of the head suggested to one the idea of what may have been the semblance of some of the gigantic extinct batrachians, as sirens, the relics of a former world, whose fossil bones in the galleries of paleontology in the British Museum excite our special wonder. After lying about an hour, now and then raising its head and swivelling its eyeballs towards the keeper, or playfully opening its huge mouth and threatening to bite the leg of the chair on which the keeper sat, the hippopotamus rose and walked very slowly about its room, and then uttered a loud and short harsh snort 4 or 5 times in quick succession, reminding one of the snort of a horse, and ending with an explosive sound like a bark. The keeper understood the language. The animal desired to return to its bath. The hippopotamus carried its head rather depressed, reminding one of a large prize hog, but with a breadth of muzzle and other features peculiarly its own. The keeper opened the door leading into a paddock, and walked thence to the bath, the hippopotamus following, like a dog, close to his heels. On arriving at the bathroom, the animal descended with some deliberation the flight of low steps leading into the water, stooped and drank a little, dipped his head under, and then plunged forwards. The creature seemed inspired with new life and activity. Sinking to the bottom of the bath, and moving about submerged for a while, it suddenly rose with a bound almost bodily out of the water. Splashing back, it commenced swimming and plunging about, rolling from side to side, taking in mouthfuls of water and spurting them out again, raising every now and then its huge and grotesque head and biting the woodwork of the margin of the bath. The broad rounded back of the animal being now chiefly in view, it seemed a much larger object than when out of the water. After half an hour spent in this amusement, the hippopotamus quitted the water at the call of its keeper, and followed him back to the sleeping room, which was well bedded with straw, and where a stuffed sack was provided for its pillow, of which the animal, having a very short neck, thicker than the head, availed itself when it slept. When awake, it was very impatient of any absence of its favourite attendant. It would rise on its hind legs and threaten to break down the wooden fence by butting and pushing against it in a way very significant of its great muscular force. The animal appeared to be in perfect health, and breathed, when at rest, slowly and regularly, from 3 to 4 times in a minute. Its food was now a kind of porridge, of milk and maize meat, it being more than half weaned from a milk diet. Its appetite had been in no respect diminished by the confinement and inconvenience of the sea voyage, or by change of climate. All observers appear to have agreed that to see the hippopotamus rightly is to see him in the water. There his activity is only surpassed by that of the otter or the seal. Such was one of the opportunities afforded to zoologists for studying this most remarkable and interesting African mammal, of which no living specimen had been seen in Europe since the period when hippopotami were last exhibited by the third Gordian in the amphitheatre of Imperial Rome. It is now time to glance at the general economy of the hippopotamus, as he is seen in his native rivers and wilds. In early days, as his Roman name imports, it was usual to consider him as a species of horse, inhabiting the rivers and marshy grounds, and, in a more especial manner, the denizen of the Nile. The genus is placed by Linnaeus among his Beluae, between Equus and Sus. The skeleton approaches that of an ox and of a hog, but it presents differences from that of any other animal. The hippopotamus is found not only in the Nile, but in the rivers of southern Africa. In the former stream of marvels, Hasselquist relates that the oftener the river horse goes on shore, the better hope have the Egyptians of a sufficient swelling or increase of the Nile. Again, they say that the river horse is an inveterate enemy to the crocodile, and kills it whenever he meets it, adding that he does much damage to the Egyptians in those places he frequents. He goes on shore, and, in a very short space of time, destroys an entire field of corn or clover, not leaving the least verdure, for he is very voracious. Yet neither of these stories is so marvellous as that which a sailor related to Dampier, the old traveller. "I have seen," says the mariner, "one of these animals open its jaws, and, seizing a boat between its teeth, at one bite sink it to the bottom. I have seen it, on another occasion, place itself under one of our boats, and, rising under it, overset it with 6 men who were in it, but who, however, happily received no other injury." Professor Smith and Captain Tuckey, in exploring the Congo River in South Africa, saw in a beautiful sandy cove at the opening of a creek, behind a long projecting point, an immense number of hippopotami, and in the evening a number of alligators were also seen there, an association hardly consistent with the hostility related by Hasselquist. Captain Tuckey observed hippopotami with their heads above the water, snorting in the air. In another part of his narrative he says, "Many hippopotami were visible close to our tents at Kondo Yanga. No use firing at these animals in the water. The only way is to wait till they come on shore to feed at night." Le Vaillant had an opportunity of watching the progress of a hippopotamus under water at Great River, which contained many of these animals. On all sides he could hear them bellow and blow. Anxious to observe them, he mounted on the top of an elevated rock which advanced into the river, and he saw one walking at the bottom of the water. Le Vaillant killed it at the moment when it came to the surface to breathe. It was a very old female, and many people, in their surprise, and to express its size, called it the grandmother of the river. The traveller Lander tells us that on the Niger hippopotami are termed water elephants. One stormy night, as they were sailing up this unexplored current, they fell in with great numbers of hippopotami, who came plashing, snorting and plunging all round the canoe. Thinking to frighten them off, the travellers fired a shot or two at them, but the noise only called up from the water and out of the fens about as many more hippopotami, and they were more closely beset than before. Lander's people, who had never in all their lives been exposed to such formidable beasts, trembled with fear and absolutely wept aloud, whilst peals of thunder rattled over their heads and the most vivid lightning showed the terrifying scene. Hippopotami frequently upset canoes in the river. When the Landers fired, every one of them came to the surface of the water and pursued them over to the north bank. A second firing was followed by a loud roaring noise. However, the hippopotami did the travellers no kind of mischief whatever. Captain Gordon, when among the Bakalahari in South Africa, bagged no fewer than 15 first-rate hippopotami, the greater number of them being bulls. In 1828 there was brought to England the head of a hippopotamus, with all the flesh about it in high preservation. The animal was harpooned while in combat with a crocodile in a lake in the interior of Africa. The head measured nearly 4 feet in length and 8 feet in circumference. The jaws opened 2 feet, and the cutting teeth, of which it had 4 in each jaw, were above a foot long and 4 inches in circumference. The utility of this vast pachydermatous or thick-skinned animal to man is considerable. That he can be destructive has already been shown in his clearance of the cultivated banks of rivers. The enormous ripping chisel-like teeth of the lower jaw fit him for uprooting. The ancient Egyptians held the animal as an emblem of power, though this may have arisen from his reputed destruction of the crocodile. The flesh is much esteemed for food, both among the natives and colonists of South Africa. The blood of the animal is said to have been used by the old Indian painters in mixing their colours. The skin is extensively employed for making whips. But there is no part of the hippopotamus more in request than the great canine teeth, the ivory of which is so highly valued by dentists for making artificial teeth, on account of its keeping its colour better than any other kind. This superiority was not unknown to the ancients. Pausanias mentions the statue of Dindymene, whose face was formed of the teeth of hippopotami instead of elephant's ivory. The canine teeth are imported in great numbers into England and sell at a very high price. From the closeness of the ivory, the weight of the teeth, a part only of which is available for the artificial purpose above mentioned, is great in proportion to its bulk, and the article has fetched about 30 shillings per pound. The ancient history of the hippopotamus is extremely curious, and we have many representations of him in coins, in sculpture, and in paintings, which prove beyond question that the artists as well as the writers had a distinct knowledge of what they intended to represent. The earliest notice which occurs in any author, and which has been considered by many to be a description of the hippopotamus, is the celebrated account in the 40th and 41st chapter of the Book of Job of Behemoth and Leviathan. Many learned men have contended that Behemoth really means elephant, and thus the Zurich version of the Bible translates the Hebrew by Eliphaz. In the edition of the English Bible, printed by Robert Barker in 1615 for King James I, and since considered as the authorised version, the word behemoth is preserved in the text, and the following annotation is added. This beast is thought to be the elephant, or some other which is unknown. Bashar Ludolf and some others have contended warmly in favour of the hippopotamus. Cuvier thinks that though this animal is probably intended, yet that the description is too vague for anyone to hold a certain opinion on the subject. The theory started by Bashar and in the main supported by Cuvier is generally supposed the real one. The description in the Book of Job, though doubtless vague and in the highest degree poetical, has yet sufficient marks to render the identification perfectly easy, while there are certain peculiarities mentioned which even a poetical imagination could hardly apply to the elephant. Thus, when it is said of him, "He lieth under the shady trees in the desert of the reed and fens, the willows of the brook compass him round about," this would seem to be the description of an animal which frequented the water much more than elephants are accustomed to do. Again, in the fuller description of Leviathan, in the 41st chapter, we think it is quite clear that a water animal is intended, though what is there stated might be held to apply to the crocodile as well as the hippopotamus. Both are animals remarkable for extreme toughness of skin, and both are almost equally difficult to kill or take alive. Of profane authors, Herodotus is the first who notices this animal, but his account is far from accurate. The size, he states, as large as the biggest ox. That the animal was sacred, in some parts at least, appears from Herodotus, who says, "Those which are found in the district of Paprenis are sacred, but in other parts of Egypt they are not considered in the same light." Aristotle makes it no bigger than an ass, Diodorus an elephant. Pliny ascribes to it the tail and teeth of a boar, adding that helmets and bucklers are made of the skin. Hippopotami figured in the triumphal processions of the Roman conquerors on their return home. Marcus Scaurus exhibited 5 crocodiles and an hippopotamus, and Augustus one in his triumph over Cleopatra. Antoninus exhibited hippopotami with lions and other animals. Commodus no less than 5, some of which he slew with his own hand. Heliogabalus and the 3rd Gordian also exhibited hippopotami. The hippopotamus of the London Zoological Society was joined by his mate, the more juvenile Adela, in 1853. 2 hippopotami have lately been born in Europe, one in the Garden of Plants at Paris in 1858, and another in the Zoological Gardens at Amsterdam in 1866. With regard to the alleged disappearance of the hippopotamus from Lower Egypt, Cuvier remarks That's the French savants attached to the expedition to Egypt who ascended the Nile above Sion did not meet with one. In some of the rivers of Liberia and other parts, perhaps of Western Africa, a second species of hippopotamus exists, and is proved to be a very distinct animal. We have yet to glance at the hippopotami of a former world. Many species are recognised in the fossil remains of Europe and Asia as formerly existing in England and in France. Cuvier detected bones of the hippopotamus among the fossil wealth of the Great Kirkdale Cavern in Yorkshire in 1821. They have also been found in France, and especially in the Sawatic Hills in India. In the Museum of the London Zoological Society are 2 skulls of hippopotami, one fossil. This measures 2 feet 3 inches, and allowing for skin and lip, 2 feet 6 inches. Now, as the head is about 1/5 the length of the body without the tail, the full-grown animal would be little, if any, short of 15 feet from nose to tail, a size worthy the description of the behemoth. We may here add that Burckhardt, in his Travels in Nubia, describes the voice of the hippopotamus as a hard and heavy sound, like the creaking or groaning of a large wooden door. This noise, he says, is made when the animal raises its huge head out of the water and when he retires into it again. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. Lion Talk, Part 1. The lion has, within the present century, lost caste, and fallen considerably from his high estate. He has been stripped of much of his conventional reputation by the spirit of inquiry into the validity of olden notions, which characterizes the present age, and it appears that much of his celebrity is founded upon popular error. Nor are these results the work of stay-at-home travelers, but they are derived from the observation and experience of those who, amidst scenes of perilous adventure, seek to enlarge and correct our views of the habit and character of the overrated lion. Mr. Bennett, in his admirable work, The Tower Menagerie, has these very sensible remarks. In speaking of the lion, we call up to our imaginations the splendid picture of might unmingled with ferocity, of courage undebased by guile, of dignity tempered by grace, and ennobled by generosity. Such is the lion of Buffon, who, in describing this animal, as in too many other instances, has suffered himself to be borne along by the strong tide of popular opinion. But as the lion appears in his native regions, according to the authentic accounts of those travelers and naturalists who have had the best means of correctly observing his habits, he is by no means so admirable a creature. Where the timid antelope and powerless monkey fall his easy and unresisting prey, or where the elephant and buffalo find their unwieldy bulk and strength no adequate protection against his impetuous agility, he stalks boldly to and fro in fearless majesty. But in the neighborhood of man, even in that of uncultivated savages, he skulks in treacherous ambush for his prey. Of his forbearance and generosity, it can merely be said that, when free, he destroys only what is sufficient to satiate his hunger or revenge, and when in captivity, his wants being provided for, and his feelings not irritated, he suffers smaller animals to live unmolested in his den, or submits to the control of a keeper by whom he is fed. But even this limited degree of docility is liable to fearful interruptions from the calls of hunger, the feelings of revenge, and these he frequently cherishes for a long period, with various other circumstances which render it dangerous to approach him in his most domesticated state, without ascertaining his immediate mood and temper. That an animal which seldom attacks by open force, but silently approaches his victim, and when he imagines his prey to be within his reach, bounds upon it with an overwhelming leap, should ever have been regarded as the type of courage and the emblem of magnanimity, is indeed most astonishing. The generosity of disposition so liberally accorded to this powerful beast has been much and eloquently praised, and it seems hard to dissipate the glowing vision which Buffon has raised. But if there is any dependence to be placed on the observations of those travelers who have had the best opportunities of judging, and have the highest character for veracity, we must be compelled to acknowledge that Buffon's lion is the lion of poetry and prejudice, and very unlike the cautious, lurking savage that steals on its comparatively weak prey by surprise, overwhelms it at once by the terror, the weight, and the violence of the attack, and is intent only on the gratification of the appetite. At the time, says Mr. Burchell, when men first adopted the lion as the emblem of courage, it would seem that they regarded great size and strength as indicating it, but they were greatly mistaken in the character they had given of the indolent animal. Indeed, Mr. Burchell calls the lion an indolent, skulking animal. The fact of the lion sparing the dog that was thrown to him, and making a friend of the little animal that was destined for his prey, has been much dwelt on. But these and other such acts of mercy, as they have been called, may be very easily accounted for. If not pressed by hunger, the lion will seldom be at the trouble of killing prey, and the desire for a companion has created much stronger friendships between animals in confinement than between a lion and a little dog. St. Pierre touchingly describes the Lion of Versailles, who in 1792 lived most happily with a dog, and on whose death he became disconsolate and miserable, and in confinement the lordly lion, as Young calls him, has been known to be deeply afflicted with melancholy at similar losses. The lion is easily tamed, and capable of attachment to man. The story of Androdus, frequently called Androcles, is too well known to need more than allusion. But in this and other stories of lions licking men's hands without injuring them, there must be a stretch of fancy, for the lion's tongue has sharp thorn points inclining backwards, so as not to be able to lick the hand without tearing away the skin, which anyone will understand who has heard the lion tear the raw meat away from the bone of his food. Still, very different accounts are given by travelers of the cruelty or generosity of the lion's nature, which results, in all probability, from a difference in time or circumstances, or the degree of hunger which the individual experienced when the respective observations were made upon him. Meanwhile, there are many points in the history of the lion which are yet but imperfectly understood, the explanations of which, whilst they are interesting, add to our current knowledge of this still extraordinary animal. The lion has been styled the king of the forest, which is not very applicable to him, seeing that Mr. Burchell, at least, never met with but one lion on the plains, nor did he ever meet with one in any of the forests where he had been. The low cover that creeps along the sides of streams, the patches that mark the springs in the rank grass of the valley, seem to be the shelter which the African lion, for the most part, seeks. His strength is extraordinary. To carry off a man, and there are dismal accounts of this horrible fact, which there is no reason to doubt, appears a feat of no difficulty to this powerful brute. A Cape lion, seizing a heifer in his mouth, has carried her off with the same ease as a cat does a rat, and has leaped with her over a broad dike without the least difficulty. A young lion, too, has conveyed a horse about a mile from the spot where he had killed it. There seems to be an idea that the lion preserves human prey, but, be this as it may, the inhabitants of certain districts have been under the necessity of resorting to a curious expedient to get out of the lion's reach. Alien, by the way, records the extinction of a Libyan people by an invasion of lions. We read of a large tree in the country of the Mantites, which has amidst its limbs 14 conical huts. These are used as dormitories, being beyond the reach of the lions, which, since the incursions of the Mantites, when so many thousands of persons were massacred, have become very numerous in the neighborhood, and destructive to human life. The branches of the above trees are supported by forked sticks or poles, and there are 3 tiers or platforms on which the huts are constructed. The lowest is 9 feet from the ground, and holds 10 huts. The second, about 8 feet high, has 3 huts, and the upper story, if it may be so called, contains 4. The ascent to these is made by notches cut in the poles. The huts are built with twigs and thatched with straw, and will contain 2 persons conveniently. This tree stands at the base of a range of mountains due east of Curaçao, in a place called Angaratsi Fountain, about 1,000 miles northeast of Cape Town. Curaçao is the Staffordshire as well as the Birmingham of that part of South Africa. There are likewise whole villages of huts erected on stakes, about 8 feet from the ground. The inhabitants, it is stated, sit under the shade of these platforms during the day, and retire to the elevated huts at night. Though mortal accidents frequently occur in lion hunting, the cool sportsman seldom fails of using his rifle with effect. Lions, when roused, it seems, walk off quietly at first, and if no cover is near, and they are not pursued, they gradually mend their pace to a trot, till they have reached a good distance, and then they bound away. Their demeanor is careless, as if they did not want a fray, but if pressed, are ready to fight it out. If they are pursued closely, they turn and crouch, generally with their faces to the adversary. Then the nerves of the sportsman are tried. If he is collected and master of his craft, the well-directed rifle ends the scene at once. But if, in the flutter of the moment, the vital parts are missed, or the ball passes by, leaving the lion unhurt, the infuriated beast frequently charges on his enemies, dealing destruction around him. This, however, is not always the case, and a steady, unshrinking deportment has, in some instances, saved the life of the hunter. There is hardly a book of African travels which does not teem with the dangers and hairbreadth escapes of the lion hunters, and hardly one that does not include a fatal issue to some engaged in this hazardous sport. The modes of destruction employed against the powerful beast are very various, from the poisonous arrow of the bushman to the rifle of the colonist. The lion may be safely attacked while sleeping, because of the dullness of his sense of hearing, the difficulty of awakening him, and his want of presence of mind if he be so awakened. Thus the Bushmen of Africa are enabled to keep the country tolerably clear of lions, without encountering any great danger. The bone of the lion's foreleg is of remarkable hardness, from its containing a greater quantity of phosphate of lime than is found in ordinary bones, so that it may resist the powerful contraction of the muscles. The texture of this bone is so compact that the substance will strike fire with steel. He has little sense of taste, his lingual or tongue nerve not being larger than that of a middle-sized dog. The true lions belong to the Old World exclusively, and they were formerly widely and abundantly diffused, but at present they are confined to Asia and Africa, and they are becoming every day more and more scarce in those quarters of the globe. That lions were once found in Europe there can be no doubt. Thus it is recorded by Herodotus that the baggage camels of the army of Xerxes were attacked by lions in the country of the Rheonians, and the Crestoniae on their march from Acanthus, near the peninsula of Mount Athos, to Therma. Afterwards Thessalonica, now Saloniki. The camels alone, it is stated, were attacked, other beasts remaining untouched, as well as men. Pausanias copies the above story, and states, moreover, that lions often descended into the plains at the foot of Olympus, which separate Macedonia from Thessaly, and that Polydamas, a celebrated athlete, slew one of the lions, although he was unarmed. Nor is Europe the only part of the world from which the form of the lion has disappeared. Lions are no longer to be found in Egypt, Palestine, or Syria, where they once were evidently far from uncommon. The frequent allusions to the lion in the Holy Scriptures, and the various Hebrew terms there used to distinguish the different ages and sex of the animal, prove a familiarity with the habits of the race. Even in Asia generally, with the exception of some countries between India and Persia, and some districts of Arabia, these magnificent beasts have, as Cuvier observes, become comparatively rare, and this is not to be wondered at. To say nothing of the immense drafts on the race for the Roman arena, and they were not inconsiderable, for, as Zimmerman has shown, there were 1,000 lions killed at Rome in the space of 40 years. Population and civilization have gradually driven them within narrower limits, and their destruction has been rapidly worked in modern times, when firearms have been used against them instead of the bow and the spear. Sylla gave a combat of 100 lions at once in his aedileship, but this exhibition is insignificant when compared with those of Pompey and Caesar, the former of whom exhibited a fight of 600, and the latter of 400 lions. In Pompey's show, 315 of the 600 were males. The early emperors consumed great numbers, frequently 100 at a time, to gratify the people. The African lion is annually retiring before the persecution of man farther and farther from the Cape. Mr. Bennett says of the lion, "His true country is Africa, in the vast and untrodden wilds of which, from the immense deserts of the north to the trackless forests of the south, he reigns supreme and uncontrolled. In the sandy deserts of Arabia, in some of the wild districts of Persia, and in the vast jungles of Hindostan, he still maintains a precarious footing. But from the classic soil of Greece, as well as from the whole of Asia Minor, both of which were once exposed to his ravages, he has been entirely dislodged and extirpated." Niebuhr places lions among the animals of Arabia, but their proper country is Africa, where their size is the largest, their numbers are greatest, and their rage more tremendous, being inflamed by the influence of a burning sun upon a most arid soil. Dr. Fryer says that those of India are feeble and cowardly. In the interior parts, amidst the scorched and desolate deserts of Zahara or Biladujarid, they reign the masters. They lord it over every beast, and their courage never meets with a check where the climate keeps mankind at a distance. The nearer they approach the habitations of the human race, the less their rage, or rather the greater is their timidity. They have often had experienced unequal combats, and finding that there exists a being superior to themselves, commit their ravages with more caution. A cooler climate again has the same effect, but in the burning deserts, where rivers and springs are denied, they live in a perpetual fever, a sort of madness fatal to every animal they meet with. The watchfulness and tenacity of the lion for human prey are very extraordinary. Mr. Barrow relates that a lion once pursued a Hottentot from a pool of water, where he was driving his cattle to drink, to an olive tree, in which the man remained for 24 hours, while the lion laid himself at the foot of the tree. The patience of the beast was at length worn out by his desire to drink, and while he satisfied his thirst, the Hottentot fled to his house about a mile off. The lion, however, returned to the tree and tracked the man within 300 yards of his dwelling. Dr. Phillip relates a horrible story of a very large lion recorded at Cape Town in the year 1705. He was known to have seized a sentry at a tent, and was pursued and fired at by many persons without effect. Next morning the lion walked up a hill with the man in his mouth, when about 40 shots were fired at him without hitting him, and it was perceived by the blood and a piece of the clothes of the sentry that the lion had taken him away and carried him with him. He was pursued by a band of Hottentots, one of whom he seized with his claws by the mantle, when the man stabbed him with an assegai. Other Hottentots adorned him with their assegais, so that he looked like a porcupine. He roared and leaped furiously, but was at length shot dead. He had a short time before carried off a Hottentot and devoured him. End of section 10. Section 11 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. Lion Talk, Part 2. The Bengal or Asiatic lion is distinguished from that of southern Africa, principally by the larger size, the more regular and graceful form, the generally darker color, and the less extensive mane than the African. William Harvey, the graceful artist, drew a portrait of a very fine Bengal lion, little more than 5 years old, and then in the Tower collection, and called by the keepers the Old Lion. The magnificent development of the mane is very striking in this figure. Maneless lions have been found on the confines of Arabia, and were known to Aristotle and Pliny. A maneless lion is also said to be represented on the monuments of Upper Egypt. The lion of Arabia has neither the courage, nor the stature, nor even the beauty of the lion of Africa. He uses cunning rather than force. He crouches among the reeds which border the Tigris and Euphrates, and springs upon all the feeble animals which come there to quench their thirst. But he dares not attack the boar, which is very common there, and flies as soon as he perceives a man, a woman, or even a child. If he catches a sheep, he makes off with his prey, but he abandons it to save himself when an Arab looks after him. If he is hunted by horsemen, which often happens, he does not defend himself unless he is wounded, and has no hope of safety by flight. In such a case he will fly on a man and tear him to pieces with his claws, for it is courage more than strength that he wants. Ahmed Pasha of Baghdad, from 1724 to 1747, would have been torn by one, after breaking his lance in a hunt, if his slave Suleiman, who succeeded him in the pashalik, had not come promptly to his succor, and pierced with a blow of his yataghan the lion already wounded by his master. In December 1833, Captain Walter Smee exhibited to the Zoological Society of London the skins of a lion and lioness killed by him in Gujarat, and distinguished from those previously known by the absence of a mane. The tail was shorter than that of the ordinary lion, and furnished at its tip with a much larger brush or tuft, and in the tuft of the older lion was a short horny claw or nail. The color is fulvous, which in darker specimens has a tinge of red. A male maneless lion killed by Captain Smee measured, including the tail, 8 feet 9½ inches in length, the impression of his paw on the sand 6¼ inches across, and his height was 3 feet 6 inches. These maneless lions are found in Gujarat, along the banks of the Sabarmati, in low bushy wooded plains, being driven out of the large adjoining tracts of high grass jungle by the natives annually setting fire to the grass. Here Captain Smee killed his finest specimens. They were so common in this district that he killed no fewer than 11 during a residence of about a month, yet scarcely any of the natives had seen them previously to his coming amongst them. The cattle were frequently carried off by these lions. Some natives attributed this to tigers, which, however, do not exist in this part of the country. Captain Smee could not learn that men had been attacked by these lions. When struck by a ball, they exhibited great boldness, standing as if preparing to resist their pursuers, and then going off slowly and in a very sullen manner. In captivity, the lioness usually turns extremely savage when she becomes a mother, and in a state of nature both parents guard their young with the greatest jealousy. Early in the year 1823, General Watson, then on service in Bengal, being out one morning on horseback, armed with a double-barreled rifle, was suddenly surprised by a large male lion, which bounded out upon him from the thick jungle, at the distance of only a few yards. He instantly fired, and the shot taking complete effect, the animal fell almost dead at his feet. No sooner had the lion fallen than the lioness rushed out, which the general also shot at and wounded severely, so that she retired into the thicket. Thinking that the den could not be far distant, he traced her to her retreat, and there dispatched her. And in the den were found 2 beautiful cubs, a male and a female, apparently not more than 3 months old. This is a very touching narrative, even of the lion family. The general brought the cubs away. They were suckled by a goat and sent to England, where they arrived in September 1823 as a present to George IV, and were lodged in the Tower. When young, lions mew like a cat. At the age of 10 or 12 months, the mane begins to appear in the male. At the age of 18 months this appendage is considerably developed, and they begin to roar. The roar of the adult lion is terrific, from the larynx or upper part of the windpipe being proportionately greater than in the whale or the elephant or any other animal. Mr. Burchell describes the roar, on some occasions, to resemble the noise of an earthquake, and this terrific effect is produced by the lion laying his head upon the ground, and uttering, as it were, a half-stifled roar or growl, which is conveyed along the earth. The natural period of the lion's life is generally supposed to be 20 or 22 years. Such is Buffon's limitation. but the animal will, it seems, live much longer. Pompey, the great lion, which died in 1766, was said to have been in the Tower above 70 years, and a lion from the river Gambia is stated to have since died in the Tower menagerie at the age of 63. There had been for ages a popular belief that the lion lashes his sides with his tail to stimulate himself into rage. When, in 1832, there was exhibited to the Zoological Society a claw obtained from the tip of the tail of a Barbary lion, presented to the Society's menagerie by Sir Thomas Reed. It was detected on the living animal by Mr. Bennet, and pointed out to the keeper, in whose hands it came off while he was examining it. Blumenbach quotes Homer, Lucan, and Pliny, among others, who have described the lion, erroneously, as lashing himself with his tail when angry to provoke his rage. None of these writers, however, advert to any peculiarity in the lion's tail, to which so extraordinary a function might, however incorrectly, be attributed. Didymus Alexandrinus, a commentator on the Iliad, cited by Blumenbach, having found a black prickle like a horn among the hair of the tail, immediately conjectured that he had ascertained the true cause of the stimulus when the animal flourishes his tail in defiance of his enemies, remarking that, when punctured by this prickle, the lion became more irritable from the pain which it occasioned. The subject, however, appears to have slumbered till 1829, when M. Deschet announced that he had found the prickle both of a lion and lioness, which had died in the French menagerie, and described it as a little nail or horny production, adhering by its base only to the skin, and not to the last caudal vertebra. From that period Mr. Wood, the able zoologist, examined the tail of every lion, living or dead, to which he could gain access, but in no instance had he succeeded in finding the prickle till the above specimen, which was placed in his hands within half an hour after its removal from the living animal, and while yet soft at its base, where it had been attached to the skin. Its shape was nearly straight, then slightly contracted, forming a very obtuse angle, and afterwards swelling out like the bulb of a bristle to its termination. It was laterally flattened throughout its entire length, which did not amount to quite 3/8 of an inch, of horn color, and nearly black at the tip. Its connection with the skin must have been very slight, which accounts for its usual absence in stuffed as well as living specimens. This does not depend upon age, as it was found alike in the Paris lions of considerable size, as well as in the Zoological Society's lions, very small and young, nor did it depend upon sex. It appears to be occasionally present in the leopard, and in both lion and leopard it is seated at the extreme tip of the tail, and is altogether unconnected with the terminal caudal vertebra, not fitted on like a cap, but rather inserted into the skin. The use of the prickle, however, it still remained difficult to conjecture, but that its existence was known to the ancients is proved by the Nimrud sculptures in the British Museum, in an exaggerated representation of the claw, in support of this curious fact in natural history. The existence of the claw has been proved by Mr. Bennet, and it is no small gratification to be able now to quote in evidence of the statement of Mr. Bennet and of his predecessor, Didymus of Alexandria, the original and authentic document, on the authority of the veritable descendants of the renowned hunter Nimrud, which anyone may read who will take the trouble to examine the sculptured slab in the British Museum. In the Nineveh galleries of the British Museum we also see pictured in stone the employment of the lion, in the life of Assyria and Babylonia 3,000 years since, in the events of a succession of dynasties, recording the sieges of cities, the combats of warriors, the triumphs of kings, the procession of victors, the chains and fetters of the vanquished. To the zoological observer, these sculptures present drawings ad naturam of tableaux of lions and lion hunts, lions in combat, as well as in movable dens and cages, and the ferocity of the chase, and lions transfixed with arrows or javelins in the arena. One of the finest of these sculptures is in the representation of a lion hunt, on a long slab that lined the principal chamber of the most ancient palace at Nimrod. The king is in his chariot, drawn by 3 horses, which the charioteer is urging forward to escape the attack of an infuriated lion that has already placed its forepaws upon the back of the chariot. At this critical moment, the royal descendant of the mighty hunter aims a deadly shaft at the head of the roaring and wounded lion, the position of whose tail and limbs is finely indicative of rage and fury. Behind the lion are 2 of the king's attendants, fully armed and holding their daggers and shields, ready to defend themselves in case the prey should escape the arrow of the king. Before the chariot is a wounded lion crawling from under the horse's feet. The cringing agony conveyed in its entire action is well contrasted with the undaunted fury of the former. In another slab we have the continuation of the same lion hunt, representing the triumphant return of the king from the chase. At his feet lies the lion subdued, but not dead. Of the pageantry of the lion, we read in Bell's Travels that the monarch of Persia had, on days of audience, 2 great lions chained on each side of the passage to the stateroom, led there by keepers in golden chains. Our early English sovereigns had a menagerie in the Tower from the reign of Henry III, 1252. In 1370, 44 Edward III, are entries of payments made to the keeper of the king's lions and leopards, there at the rate of 6d. a day for his wages, and 6d. a day for each beast. The number of beasts varied from 4 to 7. 2 young lions are especially mentioned, and a lion lately sent by the Lord the Prince from Germany to England to our Lord the King. And we read in Lord Burghley's Diary, 1586, of the grant of the keeping of the lions in the Tower, with the fine of 12d. per diem and 6d. for the meat of those lions. The first menagerie building was the Lion Tower, to which was added a semicircular enclosure, where lions and bears were baited with dogs, with which James I and his court were much delighted. A lion was named after the reigning king, and it was popularly believed that when the king dies, the lion of that name dies after him. The last of the Tower animals were transferred to the Zoological Society's menagerie in the Regent's Park in 1834. The Tower menagerie is well described in a handsome volume with woodcut portraits by William Harvey. The punishment of being thrown to lions is stated as common among the Romans of the 1st century, and numerous tales are extant in which the fierce animals became meek and lamb-like before the holy virgins of the Church. This indeed is the origin of the superstition, nowhere more beautifully expressed than in Lord Byron's Siege of Corinth. 'Tis said that a lion will turn and flee from a maid in the pride of her purity. Every wild beast show almost has its tame lion, with which the keeper takes the greatest liberties which the beast will suffer, generally speaking, from none but him. Major Smith relates that he had seen the keeper of a lioness stand upon the beast, drag her round the cage by her tail, open her jaws and thrust his head between her teeth. Another keeper at New York had provided himself with a fur cap, the novelty of which attracted the notice of the lion, which, making a sudden grapple, tore the cap off his head as he passed the cage. But perceiving that the keeper was the person whose head he had thus uncovered, he immediately laid the cap down. Wombwell in his menagerie had a fine lion, Nero, that allowed strangers to enter his den, and even put their heads within his jaws. This tameness is not, however, to be trusted, since the natural ferocity of some lions is never safely subdued. Lions which have been sometimes familiar have on other occasions been known to kill their keepers, and dart at those who have incautiously approached too near their cage. All these exhibitions have been entirely eclipsed by the feats of Van Amberg in his exercise of complete control over lions. The melancholy fate of the Lion Queen, however, tells of the fatal result of her confidence. The lion-killing feats of Captain Gordon Cumming had a more legitimate object in view, to render us more familiar with the zoological character of the lion. Colonization has scarcely yet extirpated the lion in Algeria, where the French colonists make fine sport of the king of the beasts. Monsieur Jules Gerard, a Nimrud in his way, has been noted for his lion-killing feats. We read of his tracking a large old lion in the Smalls country, 100 leagues in 10 days, without catching a glimpse of anything but his footprints. At length, accompanied by a native of the country and a Spahi, Gerard took up his quarters at the foot of a tree upon the path which the old lion had taken. It was moonlight, and Gerard made out 2 lions sitting about 100 paces off, and exactly in the shadow of the tree. The Arab lay snoring 10 paces off in the full light of the moon, and had, doubtless, attracted the attention of the lions. Gerard expressly forbade the Spahi to wake the Arab. Our lion hunter then got up the hill to reconnoiter. The boldest of the lions came up to within 10 paces of Gerard, and 15 of the Arab. The lion's eye was fixed on the latter, and the second lion placed himself on a level with, and 4 or 5 paces from, the first. They proved to be both full-grown lionesses. Gerard took aim at the first as she came rolling and roaring down to the foot of the tree. The Arab was scarcely awakened when a second ball stretched the lioness dead upon the spot. Gerard then looked out for the second lioness, who was standing up within 15 paces, looking around her. He fired, and she fell down roaring, and disappeared in a field of maize. She fell, but was still alive. Next morning at daybreak, at the spot where the lioness had fallen, were blood marks, denoting her track in the direction of a wood. After sending off the dead lioness, Gerard returned to his post of the preceding night. A little after sunset, the lion roared in his lair, and continued roaring all night. Convinced that the wounded lioness was there, Gerard sent 2 Arabs to explore the cover, but they durst not. He next evening reached the lair, taking with him a goat, which he left with the Arabs. The lioness appeared. Gerard fired, and she fell without a struggle. She was believed dead, but she got up again, as though nothing was the matter, and showed all her teeth. One of the Arabs, within 6 paces of her, seeing her get up, clung to the lower branches of a tree, and disappeared like a squirrel. The lioness fell dead at the foot of the tree, a second bullet piercing her heart. The first had passed out of the nape of the neck without breaking the skull bone. The lions presented by Lord Prudhoe to the British Museum are the best sculptured representations of the animal in this country. Although the lion is our national hieroglyphic, and there are many statues of him, yet not one among them all appears without a defect, which makes our representations of him belong to the class Canis instead of Felis, a fault not found in any Egyptian sculpture. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. Section 12. Bird Life. Behold the fowls of the air, for they sow not, neither do they reap, nor gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feedeth them. Matthew 6:26. Free tenants of land, air, and ocean, their forms all symmetry, their motions grace, in plumage delicate and beautiful, thick without burthen, close as fishes' scales, or loose as full-blown poppies on the gales, with wings that seem as they'd a soul within them, they bear their owners with such sweet enchantment. James Montgomery. Birds, as regards structure, are perhaps the most perfectly endowed, as they are certainly the most beautiful and interesting of all the lower animals. In birds, there is an admirable mechanism and adaptation, both for gliding in the air and swimming in the water. They surpass all other animals in the faculty of continuing their motion without resting, as well as in its rapidity. The fleetest courser can scarcely ever run more than a mile in a minute, nor support that speed beyond 5 or 6 such exertions, but the joyous swallow does this tenfold for pleasure. In his usual way he flies at the rate of 1 mile in a minute, and Wilson, the ornithologist, ascertained that the swallow is so engaged for 10 hours every day. So can the bluebird of America for a space of 600 miles. Our carrier pigeons move with half that celerity. One flew from Liskeard to London, 220 miles, in 6 hours. The golden eagle is supposed to dart through the fiercest storm at the rate of 160 miles an hour. But one of our smallest birds, the swift, can even quadruple the most excited quickness of the racehorse for a distance. Spallanzani thought that the little swift traveled at the rate of 250 miles an hour. Inquiries into the phenomena of the flight of birds would lead us far beyond our limits. The subject is beset with error. Thus we read, "Everyone has remarked the manner in which birds of prey float, as it were, without any effort, and with steady expanded wings at great heights in the atmosphere. This they are enabled to do from the quantity of air contained in the air cells of their bodies, which air being taken in at a low level in the atmosphere, of course rarefies and expands as the bird ascends into higher regions. Their rapidity of descent must be accomplished by the sudden expulsion of this air, aided by their muscular efforts." Now Dr. Crisp has read to the Zoological Society a paper on the presence or absence of air in the bones of birds. For the purpose of showing the prevailing error upon the subject, viz., that the bones of the bird are filled with air, of 52 British birds recently dissected by him, only one, the sparrowhawk, had the bones generally perforated for the admission of air. In 13 others, the humeri only were hollow, and among these were several birds of short flight. In the remaining 38, neither the humeri nor the femora contained air, although in this list were several birds of passage and of rapid flight. Dr. Crisp's conclusion being that the majority of British birds have no air in their bones, and that, with the exception of the falcons, but very few British birds have hollow femora. Mr. Gould records a most remarkable instance of rapid and sustained flight, which he witnessed on his return from North America, whither he had proceeded for the purpose of studying the habits and manners of the species of Trochilus, hummingbird, frequenting that portion of America. Having remarked that he arrived just prior to the period of the migration of this bird from Mexico to the north, and had ample opportunities for observing it in a state of nature, he noticed that its actions were very peculiar and quite different from those of all other birds. The flight is performed by a motion of the wings so rapid as to be almost imperceptible. Indeed, the muscular power of this little creature appears to be very great in every respect, as, independently of its rapid and sustained flight, it grasps the small twigs, flowers, etc., upon which it alights with the utmost tenacity. It appears to be most active in the morning and evening, and to pass the middle of the day in a state of sleepy torpor. Occasionally it occurs in such numbers that 50 or 60 birds may be seen in a single tree. When captured, it so speedily becomes tame that it will feed from the hand or mouth within half an hour. Mr. Gould, having been successful in keeping a hummingbird alive in a gauze bag attached to his breast button for 3 days, during which it readily fed from a bottle filled with syrup of brown sugar and water, he determined to make an attempt to bring some living examples to England, in which he succeeded, but unfortunately they did not long survive their arrival. The adaptation of color in birds to their haunts strikingly tends to be their preservation. The small birds which frequent hedges have backs of a brownish or brownish-green hue, and their bellies are generally whitish or light-colored, so as to harmonize with the sky. Thus they become less visible to the hawk or cat that passes above or below them. The wayfarer across the fields also treads upon the skylark before he sees it warbling to heaven's gate. The goldfinch or thistlefinch passes much of its time among flowers, and is vividly colored accordingly. The partridge can hardly be distinguished from the fallow or stubble among which it crouches, and it is considered an accomplishment among sportsmen to have a good eye for finding a hare sitting. In northern countries, the winter dress of the hares and ptarmigans is white, to prevent detection among the snows of those inclement regions. The song of birds is popularly explained by the author of a work entitled The Music of Nature, in which he illustrates the vocal machinery of birds as follows. It is difficult to account for so small a creature as a bird making a tone as loud as some animal 1,000 times its size. But a recent discovery shows that in birds the lungs have several openings communicating with corresponding air bags or cells, which fill the whole cavity of the body from the neck downward, and into which the air passes and repasses in the progress of breathing. This is not all. The very bones are hollow, from which air pipes are conveyed to the most solid parts of the body, even into the quills and feathers. The air being rarefied by the heat of their body adds to their levity. By forcing the air out of their body, they can dart down from the greatest heights with astonishing velocity. No doubt the same machinery forms the basis of their vocal powers, and at once resolves the mystery into a natural ordering of parts. This is a very pretty story, but unfortunately it is not correct, as already shown. A correspondent of the Athenaeum, writing in 1866, says, He would be a bold man who should say that birds have no delight in their own songs. I have been led to conclude from experiments which I have made and from other observations that certain animals, especially birds, have not only an ear for fine sounds, but also a preference for the things they see out of respect to fine colors or other pleasing external features. It is chiefly among birds, when we consider the case of animals, that a taste for ornament and for glittering objects, often very startling and human-like, is to be found. The habits of the pheasant, peacock, turkey, bird of paradise, several birds of the pigeon and crow kind, and certainly singing birds, are evidence. The Australian satin bowerbird is the most remarkable of that class which exhibit taste for beauty or for glittering objects out of themselves, that is, beauty not directly personal, collecting, in fact, little museums of shells, gaudy feathers, shining glass, or bits of colored cloth or pottery. It will be found with many birds that fine plumes, a mirror, and an admirer are not altogether objects devoid of interest. Another consideration leading me to the same conclusion is the fact that beauty in animals is placed on prominent parts or on parts which by erection or expansion are easily, and at the pairing season, frequently rendered prominent, such as a crest or tail. A spangle of ruby or emerald does not exist, for instance, on the side under the wing, which is seldom raised, of domestic poultry. Such jewels are hung where man himself wears his, on the face and forehead, or court attention like our own crowns, trains, shoulder knots, breast knots, painted cheeks, or jeweled ears. I cannot account for the existence of these gaudy ornaments to please man, for nowhere are they more gorgeous than in birds, which live in the depth of the tropical forest, where man is rarely a visitor. I cannot account for them on the principle that they do good to their possessors in the battle for life, because they rather render them conspicuous to their enemies, or coveted by man. But the beauty of these beings glows most brightly at the season of their pairing and the selection of their mates. Baron von Tschudi, the Swiss naturalist, has shown the important services of birds in the destruction of insects. Without birds, no agriculture or vegetation would be possible. They accomplish in a few months the profitable work of destruction which millions of human hands could not do half so well in as many years. And the sage, therefore, blamed in very severe terms the foolish practice of shooting and destroying birds, which prevails more especially in Italy, recommending, on the contrary, the process of alluring birds into gardens and cornfields. Among the most deserving birds he counts swallows, finches, titmice, redtails, etc. The naturalist then cites numerous instances in support of his assertion. In a flower garden of one of his neighbors, 3 rose trees had been suddenly covered with about 2,000 tree lice. At his recommendation, a marsh titmouse was located in the garden, which in a few hours consumed the whole brood, and left the roses perfectly clean. A redtail in a room was observed to catch about 900 flies in an hour. A couple of night swallows have been known to destroy a whole swarm of gnats in 15 minutes. A pair of golden-crested wrens carry insects as food to their nestlings upon an average of 36 times in an hour. For the protection of orchards and woods, titmice are of invaluable service. They consume in particular the eggs of the dangerous pine spiders. One single female of such spiders frequently lays from 600 to 800 eggs twice in the summer season, while a titmouse with her young ones consumes daily several thousands of them. Wrens, nuthatches, and woodpeckers often dexterously fetch from the crevices of tree bark numbers of insects for their nestlings. Yet profitless and wanton bird murder is common. The cliffs on the coasts of these islands are the resort of numerous kinds of seafowl, and these fowl, we are told, are slaughtered by thousands, not merely for the sake of their feathers, but actually for the mere savage pleasure of killing. What speculation can enter into such a proceeding it may puzzle the reader to imagine, but it seems that the wing feathers of the poor white gull are now inquired for in the plume trade, and we are actually told of an order given by a single house for 10,000 of these unhappy birds. When these facts were stated at the meeting of the British Association in August 1868 at Norwich, a lady stood up boldly in defiance of her sex, and declared that they sinned only through ignorance, and would never willingly wear the feathers of a bird destroyed in the act of feeding its young. That part of the case, therefore, ought to be now in safe hands. In the Isle of Man a law has been passed called the Seagull Preservation Act, protecting these birds by heavy penalties, on the ground of their utility in removing fish offal and guiding fishermen to shoals of fish. At a certain point of our shores a similar protection has been established. A visitor to the South Stack Lighthouse on the coast of Anglesey may see prodigious numbers of seafowl, as tame as complete safety can make them. It has been ascertained that in thick weather, when neither light can be distinguished nor signal seen, the incessant screams of these birds give the best of all warnings to the mariner of the vicinity of the rock. The noise they make can be heard at a greater distance than the tolling of the great bell, and so valuable was this danger signal considered that an order from the Trinity House forbade even the firing of the warning gun, lest the colony of seafowl should be disturbed. The signals of the bell and the cannon might be neglected or overpowered, but the birds were always there and always audible. It is inferred that birds possess some notion of power and of cause and effect from the various actions which they perform. Thus, relates Dr. Fleming, we have seen the hooded crow in Zetland, when feeding on small shellfish, able to break some of the tenderer kinds by means of its bill, aided in some cases by beating them against a stone. But as some of the larger shells, such as the bucky and the whelk, cannot be broken by such means, the crow employs another method, by which, in consequence of applying foreign power, it accomplishes its object. Seizing the shell with its claws, it mounts up into the air, and then loosing its hold causes the shell to fall among stones, in preference to the sand, the water, or the soil on the ground, that it may be broken and give easier access to the contained animal. Should the first attempt fail, a second or third is tried, with this difference that the crow rises higher in the air in order to increase the power of the fall and more effectually remove the barrier to the contained morsel. On such occasions we have seen a strong bird remain an apparently inattentive spectator of the process of breaking the shell, but coming to the spot with astonishing keenness when the effects of its neighbor had been successful, in order to share the spoil. Pennant mentions similar operations performed by crows on mussels. The brain of birds is, in general, large in proportion to the size of the body, and the instinctive powers are very perfect. A few kinds are rather dull and stupid, but the parrot, magpie, raven, and many others show great vivacity and quickness of intellect. The raven has a great deal of humor in him. One, a most amusing and mischievous creature, would get into a well-stocked flower garden, go to the beds where the gardener had sowed a great variety of seeds with sticks in the ground with labels, and then he would amuse himself with pulling up every stick and laying them in heaps of 10 or 12 on the path. This used to irritate the old gardener, who drove him away. The raven knew that he ought not to do it, or he would not have done it. He would soon return to his mischief, and when the gardener again chased him, the old man could not run very fast, the raven would just keep clear of the rake or the hoe in his hand, dancing before him, and singing as plainly as a raven could, "Tol-de-roll, with all kinds of mimicking gestures. The signal of danger among birds seems to be of universal comprehension, because the instant it is uttered, we hear the whole flock, though composed of various species, repeat a separate moan, and away they all scuttle into the bushes for safety. The sentinel birds give the signal, but in some cases they are deceived by false appearances. Dr. Edmonstone, in his View of the Zetland Isles, relates a very striking illustration of the neglect of the sentinel in his remarks on the shag. Great numbers of this species of the cormorant are sometimes taken during the night, while asleep on the rocks of easy access. But before they commit themselves to sleep, 1 or 2 of the number are appointed to watch. Until these sentinels are secured, it is impossible to make a successful impression on the whole body. To surprise them is, therefore, the first object. With this view, the leader of the expedition creeps cautiously and imperceptibly along the rock until he gets within a short distance of the watch. He then dips a worsted glove into the sea and gently throws water in the face of the guard. The unsuspecting bird, either disliking the impression or fancying from what he considers to be a disagreeable state of the weather that all is quiet and safe, puts his head under his wing, and soon falls asleep. His neck is then immediately broken, and the party dispatch as many as they choose. Addison was a true lover of nature, which he shows in 2 letters written by him to the Earl of Warwick after his son-in-law, when that nobleman was very young. "My dear lord," he writes, "I have employed the whole neighborhood in looking after birds' nests, and not altogether without success. My man found one last night, but it proved a hen's, with 15 eggs in it, covered with an old broody duck, which may satisfy your lordship's curiosity a little, though I am afraid the eggs will be of little use to us. This morning I have news brought me of a nest that has abundance of little eggs, streaked with red and blue veins, that by the description they give me must make a very beautiful figure in a string. My neighbors are very much divided in their opinions upon them. Some say they are skylarks, others will have them to be a canary birds, but I am much mistaken in the color and turn of the eggs if they are not full of tomtits." Again Addison writes, "Since I am so near your lordship, methinks after having passed the day amid more severe studies, you may often take a trip hither, and relax yourself with these little curiosities of nature. I assure you no less a man than Cicero commends the 2 great friends of his age, Scipio and Laelius, for entertaining themselves at the country house, which stood on the seashore, with picking up cockle shells and looking after birds' nests." In another letter Addison writes, "The business of this is to invite you to a concert of music, which I have found out in a neighboring wood. It begins precisely at 6 in the evening, and consists of a blackbird, a thrush, a robin redbreast, and a bullfinch. There is a lark that by way of overture sings and mounts till she is almost out of hearing, and afterwards, falling down leisurely, drops to the ground as soon as she has ended her song. The whole is concluded by a nightingale that has a much better voice than Mrs. Toft's, and something of the Italian manner in her divisions. If your lordship will honour me with your company, I will promise to entertain you with much better music and more agreeable scenes than you ever met with at the opera, and will conclude with a charming description of a nightingale out of our friend Virgil. So close in popular shades her children gone, the mother nightingale laments alone, whose nest some prying churl had found, and thence by stealth conveyed the unfeathered innocents. But she supplies the night with mournful strains, and melancholy music fills the plains. End of section 12. Read by Shelley Weingart, March 2024, Wareham, Massachusetts.
Section 13 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daria Hrobok. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. Birds, Eggs and Nests. The eggs of birds are variously tinted and mottled, and hence they become objects of interest to the collector. In this diversity of color, nature has, doubtless, some final object in view. And though not in every instance, yet in many, we can certainly see a design in the adaptation of the colors to the purpose of concealment, according to the habits of the various classes of birds. Thus, as a general rule, the eggs of birds, which have their nests in dark holes, or which construct nests that almost completely exclude the light, are white. As is also the case with those birds that constantly sit on their eggs, or leave them only for a short time during the night. Eggs of a light blue or light green tint will also be found in nests that are otherwise well concealed. While on the other hand, a great proportion of those nests that are in exposed situations have eggs varying in tints and spots in a remarkable degree, corresponding with the colors of external objects in their immediate neighborhood. Thus, a dull green color is common in most gallinaceous birds that form their nests in grass, and in aquatic birds among green hedges. A bright green color is prevalent among birds that nestle among trees and bushes, and a brown mottled color is found in those eggs that are deposited among furze, heath, shingle, and grey rocks and stones. Birds nesting, we need hardly remark, is a favorite pursuit of boyhood. But, in some cases, its attractions have induced young persons to take up more important branches of natural history, or the collection, systematic arrangement, and comparison of birds' eggs, which is, in scientific study, termed oology. And as the study of birds cannot be considered complete until they are known in every stage, it forms a branch of ornithology. In this case, birds nesting has a useful object. But many persons are content to acquire collections of eggs without troubling themselves about the birds which have laid them. The late Mr. John Whalley, M.A., was one of the leading authorities upon the subject of European ornithology, and was one of the number of university men who, about 12 years ago, established the ornithological journal called the Ibis, and who visited far distant and unexplored regions where they might hope to discover strange birds and unknown eggs. For several years, Algiers and Tunis were their favorite resorts, and the meeting places of many of our rarer birds were hunted up in these countries, even so far as the desert of the Great Sahara. Others preferred the New World as the scene of their labors, and collected long series of specimens in the highland of Guatemala and the tropical forests of Belize. Mr. Whalley, however, confined his attention principally to the northern parts of Europe, that region being the breeding quarters of a large number of birds which are only known in this country as winter visitants. In order to be at his collecting station at Muoniska, on the frontier of Finnish Lapland, at the earliest commencement of the breeding season, Mr. Whalley frequently passed the whole winter in that remote region. But the rigor of the climate under the Arctic Circle contributed to bring on a malady which terminated fatally in November 1859. Upon the decease of Mr. Wally, his large collection of birds' eggs, in accordance with his last wishes, became the property of his friend, Mr. Alfred Newton, who is publishing a catalogue of Mr. Wally's egg cabinet with notes from the deceased naturalist's journal. The first part contains the eggs of birds of prey, Accipitres, recognizable at once by their strongly hooked bill, formed to assist them in tearing their prey, and their large feet and sharpened claws, which aid them to grasp it. They are divisible into two very distinct groups: the diurnal birds of prey, consisting of the hawks, vultures, and eagles, and the nocturnal birds of prey, or owls. In the latter, the eggs are invariably colorless. In the former, they are often strongly marked and present some of the most beautiful objects in the whole series of birds' eggs. In the most recently published list of European birds, 52 species of birds of prey are given as occurring more or less frequently within the limits of our continent. Of the 3 generally recognized species of European vultures, 2 are well represented as regards their eggs in the Wallian series. A few years ago, the nesting of all these birds was utterly unknown to naturalists, and it was mainly through the extortions of Mr. Wally and his friends that specimens first reached our collectors' cabinets. Here we found both the Egyptian vulture and the griffon breeding abundantly in the Eastern Atlas in 1857, and the eyries of these birds have since been visited by other collectors in the same country. The eggs of the former of these vultures are remarkable for their deep and rich coloration. The productions of the griffon are not nearly so handsome, and are occasionally altogether destitute of markings. Of the eagles of Europe, the series of eggs is very full, especially of the 2 well-known British species, the golden eagle and sea eagle. The golden or mountain eagle is even nowadays much more common in the remote parts of the British Islands than is usually supposed to be the case. In 1852, Mr. Wally was acquainted with 5 nests of this bird in various parts of Scotland, and there were undoubtedly at least as many more of which he did not learn the particulars. The eyrie is usually placed in some mountainous district, on the ledge of some warm-looking rock, well clothed with vegetation and often by no means wild or exposed. Not unfrequently, under proper guidance, one can walk into the nest almost without climbing. Mr. Newton gives a very entertaining account of the taking of a pair of eggs from a nest in Argyllshire in 1861, where this seems to have been the case. In the whole ascent, there was only one ticklish place where it was necessary to go sideways on a narrow ledge around some rocks. The sea eagle, on the other hand, generally breeds on the high cliffs upon the coast, often selecting the most inaccessible position for its eyrie. Sometimes, however, it will choose an island in the middle of an island loch, and in such cases places its nest upon the ground or in a tree. Mr. Wally's well-written notes of his adventures in the quest of both these eagles, as also those relating to the other rapacious birds, will be read with much interest, as will also the details concerning the nesting habits of many of the rarer species of European birds, several of which, such as the rough-legged buzzard and the lap owl, were first dragged to their breeding quarters in the remotest wilds of Scandinavia by this indefatigable naturalist. Of large eggs, we are most familiar with those of the ostrich, of which Mr. Burchell, when in Africa, found 25 eggs in a hollow scratched in the sand, 6 feet in diameter, surrounded by a trench, but without grass, leaves, or sticks, as in the nests of other birds. In the trench were 9 more eggs, intended, as the Hottentots observed, as the first food of the 25 young ostriches. Between 60 and 70 eggs have been found in one nest. Each is equal to 24 eggs of the domestic hen, and holds 5 pins of a quarter of liquid. The shells are dirty white. The Hottentots string them together as bells or garlands, and they are frequently mounted as cups. 1 ostrich egg is a sufficient meal for 3 persons. The egg is cooked over the fire without either pot or water, the shell answering the purpose of the first, and the liquid nature of its contents that of the other. Less familiar to the reader are the gigantic eggs of the Epicure, a bird which formerly lived in Madagascar. One of these eggs contains the substance of 140 hen's eggs. Mr. Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire describes some portions of an egg of the Epicure which show the egg to have been of such a size as to be capable of containing about 10 English quarts. That in the Museum of the Jardin des Plantes can only contain 8 3/4 quarts. Mr. Strickland, in some notices of the dodo and its kindred, published in 1849, says that in the previous year a Mr. Damerel, a French merchant at Bourbon, saw at Port Leven, Madagascar, an enormous egg which held 13 wine-quart bottles of fluid. The natives stated that the egg was found in the jungle, and that such eggs were very, very rarely met with. A word or two about the nests of such gigantic birds. Captain Cook found on an island near the northeast coast of New Holland a nest of a most enormous size. It was built with sticks upon the ground and was no less than 26 feet in circumference and 2 feet 8 inches high. Kerr's collection of voyages and travels. Captain Flinders found 2 similar nests on the south coast of New Holland in King's George Bay. In his Voyage, London 1818, he says, "They were built upon the ground, from which they rose above 2 feet, and were of vast circumference and great interior capacity, the branches of trees and other matter of which each nest was composed being enough to fill a cart." Among the varieties of birds' nests are some very curious homes, of which we have but space to notice a few. The pendulous nest of the Indian baya bird is usually formed of the fibers of the palmyra, the cocoa nut palm, and wild date of India, sometimes mixed with grass, neatly interlaced and very strongly made. It consists of only one circular chamber with a long tubular passage leading to it and is suspended from a tree, preferred if overhanging water. The natives of India say the baya lights up its nest with fireflies. The bird lays from 4 to 6 white eggs. Bayas are of a very social disposition, numbers built on the same tree or neighboring trees and singing in concert during the breeding season. The baya is very docile and taught to fly off the finger and return again, to dart after a ring or small coin dropped into a deep well and catch it before it reaches the water, to fetch and carry and perform similar tricks. The nest of the brilliant golden-banded oriole is a hammock of twisted fibrous substances and is suspended in a low shrub so as to swing to the breeze. The twine-like fibers of which it is woven are the filaments of the gigantic palm. The threads break away from the leaf and hang like fringe to the magnificent foliage. The tailor birds are the best nest builders of all the feathered tribes. They interweave the nests between the twigs and branches of shrubs, or suspend the nests from them, and some of these birds have exercised arts from the creation which man has found of the greatest benefit to him since he discovered them. These birds, indeed, may be called the inventors of the several arts of the weaver, the seamstress, and the tailor, whence some of them have been denominated weaver and tailor birds. The nests of the latter are, however, most remarkable. India produces several species of tailor birds that sew together leaves for the protection of the eggs and nestlings from the voracity of serpents and apes. They generally select the end of a branch or twig and sew with cotton, thread, and fibers. Colonel Sykes has seen some in which the thread was literally knotted at the end. The inside of these nests is lined usually with down and cotton. Tailor birds are not confined to India or tropical countries. Italy can boast a species which exercises the same art. Mr. Gould has a specimen of this bird in his possession, and the Zoological Society have a nest in their museum. This little bird is species of the genus Sylvia. In summer and autumn frequents marshes, but in the spring it seeks the meadows and cornfields in which, at that season, the marshes being bare of the sedges which cover them in summer. It is compelled to construct its nest in tussocks of grass on the brinks of ditches, but the leaves of these being weak, easily split, so that it is difficult for our little seamstresses to unite them and so form the skeleton of the fabric. From this and other circumstances, the spring nests of these birds differ so widely from those made in the autumn that it seems next to impossible that both should be the work of the same artisan. The latter are constructed in a thick bunch of sedge or reed. They are shaped like a pear, being dilated below and narrow above, so as to leave an aperture sufficient for the ingress and egress of the bird. The greatest horizontal diameter of the nest is about 2.5 inches, and the vertical is 5 inches. The most wonderful thing in the construction of these nests is the method to which the little bird has recourse to keep united the living leaves of which it is composed. The soul in the weaving, more or less delicate, of the materials forms the principle adopted by other birds to bind together the walls of their nests. But this Sylvia is no weaver, for the leaves of the sedges or reeds are united by real stitches. In the edge of each leaf she makes, probably with her beak, minute apertures through which she contrives to pass, perhaps by means of the same organ, one or more cords formed of spider's web, particularly that of their egg pouches. Those threads are not very long, and are sufficient to pass 2 or 3 times from one leaf to another. They are of unequal thickness and have knots here and there, which in some places divide into 2 or 3 branches. This is the manner in which the exterior of the nest is formed. The interior consists mainly of down, chiefly from plants, a little spider's web being intermixed, which helps to keep the other substances together. The upper part and sides of the nests, that is, the external and internal, are in immediate contact. But in the lower part a greater space intervenes, filled with the slender foliage of grasses and other materials, which render soft and warm the bed on which the eggs are to repose. This little bird feeds on insects. Its flight is rectilinear, but consists of many curves with the concavity upwards. These curves equal in number the strokes of the wing, and at every stroke its whistle is heard, the intervals of which correspond with the rapidity of its flight. The Australian bowerbird, as its name implies, builds its nest like an arbor or bower, with twigs. In the British Museum are 2 specimens, each decorated, one with bones and freshwater shells, and the other with feathers and land shells, remarkable instances of taste for ornament already referred to in a preceding page. The satin or bowerbird is described by settlers in Australia as a very troublesome rascal, which besets gardens. If once allowed to make a lodgment there, it is very troublesome to get rid of him. He signalizes his arrival by pulling up in his restless, fussy way everything in the garden that he can tug out of the ground, even to the little sticks to mark the site of seeds. A settler had formed a garden in the bush. There was no enclosure of the kind for miles in any direction. A flock of bowerbirds came, he got his gun and shot 2 or 3. The flock went off, and he never saw another bird of the kind. The Cape swallows build nests which show extraordinary instinct allied to reason. A pair of these built their nest on the outside of a house at Cape Town against the angle formed by the wall and the board which supported the eaves. The whole of this nest was covered in, and it was furnished with a long neck or passage through which the birds passed in and out. It resembled a longitudinal section of a Florence oil flask. This nest, having crumbled away after the young birds had quitted it, the same pair of another of the same species built on the old foundation again. But this time an improvement was observable in the plan of it that can hardly be referred to the dictates of mere instinct. The body of the nest was of the same shape as before, but instead of a single passage, it was furnished with one at each side, running along the angle of the roof. And on watching the birds, they were seen invariably to go in at one passage and come out at the other. Besides saving themselves the trouble of turning in the nest and disturbing perhaps its interior arrangement, they were guarded by this contrivance against a surprise by serpents, which frequently creep up along the wall or descend from the thatch and devour both the mother and her brood. Dr. Livingstone relates a very curious instance of bird confinement under very strange circumstances. In passing through Mopane country in South Africa, his men caught a great number of the birds called corvi in their breeding places, which were holes in the mopane trees. They passed the nest of a corvi just ready for the female to enter. The orifice was plastered on both sides, but a space was left of a heart shape and exactly the size of the bird's body. The hole in the tree was in every case found to be prolonged some distance upwards above the opening, and thither the corvi always fled to escape being caught. In another nest that was found, one white egg, much like that of a pigeon, was laid, and the bird dropped another when captured. she had 4 besides in the ovarium. Dr. Livingstone first saw this bird at Colenbeng in the forest. He saw a slit only, about half an inch wide and 3 or 4 inches long, in a slight hollow of a tree. A native broke the clay which surrounded the slit, put his arm into the hole, and brought out a red-beaked hornbill, which he killed. He told Dr. Livingstone that when the female enters her nest, she submits to a real confinement. The male plasters up the entrance, leaving only a narrow slit by which to feed his mate, and which exactly suits the form of his beak. The female makes a nest of her own feathers, lays her eggs, hatches them, and then remains with the young till they are fully fledged. During all this time, which is stated to be 2 or 3 months, the male continues to feed her and the young family. The prisoner generally becomes quite fat and is esteemed a very dainty morsel by the natives, while the poor slave of a husband gets so lean that, on the sudden lowering of the temperature, which sometimes happens after a fall of rain, he is benumbed, falls down, and dies. Dr. Livingstone, on passing the same tree at Colenbeng about 8 days afterwards, found the hole plastered up again, as if, in the short time that had elapsed, the disconsolate bird husband had procured another wife. Dr. L. saw a nest with the plastering not quite finished, and others completed. He also received elsewhere, besides Colenbeng, the same account that the bird comes forth when the young are fully fledged, at the period when the corn is ripe. Indeed, her appearance abroad with her young is one of the signs they have for knowing when it ought to be so. The time is between 2 and 3 months. She is said sometimes to hatch 2 eggs, and when the young of these are full-fledged, the other 2 are just out of the eggshells. She then leaves the nest with the 2 elder. The orifice is again plastered up, and both male and female attend to the wants of the young. There is a specimen of a nest in the gardens of the Zoological Society, which merits description besides that of the bowerbird. Such is the nest of the brush turkey, which appears more like a small haystack than an ordinary nest, and the methodical manner in which it is constructed is thus described. Tracing a circle of considerable radius, the birds begin to travel round it, continually grasping with their huge feet the leaves and grasses and dead twigs which are lying around, and flinging them inwards towards the center. Each time that they complete their round, they narrow their circle so that in a short time they clear away a circular belt, having in its center a low irregular mass. By repeating the same process, however, they decrease the diameter of the mound as they increase its height, and at last a large and rudely conical mound is formed. In this nest as many as a bushel of eggs are deposited, at regular intervals, long and downwards. The leaves form a fermenting mass which relieves the mother of the necessity of setting upon them. The male, however, has to regulate the temperature of the mass, which would otherwise get too hot. This he does by making a central ventilating shaft which carries off the superfluous heat, and, lest the temperature should fall too low, he is constantly engaged in covering and uncovering the eggs in order to hit the exact temperature to be applied until the egg is warmed into life. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by George Banfield. Recorded in Somerset, England, June 2024. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. The Epicure's Ortolan. We have allotted this bird to the epicure because it is rarely heard of but in association with his luxurious table. Mr. Beckford describes the ortolans among the delicacies which he saw in the kitchen of the monastery of Bataille as lumps of celestial fatness. Ortolan is the French and English names for a species of Fringillidae, finches. It is the Hortolanus of Gesner and other naturalists, Miliaria pinguescens of Frisch, Emberiza hortolana of Linnaeus, Ortolano of the Italians generally, Tordino Belluccio of the Venetians, Gartenammer and Fethammer of the Germans, and Gerst Canoe of the Netherlanders. This wide dispersion on the continent bespeaks the pet character of the bird. Montague terms it the green-headed bunting. The French have a fanciful derivation of the name. They say it is from the Italian word for gardener, which is from the Latin hortus, garden, because, according to Menage, in Italy, where the bird is common, it is quite at home in the hedges of gardens. The male bird has the throat, circle round the eyes, and a narrow band springing from the angle of the bill, yellow, head and neck, grey, with a tinge of olive and small brown spots, feathers black, edged with red, breast, belly and abdomen, reddish-grey, the feathers terminated with ash colour, tail blackish, 2 external feathers, in part white. Length rather more than 6 inches. There are, also, varieties marked white, green, blackish, and entirely black. The nest, which is constructed of fibres of plants and leaves, is frequently found on the ground in cornfields, and sometimes in hedges and bushes. The ortolan is not famed for its song, which is, however, soft and sweet. Like the nightingale, to which it has other points of resemblance, the ortolan sings after as well as before sunset. It was this bird that Varro, the lyric poet, called his companion by night and day. The south of Europe may be considered the summer and autumnal headquarters of the ortolan, though it is a summer visitor in the central and northern parts. In Italy, it is said to be common by Temminck and others. The Prince of Musignano states it to be found in the Sabine Mountains, adding that it rarely flies in the plains of Rome, but is frequent in Tuscany. Lapland, Russia, Denmark, Sweden and Norway are among the countries visited by it. In the British Isles it seems only entitled to rank as an autumnal visitor, but it may occur more frequently than is generally supposed, for, especially to an unpractised eye, it might be mistaken for the yellowhammer, and in some states of plumage, for other buntings. It has been taken in the neighbourhood of London. In 1837 there was a live specimen in an aviary of the Zoological Society in Regent's Park, and many ortolans are sent alive to the London market from Prussia. There is, however, some consolation for the rarity of the ortolan in England. It is approached in delicacy by our wheatear, which is termed the English ortolan. Hence, it has been pursued as a delicate morsel throughout all its island haunts. Bewick captured it at sea off the coast of Yorkshire in May 1822. Every spring and autumn it may be observed at Gibraltar on its migration. Mr. Strickland saw it at Smyrna in April. North Africa is its winter residence. Colonel Sykes notes it in his catalogue of the birds of the Deccan. Ortolans are solitary birds. They fly in pairs, rarely 3 together, and never in flocks. They are taken in traps from March or April to September, when they are often poor and thin, but if fed with plenty of millet seed and other grain, they become sheer lumps of fat and delicious morsels. They are fattened thus in large establishments in the south of Europe. Mr. Gould states this to be effected in Italy and the south of France, in dark rooms, and the Prince of Musignano, having described the process, adds the relishing words, carne exquisita. The fattening process in Italy is one of great refinement in the manner of feeding. It is the fat of the ortolan which is so delicious, but it has a peculiar habit of feeding which is opposed to the rapid fattening. This is, it feeds only at the rising of the sun. Yet this peculiarity has not proved an insurmountable obstacle to the Italian gourmands. The ortolans are placed in a dark chamber, perfectly dark, with only one aperture in the wall. The food is scattered over the floor of the chamber. At a certain hour in the morning, the keeper of the birds places a lantern in the orifice of the wall. When the dim light thrown from the lantern on the floor of the apartment induces the ortolans to believe that the sun is about to rise, and they greedily consume the food upon the floor. More food is now scattered over it, and the lantern is withdrawn. The ortolans, rather surprised at the shortness of the day, think it their duty to fall asleep as night has spread her sable mantle round them. During sleep, little of the food being expended in the production of force, most of it goes to the formation of muscle and fat. After they have been allowed to repose for 1 or 2 hours, In order to complete the digestion of the food taken, their keeper again exhibits the lantern through the aperture. The rising sun a second time illuminates the apartment, and the birds, awaking from their slumber, apply themselves voraciously to the food on the floor, after having discussed which, they are again enveloped in darkness. Thus the sun is made to shed its rising rays into the chamber floor 4 or 5 times every day, and as many nights following. The ortolans thus treated become like little balls of fat in a few days. This not uninteresting process has been detailed by Dr. Lyon Playfair to the Royal Agricultural Society. It may, probably, be applied to purposes with less luxurious objects than fattening ortolans. Notwithstanding its delicacy, the ortolan fattens very fast, and it is this lump of fatness that is its merit, and has sometimes caused it to be preferred to the beccafico. According to Buffon, the Greeks and Romans understood fattening the ortolan upon millet. But a lively French commentator doubts this statement. He maintains that had the ancients known the ortolan, they would have deified it, and built altars to it upon Mount Hymettus and the Saniculum, adding, did they not deify the horse of Caligula, which was certainly not worth an ortolan, and Caligula himself, who was not worth so much as his horse? However, this dispute belongs to the classics of the table. The ortolan is considered sufficiently fat when it is a handful, and is judged by feeling it and not by appearance. It should not be killed with violence, like other birds. This might crush and bruise the delicate flesh, and spoil the coup d'oeil, to avoid which it is recommended to plunge the head of the ortolan into a glass of brandy. The culinary instruction is as follows. Having picked the bird of its feathers, singe it with the flame of paper or spirits of wine. Cut off the beak and ends of the feet. Do not draw it. Put it into a paper case soaked in olive oil, and broil it over a slow fire of slack cinders, like that required for a pigeon, à la capudina. In a few minutes the ortolan will swim in its own fat and will be cooked. Some gourmands wrap each bird in a vine leaf. A gourmand will take an ortolan by the legs and craunch it in delicious mouthfuls so as absolutely to lose none of it. More delicate feeders cut the bird into quarters and lay aside the gizzard. The rest may be eaten, even to the bones, which are sufficiently tender for the most delicate mouth to masticate without inconvenience. On the continent, ortolans are packed in tin boxes for exportation. They may be bought in London for ½ a crown apiece. A few poulterers import ortolans in considerable numbers, and some have acquired the art of fattening these birds. Alexis Soyer put into the 100-guinea dish which he prepared for the royal table at the grand banquet at York in 1850, £5 worth of ortolans, which were obtained from Belgium. Footnote: the ortolan figures in a curious anecdote of individual epicurism in the last century. A gentleman of Gloucestershire had one son, whom he sent abroad to make the grand tour of the continent, where he paid more attention to the cookery of nations and luxurious living than anything else. Before his return, his father died and left him a large fortune. He now looked over his notebook to discover where the most exquisite dishes were to be had, and the best cooks obtained. Every servant in his house was a cook. His butler, footman, coachman, and grooms all were cooks. He had also 3 Italian cooks, one from Florence, another from Vienna, and another from Viterbo, for dressing one Florentine dish. He had a messenger constantly on the road between Brittany and London to bring the eggs of a certain kind of plover found in the former country. This prodigal was known to eat a single dinner at the expense of £70, though there were but 2 dishes. In 9 years he found himself getting poor, and this made him melancholy. When totally ruined, having spent £150,000, a friend one day gave him a guinea to keep him from starving, and he was found in a garret next day, broiling an ortolan, for which he had paid a portion of the alms. End of footnote. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer,
please visit LibriVox.org. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. Talk about toucans. The toucans, a family of climbing birds of tropical America, appear to have been known in Europe by the length and great size of their bills, long before the birds themselves found their way to England. Bellin, in 1555, described the bill of one of the family as 1/2 foot long, large as a child's arm, pointed and black at the tip, white elsewhere, notched on the edges, hollow within, and so finely delicate as to be transparent and thin as parchment, and its beauty caused it to be kept in the cabinets of the curious. For more than a century after Bellin's work, the birds themselves had not been seen in England, for in the Museum Tradescantianum, the standard collection of the time, and which, from the list of contributors, appears to have been the great receptacle for all curiosities, we read of an azicari, or toucan, of Brazil, has his beak 4 inches long, almost 2 thick, like a Turk's sword. A.D. 1656. From this description, Tradescant knew the nature of the bird if he had not seen it. Mr. Swainson states that the enormous bills give to these birds a most singular and uncouth appearance. Their feet are formed like those of the parrot, more for grasping than climbing, and as they live among trees, and proceed by hopping from branch to branch, their grasping feature is particularly adapted for such habits. They live retired in the deep forests, mostly in small companies. Their flight is straight and laborious, but not graceful, while their movements, as they glide rather than hop from branch to branch, are elegant. Mr. Gould, in his grand monograph of the toucans, or Rhamphastidae, remarks that it was only within a few years of the time of Linnaeus that actual specimens of the toucan had been received in Europe. The beaks, however, of these birds, regarded as curiosities, had occasionally found their way to our shores, and had occasioned some curious conjectures. The earliest shape resembled a Turkish scimitar. The toucans, a word derived from their Brazilian name, Takatuka, received from Linnaeus the title of Rhamphastos, in allusion to the great volume of the beak, Rhamphos, a family Rhamphastidae. In some respects, indeed, they resemble the hornbills in the development of the beak. The toucans may be said to represent in America the hornbills in India and Africa. Large as is the beak of the toucan compared with the size of the body, it is in reality very light. Its outer sheathing is somewhat elastic, very thin, smooth, and semi-transparent, and the interior consists of a maze of delicate cells, throughout which the olfactory nerves are multitudinously distributed. The nostrils are basal, the edges of each mandible are serrated, and the coloring of the whole beak is bright, rich, and often relieved by contrasted markings. But these tints begin to fade after death, and become ultimately dissipated. The eyes are surrounded by a considerable space of naked skin, often very richly tinted. The tongue is very long, slender, horizontally flattened, pointed, and except at its base, horny. It is fringed or feathered along each side. The wings are short, concave, and comparatively feeble. The tail is variable, equal, and squared. It is remarkable for the facility with which it can be retroverted or turned up, so as to lie upon the back. This peculiarity results from a modification of structure in the caudal vertebrae, which enables the tail to turn with a jerk by the action of certain muscles, as if it were fixed on a hinge put into action by means of a spring. When the retroversion is accomplished, the muscles which caused it become passive, and offer no resistance to their antagonists, which restore the tail to its ordinary direction. When they sleep, they puff out their plumage, they retrovert the tail over the back, draw the head between the shoulders, the bill begins to turn over the right shoulder, and becomes at last buried in the plumage of the back. At the same time, the pinions of the wings droop and conceal the feet. The bird now resembles an oval ball of puffed-up feathers, and is well protected against the cold. Toucans utter, from time to time, harsh, clattering, and discordant cries. Some, says Mr. Gould, frequent the humid woods of the temperate regions, while others resort to comparatively colder districts and dwell at an elevation of from 6,000 to 10,000 feet. Those inhabiting the lofty regions are generically different from those residing in the lowlands, and are clothed in a more thick and somber-colored plumage. All the members of the hill toucans are distinguished by their bills being strong, heavy, and hard, when compared with those of the true toucans and arasaris, all of which have their bills of a more delicate structure, and in several species so thin and elastic on the sides as to be compressible between the fingers. Their food in a state of nature consists of fruit, eggs, and nestling birds, to which, in domestication, are added small birds, mice, caterpillars, and raw flesh. They incubate in the hollows of gigantic trees. Faber was told by Fryer, Alesa, and other Spaniards who had lived long in America, and also by the Indians, that the toucan even hews out holes in trees in which to nidify, and Oviedo adds that it is from this habit of chipping the trees that the bird is called by the Spaniards carpintero, and by the Brazilians taca-taca, in imitation apparently of the sound it thus makes. The larger feed upon bananas and other succulent plants, the smaller upon the smaller fruits and berries. Prince Maximilian de Wied states that in Brazil he found only the remains of fruits in their stomachs, and adds that they make sad havoc among plantations of fruit trees. He was informed, however, that they steal and eat birds, but never himself saw them in the act. They abound in the vast forests, and are killed in great number in the cooler season in the year for the purposes of the table. In their manners the toucans resemble the crow tribe, and especially the magpies. Like them, they are very troublesome to the birds of prey, particularly to the owls, which they surround, making a great noise, all the while jerking their tails upwards and downwards. Their feathers, especially from their yellow breasts, are used by the Indians for personal decoration. Azara states that they attack even the solid nests of the white ants, when the clay of which their nests are formed becomes moistened with the rain. They break them up with their beaks, so as to obtain the young ants and their eggs, and during the breeding season the toucan feeds upon nothing else. During the rest of the year he subsists upon fruit, insects, and the buds of trees. Edwards, in his voyage up the Amazon, observes that when a party of toucans alight on a tree, one usually acts the part of a sentinel, uttering the loud cry of "Tucano," whence they derive their name. The others disperse over the branches in search of fruit. While feeding, they keep up a hoarse chattering, and at intervals unite with the noisy sentry, and scream a concert that may be heard a mile. Having appeased their appetites, they seek the depths of a forest, and there quietly doze away the noon. In early morning, a few of them may be seen sitting quietly upon the branches of some dead tree, apparently awaiting the coming sunlight before starting for their feeding trees. Some species of toucans have been seen quarreling with monkeys over a nest of eggs. Their carnivorous propensity has been strikingly shown in the specimens which have been kept in England. On the approach of any small bird, the toucan becomes highly excited, raises itself up, erects its feathers, and utters a hollow clattering sound. The irides of the eyes expand, and the toucan is ready to dart on its prey. A toucan, exhibited in St. Martin's Lane in 1824, seized and devoured a canary bird. Next day, Mr. Broderick tried him with a live goldfinch. The toucan seized it with the beak, and the poor little victim uttered a short, weak cry, for within a second it was dead, killed by the powerful compression of the mandibles. The toucan now placed the dead bird firmly between its foot and the perch, stripped off the feathers with its bill, and then broke the bones of the wings and legs by strongly wrenching them, the bird being still secured by the toucan's foot. He then continued to work with great dexterity till he had reduced the goldfinch to a shapeless mass. This he devoured piece by piece with great gusto, not even leaving the legs or the beak of his prey. To each morsel he applied his tongue as he masticated it, chattering and shivering with delight. He never used his foot, but his bill, for conveying his food to his mouth by the sides of the bill. Mr. Swainson remarks, "The apparent disproportion of the bill is one of the innumerable instances of that beautiful adaptation of structure to use which the Book of Nature everywhere reveals. The food of these birds consists principally of the eggs and young of others, to discover which nature has given them the most exquisite powers of smell." Again, the nests in which the toucan finds its foods are often very deep and dark, and its bill, covered with branches of nerves, enables the bird to feel its way as accurately as the finest and most delicate finger could. From its feeding on eggs found in other birds' nests, it has been called the egg-sucker. Probably there is no bird which secures her young offspring better from the monkeys, which are very noisome to the young of most birds. for when she perceives the approach of these enemies, she so settles herself in her nest as to put her bill out at the hole, and give the monkeys such a welcome therewith that they presently break away and are glad to escape. Professor Owen, in his minute examination of the mandibles, remarks that the principle of the cylinder is introduced into the elaborate structure. The smallest of the supporting pillars of the mandibles are seen to be hollow or tubular when examined with the microscope. Light and almost diaphanous as is the bill of the toucan, its strength and the power of the muscles which act upon the mandibles are evident in the wrenching and masticatory processes. When taking fruit, the toucan generally holds it for a short time at the extremity of his bill, applying to it, with apparent delight, the pointed tip of the slender tongue. The bird then throws it, with a sudden upward jerk, to the throat, where it is caught and instantly swallowed. Mr. Gould divides the toucans into 6 genera. 1. The true toucans, with large and gaily colored bills, plumage black. 2. The Yarrasaries, with smaller beaks, plumage green, yellow, and red. 3. The banded Arasaries, an Amazonian genus proposed by Prince C. L. Bonaparte. 4. Toucanettes, small, with crescent of yellow on the back and brilliant orange and yellow ear coverts. 5. Hill toucans of the Andes. 6. Groove bills, grass-green plumage. A very fine true toucan, figured by Mr. Gould, is remarkable for the splendor and size of the bill, of a fine orange-red, with a large black patch on each side. Powder flasks are made of large and finely colored bills. The naked skin round the eye is bright orange. The chest is white, with a tinge of sulphur below, and a slight scarlet margin. Upper tail coverts, white, under tail coverts, scarlet. The rest of the plumage, black. Several specimens of this beautiful bird lived both in the menagerie of the late Earl of Derby, at Knowsley, and in the gardens of the Zoological Society. It is a native of Cayenne, Paraguay, etc. Toucans in their manners are gentle and confident, exhibiting no alarm at strangers, and are as playful as magpies or jackdaws. Travelers assure us that they may be taught tricks and feats like parrots, and although they cannot imitate the human voice, they show considerable intelligence. One of the toucanettes is named from Mr. Gould, the plates in whose monograph, from their size, beauty, and accuracy, have all the air of portraits. End of section 15. Read by Verla Vieira in Las Cruces, New Mexico, USA, December 2023.
Section 16 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. Eccentricities of Penguins. This group of amphibious birds, though powerless in the wing as an organ of flight, are assisted by it as a species of fin in their rapid divings and evolutions underwater, and even as a kind of anterior of extremity when progressing on the land. Their lot has been wisely cast on those desolate southern islands and shores where man rarely intrudes, and in many instances where a churlish climate or a barren soil offers no temptations to him to invade their territory. La Valiant, when on Dawson Island, found that the smaller crevices of the rocks served as places of retreat for penguins which swarmed there. This bird, says La Valiant, which is about 2 feet in length, does not carry its body in the same manner as others. It stands perpendicularly on its 2 feet, which gives it an air of gravity, so much the more ridiculous as its wings, which have no feathers, hang carelessly down on each side. It never uses them but in swimming. As we advanced towards the middle of the island, we met innumerable troops of them. standing firm and erect on their legs, these animals never deranged themselves in the least to let us pass. They more particularly surrounded the mausoleum and seemed as if determined to prevent us from approaching it. All the environs were entirely beset with them. Nature had done more for the plain tomb of the poor Danish captain than what proceeds from the imaginations of poets or the chisels of our artists. The hideous owl, however well sculptured in our churches, has not half so dead and melancholy an air as the penguin. The mournful cries of this animal, mixed with those of the sea-calf, impressed on my mind a kind of gloom which much disposed me to tender sensations of sadness. My eyes were sometimes fixed on the last abode of the unfortunate traveller, and I gave his manes the tribute of a sigh. Sir John Narborough says of the Patagonian penguins that their erect attitude and bluish-black backs, contrasted with their white bellies, might cause them to be taken at a distance for young children with white pinafores on. A line of them is engraved in Webster's Voyage of the Chanticleer, and reminds us of one of the woodcuts in Hood's Comic Annual. The towns, camps, and rookeries, as they have been called, of penguins have been often described. At the Falkland Islands are assemblies of penguins which give a dreary desolation to the place in the utter absence of the human race. In some of the towns, voyagers describe a general stillness, and when the intruders walked among the feathered population to provide themselves with eggs, they were regarded with sidelong glances, but they seemed to carry no terror with them. In many places the shores are covered with these birds, and 300 have been taken within an hour, for they generally make no effort to escape, but stand quietly by whilst their companions are knocked down with sticks, till it comes to their turn. The rookeries are described as designed with the utmost order and regularity, though they are the resort of several different species. A regular camp, often covering 3 or 4 acres, is laid out and levelled, and the ground disposed in squares for the nests, as accurately as if a surveyor had been employed. Their marchings and countermarchings are said to remind the observer of the manoeuvres of soldiers on parade. In the midst of this apparent order there appears to be not very good government, for the stronger species steal the eggs of the weaker if they are left unguarded, and the king penguin is the greatest thief of all. 3 species are found in the Falkland Islands. 2, the kings and the macaroni, deposit their eggs in these rookeries. The jackass, which is the 3rd, obtained its English name from its brayings at night. It makes its nests in burrows on downs and sandy plains, and Forster describes the ground as everywhere so much bored that a person in walking often sinks up to the knees, and if the penguin chance to be in her hole, she revenges herself on the passenger by fastening on his legs, which she bites very hard. But these rookeries are insignificant when compared with a settlement of king penguins which Mr. G. Bennett saw at the north end of Macquarie Island in the South Pacific Ocean, a colony of these birds which covered some 30 or 40 acres. Here, during the whole of the day and night,
30,000 or 40,000 penguins are continually landing and an equal number going to sea. They are ranged, when on shore, in as regular ranks as a regiment of soldiers, and are classed, the young birds in one situation, the molting birds in another, the sitting hens in a third, the clean birds in a fourth, etc. And so strictly do birds in a similar condition congregate, that should a molting bird intrude itself among those which are clean, it is immediately ejected from them. The females, if approached during incubation, move away, carrying their eggs with them. At this time the male bird goes to sea and collects food for the female, which becomes very fat. Captain Fitzroy describes at Noir Island multitudes of penguins swarming among the bushes and tussock grass near the shore for molting and rearing their young. They were very valiant in self-defense, and ran open-mouthed by dozens at anyone who invaded their territory. The manner of feeding their young is amusing. The old bird gets on a little eminence and makes a loud noise between quacking and braying, holding its head up as if haranguing the penguinery, the young one standing close to it, but a little lower. The old bird then puts down its head and opens its mouth widely, into which the young one thrusts its head, and then appears to suck from the throat of its mother, after which the clatter is repeated and the young one is again fed. This continues for about 10 minutes. Mr. Darwin, having placed himself between a penguin on the Falkland Islands and the water, was much amused by watching its habits. It was a brown bird, says Mr. Darwin, and till reaching the sea, it regularly fought and drove me backwards. Nothing less than heavy blows would have stopped him. Every inch gained, he firmly kept standing close before me, erect and determined. When thus opposed, he continually rolled his head from side to side in a very odd manner. While at sea and undisturbed, this bird's note is very deep and solemn, and is often heard in the night time. In diving, its little plumeless wings are used as fins, but on the land as front legs. When crawling, it may be set on 4 legs through the tussocks, or on the side of a grassy cliff. It moved so very quickly that it might readily have been mistaken for a quadruped. When at sea and fishing, it comes to the surface for the purpose of breathing with such a spring, and dives again so instantaneously, that I defy anyone at first sight to be sure that it is not a fish leaping for sport. Bougainville endeavored to bring home a penguin alive. It became so tame that it followed the person who fed it. It ate bread, flesh, or fish, but it fell away and died. The 4-footed duck of Gessner might have owed its origin to an ill-preserved penguin. The notion of its being 4-footed might have been fortified by some voyager who had seen the bird making progress as Mr. Darwin has above described. Mr. Webster describes the feathers of penguins as very different from those of other birds, being short, very rigid, and the roots deeply embedded in fat. They are, in general, flat and bent backwards, those on the breast being of a satin or silky white, and those on the flippers so short and small as to approach the nature of scales, overlaying each other very closely. The skins are loaded with fat. Their feet are not regularly webbed, but present a broad, fleshy surface more adapted for walking than swimming. Mr. Webster saw great numbers of penguins on Staten Island. They are the only genus of the feathered race that are there and live in the water, like seals. He saw them at a distance of 200 miles from the land, swimming with the rapidity of the dolphin, the swiftest of fishes. When they come up to the surface for fresh breath, they make a croaking noise, dip their beaks frequently in the water, and play and dive about near the surface, like the bonita. Penguins have great powers of abstinence and are able to live 4 or 5 months without food. Stones have been occasionally found in their stomachs, but they generally live on shrimps and crustacea, gorging themselves sometimes to excess. The sensations of these curious birds do not seem to be very acute. Sparman stumbled over a sleeping one and kicked it some yards without disturbing its rest, and Forster left a number of penguins apparently lifeless while he went in pursuit of others, but they afterwards got up and marched off with their usual gravity. The bird is named from the Welsh word penguin, white head, pen head, gwyn white, and is thought to have been given to the bird by some Welsh sailors on seeing its white breast. Davis, who discovered in 1585 the straits which are named after him, was of Welsh parents. Might he not have given the name penguin to the bird? Swainson considers the penguins on the whole as the most singular of all aquatic birds, and he states that they clearly point out that nature is about to pass from the birds to the fishes. Others consider penguins more satisfactorily to represent some of the aquatic reptiles, especially the marine testudinata. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. Pelicans and Cormorants. Pelicans. Pelicans are described as a large, voracious, and wandering tribe of birds, living for the most part in the ocean, and seldom approaching land but at the season of incubation. They fly with ease and even with swiftness. Their bill is long and armed at the end with an abrupt hook. The width of the gape is excessive, the face is generally bare of feathers, and the skin of the throat sometimes so extensible as to hang down like a bag. It will occasionally contain 10 quarts. By this curious organization, observes Swainson, the pelicans are able to swallow fish of a very large size, and the whole family may be termed oceanic vultures. The neighborhood of rivers, lakes, and the seacoast is the haunt of the pelican, and they are rarely seen more than 20 leagues from the land. Le Vaillant, upon visiting Dasson Island at the entrance of Saldanha Bay, beheld, as he says, after wading through the surf and clambering up the rocks, such a spectacle as never, perhaps, appeared to the eye of the mortal. All of a sudden there arose from the whole surface of the island an impenetrable cloud which formed, at the distance of 40 feet above our heads, an immense canopy, or rather a sky, composed of birds of every species and of all colors, cormorants, seagulls, sand swallows, and, I believe, the whole winged tribe of this part of Africa were here assembled. The same traveller found, on the Clanbrec River, whilst waiting for the ebb tide, thousands of pelicans and flamingos, the deep rose color of the one strongly contrasting with the white of the other. Mr. Gould says the bird is remarkable for longevity, and the long period requisite for the completion of its plumage. The first year's dress is holly brown, then fine white. The rosy tints are only acquired as the bird advances in age, and 5 years are required before the pelican becomes fully mature. The expanse of wings is from 12 to 13 feet. Although the bird perches on trees, it prefers rocky shores. It is found in the oriental countries of Europe, and it is common on the rivers and lakes of Hungary and Russia, and on the Danube. That the species exists in Asia there is no doubt. Bailon, who refers to Leviticus 11:18, where the bird is noted as unclean, says that it is frequent on the lakes of Egypt and Judea. When he was passing the plain of Roma, which is only a half a day's journey from Jerusalem, he saw them flying in pairs like swans, as well as in a large flock. Hasselquist saw the pelican in Damietta in Egypt. In flying, they form an acute angle, like the common wild geese when they migrate. They appear in some of the Egyptian drawings. Rossellini. Von Siebold saw the pelican in Japan. Pelicans, says Dr. Richardson, are numerous in the interior of the fur countries, but they seldom come within 200 miles of Hudson's Bay. They deposit their eggs usually on small rocky islands, on the brink of cascades, where they can scarcely be approached, but they are otherwise by no means shy birds. They haunt eddies under waterfalls, and devour great quantities of carp and other fish. When gorged with food, they doze on the water, and may be easily captured, as they have great difficulty in taking wing at such times, particularly if their pouches are loaded with fish. The bird builds on rocky and desert shores, hence we read of the pelican of the wilderness, alluded to in these beautiful lines. Like the pelicans, on that lone island where they build their nests, nourish their young, and then they lay down to die. The bird lives on fish, which it darts upon from a considerable height. James Montgomery thus describes this mode of taking their prey. Eager for food, their searching eyes they fixed on ocean's unrolled volume from a height that brought immensity within their scope. Yet with such power of vision looked they down, as though they watched the shellfish slowly gliding, or sunken rocks, or climbing trees of coral. On indefatigable wing upheld, breath pulse existence seemed suspended in them. They were as pictures painted on the sky, till suddenly aslant away they shot, like meteors changed from stars and gleams of lightning, and struck upon the deep, where in wild play their quarry floundered, unsuspecting harm. With terrible voracity they plunged, their head among the affrighted shoals, and beat a tempest on the surges with their wings, till flashing clouds of foam and spray concealed them. Nimbly they seized and secreted their prey, alive and wriggling in the elastic net, which nature hung beneath the grasping beaks, till, swollen with captures, the unwieldy burthen clogged their slow flight as heavy to land. These mighty hunters of the deep returned. There on the cragged cliffs they perched at ease, gorging their hapless victims one by one. Then full and weary, side by side they slept, till evening roused them to the chase again. Pelican Island. Great numbers of pelicans are killed for their pouches, which are converted by the Native Americans into purses, etc. When carefully prepared, the membrane is as soft as silk, and sometimes embroidered by Spanish ladies for work bags, etc. It is used in Egypt by the sailors, whilst attached to the two under chaps for holding or bailing water. With the pelican has been associated an old popular error, which has not long disappeared from books of information. It is that of the pelican feeding her young with her blood. In reference to the actual economy of the pelican, we find that in feeding the nestlings, and the male is said to supply the wants of the female, when sitting in the same manner, the under mandible is pressed against the neck and breast to assist the bird in disgorging the contents of the capacious pouch, and during this action the red nail of the upper mandible would appear to come in contact with the breast, thus laying the foundation in all probability for the fable that the pelican nourishes her young with her blood, and for the attitude in which the imagination of painters has placed the bird in books of emblems, etc., with the blood spurting from the wounds made by the terminating nail of the upper mandible into the gaping mouths of her offspring. Sir Thomas Browne, in his Vulgar Errors, says, "In every place we meet with a picture of the pelican opening her breast with her bill, and feeding her young ones with the blood distilling from her. Thus it is set forth, not only in common signs, but in the crest and scutcheon of many noble families, hath been asserted by many holy writers, and was an hieroglyphic of piety and pity among the Egyptians, on which consideration they spared them at their tables. Sir Thomas refers this popular error to an exaggerated description of the pelican's fondness for her young, and is inclined to accept it as an emblem in coat armor, though with great doubt. In A Choice of Emblems and Other Devices by Geoffrey Whitney are these lines: "The pelican, for to revive her young, doth pierce her breast, and give of them her blood. Then search your breast, as you have with tongue, with pen proceed to do your country good. Your zeal is great, your learning is profound. Then help our wants, with that you do abound." In George Wither's Emblems, 1634, we find, "Our pelican, by bleeding thus, fulfilled the law and cured us." Shakespeare, in Hamlet, thus alludes to the popular notion: "To his good friends thus wide I'll ope my arms, and, like the kind life-rendering pelican, repast them with my blood." In a holier light, this symbol signifies the Saviour giving himself up for the redemption of mankind. In Lord Lindsay's Christian Art, volumes 1, 20, 21, we find in the text, "God the Son is symbolized by a pelican. I am like a pelican of the wilderness." Psalm 102:6, to which is added the following note: "The medieval interpretation of this symbol is given by Sir David Lindsay, of the Mount, Lion King, nephew of the poet, in his manuscript Collectanea, preserved in the Advocates' Library, Edinburgh." Sir Thomas Browne hints at the probability of the pelican occasionally nibbling or biting itself on the itching part of its breast, upon fullness or acrimony of blood, so as to tinge the feathers in that part. Such an instance is recorded by Mr. G. Bennett of a pelican living at Dulwich, which wounded itself just above the breast, but no such act has been observed among the pelicans kept at the menagerie of the Zoological Society or elsewhere, and the instance just recorded was probably just caused by local irritation. Of the same genus as the pelican is the cormorant, an inhabitant of Europe generally and of America. It swims very deep in the water. Even in the sea, very little more than the neck and head are visible above the surface. It is a most expert diver, pursuing the fish which forms its food, with great activity under water. It is said to be very fond of eels. It perches on trees, where it occasionally builds its nest, but it mostly selects rocky shores and islands. Upon the fern islands, its nest is composed of a mass of seaweed, frequently heaped up to the height of 2 feet. The species is easily domesticated, and its docility is shown by the use often made of cormorants in fishing. Willoughby, quoting Faber, says, "They are wont in England to train up cormorants to fishing. When they carry them out of the room where they are kept, they take off their hoods, and having tied a leather thong round the lower part of their necks, that they may not swallow down the fish they catch, they throw them into the river. They presently dive under water, and there for a long time with wonderful swiftness pursue the fish. And when they have caught them, they arise presently to the top of the water, and pressing the fish tightly with bills, they swallow them, till each bird hath after this manner devoured 5 or 6 fishes. Then their keepers call them to the fish, to which they readily fly, and little by little, one after another, vomit up all the fish, a little bruised with the nip they gave them with their bills. When they have done fishing, they loosen the string from the birds' necks, and for their reward they throw them part of the prey they have caught, to each perchance 1 or 2 fishes, which they catch most dexterously in their mouths as they are falling in the air." Pennant quotes Whitelock, who says that he has a cast of them, man-like hawks, and which would come to hand. He took much pleasure in them, and relates that the best he had was one presented him by Mr. Wood, Master of the Cormorants, as the older name was, to Charles I. Pennant adds, "It is well known that the Chinese make great use of a congenera sort in fishing, and that not for amusement but profit." Sir George Staunton, in his account of his embassy to China, describes the place where the lo tse, or famed fishing bird of China, is bred and instructed in the art and practice of supplying his owner with fish in great abundance. The bird, a cormorant, is figured in Sir George's work with two Chinese fishermen carrying their light boat, around the gunwale of which their cormorants are perched by a pole resting on their shoulders between them. On a large lake are thousands of small boats and rafts built entirely for the species of fishery. On each boat or raft are 10 or a dozen birds, which, on a signal from the owner, plunge into the water. It is astonishing to see the enormous size of fish with which they return grasp between their bills. They appeared to be so well trained that it did not require either ring or cord about their throats to prevent them from swallowing any portion of their prey, except what the master was pleased to return to them for encouragement and food. The boat used by these fishermen is remarkably light, and is often carried to the lake, together with the fishing birds, by the men who are there to be supported by it. Béon gives an amusing account of the chase of this bird during calms, especially in the neighborhood of Venice. The hunt is carried on in very light boats, each of which, being rowed by 5 or 6 men, darts along the sea like the bolt from an arbalest, till the poor cormorant, who is shot at with bows as soon as he puts his head above water, and cannot take flight after diving to suffocation, is taken quite tired out by his pursuers. Cormorant fishing has occasionally been reintroduced upon our rivers. In 1848, there were brought from Holland 4 tame cormorants, which had been trained to the Chinese mode of fishing. Upon one occasion, they fished 3 miles on a river, and caught a pannier full of trout and eels, a ring placed round their necks to prevent them from swallowing large fish, but which leaves them at liberty to gulp down anything not exceeding the size of a gudgeon. The birds on these occasions are put into such parts of the river as are known to be favorite haunts of fish, and their activity under water in pursuit of fish can be compared to nothing so appropriate as a swallow darting after a fly. Blumenbach tells us the cormorant occasionally increases in a few years to many thousands on coasts where it was previously unknown. It varies much in both size and color. The late Joshua Brooks, the surgeon, possessed a cormorant, which he presented to the Zoological Society. The cormorant has a small, saber-shaped bone at the back of its vertex, which bone may serve as a lever in throwing back the head, when the animal tosses the fishes into the air and caches them in its open mouth. The same motion is, however, performed by some piscivorous birds, which are not provided with this particular bone. Aubrey, in his Natural History of Wilts, quotes the following weather presage from May's Virgil's Georgics. The seas are ill to sailors evermore, when cormorants fly crying to the shore. End of section 17. Section 18 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. Talking birds, etc. Certain birds are known to utter strange sounds, and the origin of which has much puzzled the ornithologists. The brown owl, which hoots, is hence called the screech owl. A musical friend of Gilbert White tried all the owls that were his near neighbors with a pitch pipe set at a concert pitch, and found they all hooted in B flat. And he subsequently found that neither owls nor cuckoos kept to one note. The white-bird, one of the most costly of cage birds, rattles its tail feathers with a noise somewhat resembling that made by the rattlesnake. The Chinese starling, in China called longguo, in captivity is very teachable, imitating words and even whistling tunes. We all remember Stern's starling. The piping crow, to be seen in troops in the Blue Mountains, is named for its ready mimicry of other birds. Its imitation of the chucking and cackling of a hen and the crowing of a cock, as well as its whistling of tunes, are described as very perfect. Its native note is said to be a loud whistle. The blue jay turns his imitative faculty to treacherous account. He so closely imitates the St. Domingo falcon as to deceive even those acquainted with both birds, and the falcon no sooner appears in their neighborhood than the jays swarm around him and insult him with their imitative cries, for which they frequently fall victims to his appetite. The bullfinch, according to Blumenbach, learns to whistle tunes, to sing in parts, and even to pronounce words. The note of the crowned crane has been compared by Buffon to the hoarseness of a trumpet. It also clucks like a hen. Mr. Wallace, in his travels on the Amazon, saw a bird about the size and color of the raven, which uttered a loud hoarse cry like some deep musical instrument, whence its Indian name, Wiramube, trumpet bird. It inhabits the flooded islands of the Rio Negro and the Solomos, never appearing on the mainland. Footnote: the popular name of this bird is the umbrella bird. On its head it bears a crest, different from that of any other bird. It is formed of feathers more than 2 inches long, very thickly set, and with hairy plumes curving over at the end. These can be laid back so as to be hardly visible, or can be erected and spread out on every side, forming a dome completely covering the head, and even reaching beyond the point of the beak. The individual feathers then stand out something like the down-bearing seeds of the dandelion. Besides this, there is another ornamental appendage in the breast, formed by a fleshy tubercle, as thick as a quill and 1.5 inches long, which hangs down from the neck and is thickly covered with glossy feathers, forming a large pendant plume or tassel. This, also, the bird can either press to its breast so as to be scarcely visible, or can swell out so as to almost to conceal the forepart of its body. End footnote. The only sound produced by storks is by snapping their bills. The night heron is called the quaw bird, from its note quaw. The bittern, the English provincial names of which are the mire drum, bull of the dog, etc., is so called for the bellowing or drumming noise, or booming, for which the bird is so famous. This deep note of the hollow-sounding bittern is exerted on the ground at the breeding season, about February or March. As the day declines, he leaves his haunt, and, rising spirally, soars to a great height in the twilight. Willoughby says that it performs this last-mentioned feat in the autumn, making a singular kind of noise, nothing like to lowing. Bewick says that it soars as above described when it changes its haunts. Ordinarily it flies heavily like the heron, uttering from time to time a resounding cry, not bellowing. And then Willoughby, who well describes the bellowing noise of the breeding season, supposes it to be the night raven, at whose deadly voice the superstitious wayfarer of the night turned pale and trembled. This, without doubt, writes Willoughby, is that bird our common people call the night raven, and have such a dread of, imagining its cry portends no less than their death or the death of some of their near relations, for it flies in the night, answers their description of being like a flagging collar, and hath such a kind of whooping cry as they talk of. Others, with some reason, consider the quaw bird already mentioned, which utters a loud and most disagreeable noise when on the wing, conveying the idea of the agonies of a person attempting to vomit, to be the true night raven. The bittern was well known to the ancients, as Aristotle mentions the fable of its origin from staves metamorphosed into birds. The long claw of the hind toe is much prized as a toothpick, and in the olden times it was thought to have the property of preserving the teeth. The greater-billed butcherbird from New Holland has extraordinary powers of voice. It is trained for catching small birds, and it is said to imitate the notes of some other birds by way of decoying them to their destruction. The mere imitative sounds of parrots are of little interest compared with instances of instinct, apparently allied to reason, which are related of individuals. Of this tribe, the distinguishing characteristics are a hooked bill, the upper mandible of which is movable as well as the lower, and not in one piece with the skull, as in most birds, but joined to the head by a strong membrane, with which the bird lifts it or lets it fall at pleasure. The bill is also round on the outside and hollow within, and has, in some degree, the capacity of a mouth, allowing the tongue, which is thick and fleshy, to play freely, while the sound, striking against the circular border of the lower mandible, reflects it like a palate. Hence the animal does not utter a whistling sound, but a full articulation. The tongue, which modulates all sounds, is proportionally larger than in man. The wild swan has a very loud call, and utters a melancholy cry when one of the flock is killed. Hence it was said by the poets to sing its own dying dirge. Such was the popular belief in olden times, And, looking to the anatomical characteristics of the species, it was, in some degree, supported by the more inflated windpipe of the wild when compared with that of the tame species. The song of the swan is, however, irreconcilable with sober belief, the only noise of the wild swan of our times being unmelodious and an unpleasing monotony. The laughing goose is named for its note having some resemblance to the laugh of man, and not, as Wilson supposes, from the grinning appearance of its mandibles. The Indians imitate its cry by moving the hand quickly against the lips, whilst they repeat the syllable wah. The cuckoo may be said to have done much for musical science, because from that bird has been derived the minor scale, the origin of which has puzzled so many, the cuckoo's couplet being the minor third sung downwards. The Germans are the finest appreciators of the nightingale, and it is a fact that when the Prussian authorities, under pecuniary pressure, were about to cut down certain trees near Cologne, which were frequented by nightingales, the alarmed citizens purchased the trees in order to save the birds and keep their music. Yet, one would think the music hardly worth having if it really sounded as it looks upon paper, transcribed thus by Bechstein, from whom it is quoted by Broderick. Zirheding. Koar hod hoy. Hi guy 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 guy. Guaya guy korekor jojo p. Monsieur Wichterich of Bonn remarks, "It is a vulgar error to suppose that the song of the nightingale is melancholy, and that it only sings at night. There are two varieties of the nightingale, one which sings both in the night and the day, and one which sings in the day only." In the year 1858, Mr. Leigh Sotheby, in a letter to Dr. Gray of the British Museum, described a marvelous little specimen of the feathered tribe, a talking canary. Its parents had previously and successfully reared many young ones, but 3 years before they hatched only 1 out of 4 eggs, the which they immediately neglected by commencing the rebuilding of a nest on top of it. Upon this discovery, the unfledged and forsaken bird, all but dead, was taken away and placed in flannel by the fire, when, after much attention, it was restored, and then brought up by hand. Thus treated, and away from all other birds, it became familiarized only with those who fed it. Consequently, its first singing notes were of a character totally different to those usually with the canary. Constantly being talked to, the bird, when about 3 months old, astonished its mistress by repeating the endearing terms used in talking to it, such as kissy kissy, with its significant sounds. This went on, and from time to time the little bird repeated other words, and then for hours together, except during the molting season, it astonished by ringing the changes, according to its own fancy, and as plainly as any human voice could articulate them, on the several words, "Dear, sweet Titchy," its name, "Kiss Minnie," "Kiss me then, dear Minnie," "Sweet, pretty little Titchy," "Kissy, kissy, kissy," "Dear Titchy," "Titchy wee gee 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 titchy titchy." The usual singing notes of the bird were more of the character of the nightingale, mingled occasionally with the sound of the dog whistle used about the house. It is hardly necessary to add that the bird was by nature remarkably tame. In 1839, a canary bird capable of distinct articulation was exhibited in Regent Street. The following were some of its sentences: "Sweet pretty dear, sweet pretty dear Dicky, Mary, sweet pretty dear Dicky dear," and often in the course of the day, "Sweet pretty Queen." The bird also imitated the jarring of a wire, the ringing of a bell. It was 3 years old and was reared by a lady who never allowed it to be in the company of other birds. This canary died in October 1839. It was, it is believed, the only other talking instance publicly known. We read of some experiments made in the rearing of birds at Kendal by a bird fancier, the result of which was that upwards of 20 birds, canaries, greenfinches, linnets, chaffinches, titlarks, and whitethroats, were reared in one cage by a pair of canaries. The experiments were continued until the extraordinary number of 38 birds had been brought up within 2 months by the canaries. It may be worthwhile to enumerate them. In the month of June, the canaries, the male green and the female piebald, were caged for the purpose of breeding. The female laid 5 eggs, and while she was sitting, a greenfinch egg was introduced into the nest. All of these were hatched, and the day after incubation was completed, 5 gray linnets, also newly hatched, were put into the cage in their own nest. Next day, a newly hatched nest of 4 chaffinches was also introduced, and afterwards 5 different nests consisting of 6 titlarks, 6 whitethroats, 3 skylarks, 3 whinchers, and 3 blackcaps. While rearing the last of these nests, the female canary again laid and hatched 4 eggs, thus making 38 young birds brought up by the pair of canaries. It will be noticed that most of these birds are soft-billed, whose natural food is small insects, but they took quite kindly to the seeds upon which they were fed by their step-parents. The pair of canaries fed at one time 21 young birds, and never had less than 16 making demands upon their care. And while the female was hatching her second nest, she continued to feed the birds that occupied the other nest. On the origin of the neighing sound, which accompanies the single snipe's play fight during pairing time, opinions are various. Bechstein thought it was produced by means of the beak, Naumann and others again that it originated in powerful strokes of the wing. Pratt in Hanover, observing that the bird makes heard its well-known song or cry, which he expresses with the words gick-jack, at the same time with the neighing sound, it seemed to be settled that the latter is not produced through the throat. In the meantime, M. Maves, of Stockholm, remarked with surprise that the humming sound could never be observed whilst the bird was flying upwards, at which time the tail was closed, but only when it was casting itself downwards in a slanting direction, with the tail strongly spread out. M. Maves has written for the Zoological Society a paper upon the origin of sound, which all the field naturalists and sportsmen of England and other countries had, for the previous centuries, been trying to make out, but had failed to discover. Of this paper the following is an abstract. Quote, "The peculiar form of the tail feathers in some foreign species nearly allied to our snipe encouraged the notion that the tail conduced to the production of the sound. M. Maves found the tail feathers of our common snipe, in the first feather especially, very peculiarly constructed, the shaft uncommonly stiff and sabre-shaped, the rays of the web strongly bound together and very long, the longest reaching nearly 3/4 of the whole length of the web. These rays lying along or spanning from end to end the curve of the shaft, like the strings of a musical instrument. If you blow from the outer side upon the broad web, it comes into vibration, and a sound is heard, which, though fainter, resembles very closely the well-known neighing. But to convince yourself fully that it is the first feather which produces the peculiar sound, it is only necessarily carefully to pluck out such as one, to fasten its shaft with fine thread to a piece of steel wire 1/10 of an inch in diameter, and 1 foot long, and then to fix this at the end of a 4-foot stick. If now you draw the feather, with this outer side forward sharply through the air, at the same time making some short movements or shakings of the arm, so as to represent the shivering motion of the wings during flight, you produce the neighing sound with a most astonishing exactness. If you wish to hear the humming of both feathers at once, as must be the case from the flying bird, this can also be managed by a simple contrivance. Take a small stick and fasten at the side of a smaller end a piece of burnt steel wire in the form of a fork. Bind to each point a side tail feather. Bend the wire so that the feathers receive the same direction which they do in the spreading of the tail as the bird sinks itself in flight. And then, with this apparatus, draw the feathers through the air as before. Such a sound, but in another tone, is produced when we experiment with the tail feathers of other kinds of snipe. Since in both sexes these feathers have the same form, it is clear that both can produce the same humming noise. But as the feathers of the hen are generally less than those of the cockbird, the noise made by them is not so deep as in the other case. Besides the significance which these tail feathers have as a kind of musical instrument, their form may give a weighty character in the determination of a species standing very near one another, which have been looked upon as varieties." End quote. This interesting discovery was first announced by M. Maves in an account of the birds observed by himself during a visit to the island of Gotland, in the summer of the year 1856, which narrative was published at Stockholm in the following winter. In the succeeding summer, M. Maves showed his experiments to Mr. Woolley, whose services to ornithology we have already noticed. The mysterious noise of the wilderness was reproduced in a little room in the middle of Stockholm. First the deep bleat, now shown to proceed from the male snipe, then the fainter bleat of the female, both most strikingly true to nature, neither producible with any other feathers than the outer ones of the tail. Mr. Woolley inquired of Mr. Maves how, issuing forth from the town on a summer ramble, he came to discover what had puzzled the wits and strained the eyes of so many observers. He freely explained how, in a number of Nalmania, an accidental misprint of the word representing tail feathers instead of wing feathers, a mistake which another author ridiculed, first led him to think on the subject. He subsequently examined in the Museum of Stockholm the tail feathers of various species of snipe, remarked the structure, and reasoned upon it. Then he blew upon them and fixed them on levers that he might wave them around with greater force through the air, and at the same time he made more careful observation than he had hitherto done in the living birds. In short, in him the obscure hint was thrown upon fruitful ground, whilst in 100 other minds it had failed to come to light. Dr. Walsh saw in Constantinople a woodpecker, about the size of a thrush, which was very active in devouring flies, and tapped woodwork with his bill with a noise as loud as that of a hammer, to disturb the insects concealed therein, so as to seize upon them when they appeared. Among remarkable bird services should not be forgotten those of the trochailes to the crocodile. When the crocodile, says Herodotus, feeds in the Nile, the inside of his mouth is always covered with bedella, a term which the translators have rendered by that of leech. All birds except one fly from the crocodile, but this one bird, the trochailes, to the contrary, flies towards him with the greatest eagerness, and renders him a very great service, for each time that the crocodile comes to the land to sleep, when he lies stretched out with his jaws open, the trochailes enters and establishes himself in his mouth, and frees him from the bedella which he finds there. The crocodile is grateful, and never does any harm to the little bird who performs for him this office. This passage was long looked upon as a pleasant story, and nothing more, until M. Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, during his long residence in Egypt, ascertained the story of Herodotus to be correct in substance but inexact in details. It is perfectly true that a little bird does exist, which flies incessantly from place to place, searching everywhere, even in the crocodile's mouth, for the insects which form the principal part of its nourishment. This bird is seen everywhere on the banks of the Nile, and M. Geoffroy has proved it to be of a species already described by Hasselquist, and very like the small winged plover. If the trochailes be in reality the little plover, the bedella cannot be leeches, which do not exist in the running waters of the Nile, but the small insects known as gnats in Europe. Myriads of these insects dance upon the Nile. They attack the crocodile upon the inner surface of his palate, and sting the orifice of the glands, which are numerous in the crocodile's mouth. Then the little plover, which follows him everywhere, delivers him from these troublesome enemies, and that without any danger to himself. For the crocodile is always careful, when he is going to shut his mouth, to make some motion which warns the little bird to fly away. At St. Domingo there is a crocodile which very nearly resembles that of Egypt. The crocodile is attacked by gnats, from which he would have no means of delivering himself, his tongue, like that of the crocodile, being fixed, if a bird of a particular species did not give him the same assistance that the crocodile of the Nile receives from the little plover. These facts explain the passage in Herodotus, and demonstrate that the animal there called bedella is not a leech, but a flying insect similar to our gnat. Exemplifications of instinct, intelligence, and reason in birds are by no means rare, but this distinction must be made. Instinctive actions are dependent on the nerves, intelligence on the brain, but that which constitutes peculiar qualities of the mind in man has no material organ. The Reverend Mr. Statham has referred to the theory of the facial angle as indicative of the amount of sagacity observable in the animal race, but has expressed his opinion that the theory is utterly at fault in the case of birds, many of these having a very acute facial angle, being considerably more intelligent than others having scarcely any facial angle at all. Size also seems to present another anomaly between the two races of beasts and birds, for while the elephant and the horse are among the most distinguished of quadrupeds for sagacity and instinct, The larger birds seem scarcely comparable to the smaller ones in the possession of these attributes. The writer instances this by comparing the ostrich and the goose with the wren, the robin, the canary, the pigeon, and the crow, and amusingly alludes to the holding of parliaments or convocations of birds of the last species, while the ostrich is characterized in Scripture as the type of folly. The author then refers to the poisoning of 2 young blackbirds by the parent birds when they found that they could neither liberate them nor permanently share their captivity. The 2 fledglings had been taken from a blackbird's nest in Surrey Square and had been placed in a room looking over a garden in a wicker cage. For some time the old birds attended to their wants, visited them regularly, and fed them with appropriate food. But, at last, getting wearied of the task, or despairing of effecting their liberation, they appeared to have poisoned them. They were both found suddenly dead one morning, shortly after having been seen in good health, and on opening their bodies a small leaf, supposed to be that of Solanum nigrum, was found in the stomach of each. The old birds immediately deserted the spot, as though aware of the nefarious deed befitting their name. As an exemplification of instinct, Dr. Horner states that rooks built on the infirmary trees at Hull, but never over the street. One year, however, a young couple ventured to build here. For 8 mornings in succession, the old rooks proceeded to destroy the nest, when at last the young ones chose a more fitting place. Mr. A. Strickland, having referred to the tendency of birds to build their nests of materials of a color resembling that around such nests, relates an instance in which the flycatcher built in a red brick wall and used for the nest mahogany shavings. Referring to the meeting of rooks for judicial purposes, Mr. Strickland states that he once saw a rook tried in this way and ultimately killed by the rest. Songs of Birds and Seasons of the Day. Although nearly half a century has elapsed since the following observations were communicated to the Royal Society by Dr. Jenner, their expressive character is as charming as ever, and their accuracy as valuable. Quote, "There is a beautiful propriety in the order in which singing birds fill up the day with their pleasing harmony. The accordance between their songs and the aspect of nature at the successive periods of the day in which they sing is so remarkable that one cannot but suppose it to be the result of benevolent design. From the robin, not the lark, as has been generally imagined, as soon as twilight has drawn its imperceptible line between night and day, begins his artless song. How sweetly does this harmonize with the soft dawning of the day! He goes on till the twinkling sunbeams begin to tell him that his notes no longer accord with the rising sun. Up starts the lark, and with him a variety of sprightly songsters, whose lively notes are in perfect correspondence with the gaiety of the morning. The general warbling continues, with now and then an interruption by the transient croak of the raven, the scream of the jay, or the pert chattering of the daw. The nightingale, unwearied by the vocal exertions of the night, joins his inferiors in sound and the general harmony. The thrush is wisely placed on the summit of some lofty tree, that its piercing notes may be softened by distance before it reaches the ear, while the mellow black bird seeks the lower branches. Should the sun, having been eclipsed by a cloud, shine forth with fresh effulgence, how frequently we see the goldfinch perch on some blossom bough, and hear his song poured forth in a strain peculiarly energetic, while the sun, full shining on his beautiful plumes, displays his golden wings and crimson crest to charming advantage. Indeed, a burst of sunshine in a cloudy day, or after a heavy shower, seems always to wake up a new gladness in the little musicians, and invite them to an answering burst of minstrelsy. As evening advances, the performers gradually retire, and the concert softly dies away. At sunset, the robin again sends up his twilight song, till the still more serene hour of night sends him to his bower of rest. And now, in unison with the darkened sky and earth, no sooner is the voice of the robin hushed than the owl sends forth his slow and solemn tones, well adapted to the serious hour. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. Owls. These nocturnal birds of prey have large heads and great projecting eyes, directing forwards, and surrounded with a circle of loose and delicate feathers, more or less developed, according to the nocturnal or comparatively diurnal habits of the species. The position of the eyes, giving a particular fullness and breadth to the head, has gained for the owl the intellectual character so universally awarded to it. The concave facial disc of feathers with which they are surrounded materially aids vision by concentrating the rays of light to an intensity better suited to the opacity of the medium in which power is required to be exercised. They may be compared, says Mr. Yarrell, to a person nearsighted who sees objects with superior magnitude and brilliancy when within the prescribed limits of his natural powers of vision, from the increased angle these objects subtend. Their beaks are completely curved or raptorial. They have the power of turning the outer toe either backwards or forwards. They fly weakly and near the ground, but from their soft plumage stealthily, stretching out their hind legs that they may balance their large and heavy heads. Their sense of hearing is very acute. They not only look, but listen for prey. The owl is a bird of mystery and gloom, and a special favorite with plaintive poets. We find him with Ariel. There I couch when owls do cry. He figures in the nursery rhyme of Cock Robin. In reply to "Who dug his grave?" "I," says the owl, "with my little shovel, I dug his grave." He hoots over graves, and his dismal note adds to the terror of darkness. "'Tis the middle of night by the castle clock, and the owls have awakened the crowing cock. To whit, to woo, and hark again the crowing cock, how drowsily it crew! When blood is nipped and ways be foul, then nightly sings the staring owl. To who, to whit, to who, a merry note, while greasy Joan doth keel the pot. Titania sings of the clamorous owl that nightly hoots and wonders at our quaint spirits. Bishop Hall has this occasional meditation upon the sight of an owl in the twilight. What a strange melancholic life doth this creature lead, to hide her head all the day long in an ivy bush, and at night, when all other birds are at rest, to fly abroad and vent her harsh notes. I know not why the ancients have sacred this bird to wisdom, except it be for her safe closeness and singular perspicuity, that when other domestrial and airy creatures are blind, she only hath insured light to discern the least objects for her own advantage. We may here note that Linnaeus, with many other naturalists and antiquaries, have supposed the horned owl to have been the bird of Minerva. But Blumenbach has shown, from the ancient works of Grecian art, that it was not this, but rather some smooth-headed species, probably the passerina or little owl. The divine has, in the above passage, overstated the melancholy of the owl, as has also the poet, who sings, "From yonder ivy-mantled tower, the moping owl does to the moon complain, of such as, wandering near her secret bower, molest her ancient solitary reign." Shakespeare more accurately terms her the mousing owl, for her nights are spent in barns, or in hunting and devouring sparrows in the churchyard elms. "Moping indeed," says a pleasing observer. So far from this, she is a sprightly, active ranger of the night, who had as lief sit on a grave as a rose bush, who is as valiant a hunter as Nimrod, chasing all sorts of game, from the dormouse to the hare and the young lamb, and devouring them, while her mate hoots to her from some picturesque ruin, and invites her, when supper is over, to return to him and her babes. But the tricks of the owl by night render her the terror of all other birds, great and small. In northern Italy, persons in rustic districts which are well wooded catch and tame an owl, put a light chain upon her legs, and then place her on a small crossbar on the top of a high pole, which is fixed in the earth. Half blinded by the light, the defenseless captive has to endure patiently the jeers and insults of the dastardly tribes from the surrounding groves and thickets, who issue in clouds to scream, chirp, and flit about their enemy. Some, trusting to the swiftness of their wings, sweep close by and peck at her feathers as they pass, and are sometimes punished by the owl with her formidable beak for their audacity. Meanwhile, from darkened windows, sportsmen, with fowling pieces well charged with shot, fire at the hosts of birds, wheeling, shrieking, screaming, and thickening around the owl. All the guns are fired at once, and the grass is strewn for many yards round with the slain, while the owl, whom they have been careful not to hit, utters a joyous woo, woo at the fate of her persecutors. Major Head thus describes the biscacho, or coquimbo, a curious species of owl, found all over the pampas of South America. Like rabbits, they live in holes, which are in groups in every direction. These animals are never seen in the day, but as soon as the lower limb of the sun reaches the horizon, they are seen issuing from the holes. The biscachos, when full grown, are nearly as big as badgers, but their head resembles a rabbit's, except that they have large bushy whiskers. In the evening, they sit outside the holes, and they all appear to be moralizing. They are the most serious-looking animals I ever saw, and even the young ones are gray-headed, wear mustachios, and look thoughtful and grave. In the daytime, their holes are guarded by two little owls, which are never an instant away from their posts. As one gallops by these owls, they always stand looking at the stranger, and then at each other, moving their old-fashioned heads in a manner which is quite ridiculous, until one rushes by them, when they get the better of their dignified looks, and they both run into the biscacho's hole. Of all birds of prey, owls are the most useful to man, by protecting his cornfields or granary provision from mice and numberless vermin. Yet, prejudice has perverted these birds into objects of superstition and consequent hate. The kind-hearted Mr. Waterton says, "I wish that any little thing I could write or say might cause this bird to stand better with the world at large than it has hitherto done. But I have slender hope on this score, because old and deep-rooted prejudices are seldom overcome. And, when I look back into annals of remote antiquity, I see too clearly that defamation has done its worst to ruin the whole family, in all its branches, of this poor, harmless, useful friend of mine." The barn owl is common throughout Europe, known in Tartary, and rare in the United States of America. In England it is called the barn owl, the church owl, gilly howlet, and screech owl. The last name is improperly applied, as it is believed not to hoot, though Sir William Jardine asserts that he has shot it in the act of hooting. To the screech superstition has annexed ideas of fatal portent, but, says Charlotte Smith, it has, of course, no more foreknowledge of approaching evil to man than the lark. Its cry is a signal to its absent mate. If, says Mr. Waterton, this useful bird caught its food by day instead of hunting for it by night, mankind would have ocular demonstration of its utility in thinning the country of mice, and it would be protected and encouraged everywhere. It would be, with us, what the ibis was with the Egyptians. When it has young, it will bring a mouse to the nest every 12 or 15 minutes. Mr. Waterton saw his barn owl fly away with a rat, which he had just shot. He also saw her drop perpendicularly into the water, and presently rise out of it with a fish in her claws, which she took to her nest. Birds and quadrupeds, and even fish, are the food of owls, according to the size of the species. Hares, partridges, grouse, and even the turkey are attacked by the larger horned owls of Europe and America, while mice, shrews, small birds, and crabs suffice for the inferior strength of the smaller owls. Mr. Yarrell states that the short-eared owl is the only bird of prey in which he ever found the remains of a bat. William Bullock reports that a large snowy owl, wounded on the Isle of Baltock, disgorged a young rabbit, and that one in his possession had in its stomach a sandpiper with its feathers entire. It preys on lemmings, hares, and birds, particularly the willow grouse and ptarmigan. It is a dexterous fisher, grasping the fish with an instantaneous stroke of the foot as it sails along near the surface of the water, or sits on a stone in a shallow stream. It has been seen on the wing pursuing an American hare, making repeated strokes at the animal with its foot. In winter, when this owl is fat, the Indians and white residents in the fur countries esteem it to be good eating. Its flesh is delicately white. Small snakes are the common prey of this owl during the daytime. And to show on what various kinds of food owls subsist, Mr. Darwin states that a species that was killed among the islets of the Chonos archipelago had its stomach full of good-sized crabs. Such are a few of the facts which attest the almost omnivorous appetite of the owl. The flight of the snowy owl is stronger and swifter than any other bird of the family. Its ears are very large. Its voice, says Pennant, adds horror even to the regions of Greenland by its hideous cries, resembling those of a man in deep distress. The eye is very curious, being immovably fixed in its socket, so that the bird, to view different objects, must always turn its head, and so excellently is the neck adapted to this purpose, that it can with ease turn the head round in almost a complete circle, without moving the body. The Virginian eagle owl, amidst the forests of Indiana, utters a loud and sudden woo-oh, woo-oh, sufficient to alarm a whole garrison. Another of its nocturnal cries resembles the half-suppressed screams of a person being suffocated or throttled. The Javanese owl is found in the closest forests, and occasionally near villages and dwellings. Dr. Horsfield says, "It is not, however, a favorite with the natives. Various superstitious notions are also in Java associated with its visits, and it is considered in many parts of the island as portending evil. One of this species never visits the villages, but resides in the dense forests, which are the usual resort of the tiger. The natives even assert that the whoa-whoa-wee-wee approaches the animal with the same familiarity with which the jalak approaches the buffalo, and that it has no dread to alight on the tiger's back." Dr. Horsfield adds that it has never been seen in confinement. The boobook owl has the native name of buck-buck, and it may be heard in Australia every night during winter, uttering a cry corresponding with that word. The note is somewhat similar to that of the European cuckoo, and the colonists have given it that name. The lower order of settlers in New South Wales are led away by the idea that everything is the reverse in that country to what it is in England, and the cuckoo, as they call this bird, singing by night, is one of the instances which they point out. Tame owls are described as nearly as playful, and quite as affectionate, as kittens. They will perch upon your wrist, touch your lips with their beak, and hoot to order, and they are less inclined to leave their friends than other tame birds. A writer in Chambers' Journal relates that a friend lost his favorite owl, which flew away and was absent many days. In time, however, he came back and resumed his habits and duties, which, for a while, went on uninterruptedly. At length, one severe autumn, he disappeared. Weeks, months passed, and he returned not. One snowy night, however, as his master sat by the blazing fire, some heavy thing came bump against the shutters. Woo, woo, woo! The window was opened, and in flew the owl, shaking the thick snow from his wings, and settling lovingly on his master's wrist, the bird's eyes dilating with delight. The owls at Arundel Castle have a sort of historic interest. They are kept within the circuit of the keep tower, the most ancient and picturesque portion of the castle. Among the Australian owls, here we read of one larger than a turkey, measuring 4 feet across the wings when expanded. The owl named Lord Thurlow, from his resemblance to that judge, is a striking specimen. The accompanying illustration shows a fine specimen of Fraser's eagle owl, brought from Fernando Po. It is the size of an ordinary fowl, color very dark reddish-brown mottling, back and wings passing through all shades of the same color into nearly white on the underparts, where the feathers are barred. Bill pale greenish. Eyes nearly black. Among the owls but recently described is the masked owl of New Holland, named from the markings of the disc of the face, somewhat grotesque. The colors are brown variegated with white. A fine specimen of the Abyssinian owl is possessed by Mr. R. Good of Yeovil. The bird, although quite young, is of immense size. Lastly, the owl is thought to be of the same sympathy or kindred likings as the cat. A young owl will feed well and thrive upon fish. Cats, too, it is well known, like fish. Both the cat and the owl, too, feed upon mice. The sight of owls, also similar to that of cats, appears to serve them best in the dark. End of section 19. Read by Marissa D. Six, Clearwater, Florida, December 25th, 2023.
Section 20 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. Weatherwise Animals. Whatever may be the worth of weather prognostications, it is from the animal kingdom that we obtain the majority. How these creatures become so acutely sensible of the approach of particular kinds of weather is not at present well understood. That in many cases the appearance of the heavens is not the source from which their information is derived is proved by the signs of uneasiness frequently expressed by them, when as yet the most attentive observer can detect no signs of change, and even when they are placed in such circumstances as preclude the possibility of any instruction from this quarter. For instance, dogs closely confined in a room often become very drowsy and stupid before rain, and a leech confined in a glass of water has been found, by its rapid motions or its quiescence, to indicate the approach of wet or the return of fair weather. Probably the altered condition of the atmosphere with regard to its electricity, which generally accompanies change of weather, may so affect their constitution as to excite in them pleasurable or uneasy sensations. Though man is far from insensible to atmospheric changes, as the feelings of utter listlessness which many persons experience before rain, and the aggravated severity of toothache, headache, and rheumatism abundantly testify. The cat licking itself is a special influence of the above electric influence, which denotes the approach of rain. Birds, as denizens of the air, are the surest indicators of weather changes. Thus, when swallows fly high, fine weather is to be expected or continued, but when they fly low or close to the ground, rain is almost surely approaching. For swallows follow the flies and gnats, which delight in warm strata of air. Now, as warm air is lighter and usually moister than cold air, when the warm strata of air are high, there is less chance of moisture being thrown down from them by their mixture with cold air. But when the warm and moist air is close to the surface, it is almost certain that, as the cold air flows down into it, a deposition of water will take place. When seagulls assemble on the land, very stormy and rainy weather is approaching. The cause of this migration to the land is the security of these birds finding food, and they may be observed at this time feeding greedily on the earthworms and larvae driven out of the ground by severe floods, whilst the fish on which they prey in fine weather in the sea leave the surface and go deeper in storms. The search after food is the principal cause why animals change their places. The different tribes of the wading birds always migrate when rain is about to take place. There is a bird which takes its name from its apparent agency in tempests. Such is the stormy petrel, which name Hawkesworth in his Voyages mentions the sailors give to the bird, but explains no further. Navigators meet with the little petrel or storm finch in every part of the ocean, diving, running on foot, or skimming over the highest waves. It seems to foresee the coming storm long ere the seamen can discover any signs of its approach. The petrels make this known by congregating together under the wake of the vessel, as if to shelter themselves, and they thus warn the mariner of the coming danger. At night they set up a piercing cry. This usefulness of the bird to the sailor is the obvious cause of the latter having such an objection to their being killed. Mr. Knapp, the naturalist, thus pictures gulls, describing the petrel's action. They seem to repose in a common breeze, but upon the approach or during the continuation of a gale, they surround the ship, and catch up the small animals which the agitated ocean brings near the surface, or any food that may be dropped from the vessel. Whisking like an arrow through the deep valleys of the abyss, and darting away over the foaming crest of some mountain wave, they attend the laboring bark in all her perilous course. When the storm subsides, they retire to rest, and are seen no more. Our sailors have, from very early times, called these birds Mother Carey's chickens, originally bestowed on them, Mr. Yarrell tells us, by Captain Carteret's sailors, probably from some celebrated ideal hag of the above name. Mr. Yarrell adds, as these birds are supposed to be seen only before stormy weather, they are not welcome visitors, a view at variance with that already suggested. The editor of Notes and Queries considers the petrels to have been called chickens from their diminutive size. The largest sort, the giant petrel, is Mother Carey's goose. Its length is 40 inches, and it expands 7 feet. The common kind are about the size of a swallow, and weigh something over an ounce. Length 6 inches, expansion 13 inches. These are Mother Carey's chickens, Latham. It should be borne in mind that our language does not restrict the term chickens to young birds of the gallinaceous class. The mistlebird is another bird of this kind. In Hampshire and Sussex it is called the stormcock, because it sings early in the spring, in blowing showery weather. Petrels, by the way, are used by the inhabitants of the Faroe Islands as lamps. They pass a wick through their bodies, which, when lighted, burns a long time from the quantity of fat they contain. The Fulmar petrel in Boothia follows the whale ships, availing itself of the labors of the fishermen by feeding on the carcasses of the whales when stripped of their blubber. In return, the bird is exceedingly useful to the whalers by guiding them to the places where whales are most numerous, and crowding to the spots where they first appear on the surface of the water. Wild geese and ducks are unquestionably weather-wise, for their early arrival from the north in the winter portends that a severe season is approaching, because their early appearance is most likely caused by severe frost, having already set in at their usual summer residence. The Reverend F.O. Morris, the well-known writer on natural history, records from Nunburnholm, Yorkshire, December 5, 1864, "This season, for the first time I have lived here, I have missed seeing the flocks of wild geese, which in the autumnal months have heretofore wended their way overhead, year after year, as regularly as the dusk of the evening came on. Almost to the minute, and almost in the same exact course, they have flown over aloft from the feeding places on the wolds to their resting places for the night, some perhaps to extensive commons, while others have turned off to the mud banks of the Humber, whence they have returned with equal regularity in the morning. But this year I have seen not only not a single flock, but not even a single bird. One evening one of my daughters did indeed see a small flock of 6, but even that small number only once. Whether it portends a very hard winter, or what the cause of it may be, I am utterly at a loss to know, or even to guess. I quite miss this year the well-known cackle of the old gander, as he has led the van of the flock that has followed him, now in a wide, now in a narrow, now in a short, now in a long wedge, overhead, diverging just from the father of the family, or separating from time to time further back in the line. I may add, as a possible prognostication of future weather, that fieldfares have, I think, been unusually numerous this year, as last year they were the contrary. I have also remarked that swallows took their departure this year more than ordinarily in a body, very few stragglers being subsequently seen. It will be sufficient to state that the mean temperature of January and February was below that of the same month in the preceding year, and that of March had not been so low for 20 years. The opinion that seabirds come to land in order to avoid an approaching storm is stated to be erroneous, and the cause assigned is that as the fish upon which the birds prey go deep into the water during storms, the birds come to land merely on account of the greater certainty of finding food there than out at sea. We add a few notes on bird naturalists. The redbreast has been called the naturalist's barometer. When on a summer evening, though it be unsettled and rainy, he sings cheerfully and sweetly on a lofty twig or housetop, it is an unerring promise of succeeding fine days. Sometimes, though the atmosphere be dry and warm, he may be seen melancholy, chirping and brooding in a bush or low in a hedge. This promises the reverse. In the luxuriant forests of Brazil, the toucan may be heard rattling with his large hollow beak, as he sits on the outermost branches, calling in plaintive notes for rain. When Mr. Loudon was at Schwetzingen, Rhenish Bavaria, in 1829, he witnessed in the post-house there, for the first time, what he afterwards frequently saw, an amusing application of zoological knowledge for the purpose of prognosticating the weather. 2 tree frogs were kept in a crystal jar about 18 inches high and 6 inches in diameter, with a depth of 3 or 4 inches of water at the bottom, and a small ladder reaching to the top of the jar. On the approach of dry weather the frogs mounted the ladder, but when moisture was expected they descended into the water. These animals are of a bright green, and in their wild state climb the trees in search of insects, and make a peculiar singing noise before rain. In the jar they got no other food than now and then a fly, one of which, Mr. Loudon was assured, would serve a frog for a week, though it would eat from 6 to 12 flies in a day if it could get them. In catching the flies put alive into the jar, the frogs displayed great adroitness. Snails are extraordinary indicators of changes in the weather. Several years ago, Mr. Thomas of Cincinnati, known as an accredited observer of natural phenomena, published some interesting accounts of weather-wise snails. They do not drink, he observes, but imbibe moisture in their bodies during rain, and exude it at regular periods afterwards. Then a certain snail first exudes the pure liquid. When this is exhausted, a light red succeeds, then a deep red, next yellow, and lastly a dark brown. The snail is very careful not to exude more of its moisture than is necessary. It is never seen abroad except before rain, when we find it ascending the bark of trees and getting on the leaves. The tree snail is also seen ascending the stems of plants 2 days before rain. If it be a long and hard rain, they get on the sheltered side of the leaf, but if a short rain, the outside of the leaf. Another snail has the same habits, but differs only in color. Before rain it is yellow, and after it blue. Others show signs of rain, not only by means of exuding fluids, but by means of pores and protuberances, and the bodies of some snails have large tubercles rising from them before rain. These tubercles commence showing themselves 10 days previous to the fall of rain they indicate. At the end of each of these tubercles is a pore, and at the time of the fall of rain these tubercles with their pores opened are stretched to their utmost to receive the water. In another kind of snail, a few days before rain appears, a large and deep indentation, beginning at the head between the horns, and ending with the jointure at the shells. Other snails, a few days before the rain, crawl to the most exposed hillside, where, if they arrive before the rain descends, they seek some crevice in the rocks, and then close the aperture of the shell with glutinous substance. This, when the rain approaches, they dissolve, and are then seen crawling about. Our Cincinnati Observer mentions 3 kinds of snails which move along at the rate of a mile in 44 hours. They inhabit the most dense forest, and it is regarded as a sure indication of rain to observe them moving towards an exposed situation. Others indicate the weather not only by exuding fluids, but by the color of the animal. After rain, the snail has a very dark appearance, but it grows of a bright color as the water is expended, whilst just before rain it is of yellowish-white color. Also just before rain streaks appear from the point of the head to the jointure of the shell. These snails move at the rate of a mile in 14 days and 16 hours. If they are observed ascending a cliff, it is a sure indication of rain. They live in the cavities of the sides of cliffs. There is also a snail which is brown, tinged with blue on the edges before rain, but black after rain. A few days before appears an indentation, which grows deeper as the rain approaches. The leaves of trees are even good barometers. Most of them, for a short, light rain, will turn up so as to receive their fill of water, but for a long rain they are doubled, so as to conduct the water away. The frog and toad are sure indicators of rain, for as they do not drink water but absorb it into their bodies, they are sure to be found out at the time they expect rain. The locust and grasshopper are also good indicators of a storm. A few hours before rain they are to be found under the leaves of trees and in the hollow trunks. The mole has long been recorded as a prognosticator of change of weather, before which it becomes very active. The temperature or dryness of the air governs its motions as to the depth at which it lives or works. This is partly from its inability to bear cold or thirst, but chiefly from its being necessitated to follow its natural food, the earthworm, which always descends as the cold or drought increases. In frosty weather, both worms and moles are deeper in the ground than at other times, and both seem to be sensible of an approaching change to warmer weather before there are any perceptible signs of it in the atmosphere. When it is observed, therefore, that moles are casting hills through openings in the frozen turf, or through a thin covering of snow, a change to open weather may be shortly expected. The cause of this appears to be, the natural heat of the earth being for a time pent in by the frozen surface accumulates below it, first incites to action the animals, thaws the frozen surface, and at length escapes into the air, which is warm and softens, and if not counterbalanced by a greater degree of cold in the atmosphere, brings about a change, such as from frosty to mild weather. The mole is most active and casts up most earth immediately before rain, and in the winter before a thaw, because at those times the worms and insects begin to be in motion and approach the surface. Forster, the indefatigable meteorologist, has assembled some curious observations on certain animals, who, by some peculiar sensibility to electrical or other atmospheric influence, often indicate changes of the weather by their peculiar motions and habits. Thus, ants, a universal bustle and activity observed in ant hills, may be generally regarded as a sign of rain. The ants frequently appear all in motion together, and carry their eggs about from place to place. This is remarked by Virgil, Pliny, and others. Asses. When donkeys bray more than ordinarily, especially should they shake their ears, as if uneasy, it is said to predict rain, and particularly showers. Forster noticed that in showery weather a donkey brayed before every shower, and generally some minutes before the rain fell, as if some electrical influence, produced by the concentrating power of the approaching rain cloud, caused a tickling in the windpipe of the animal just before the shower came on. Whatever this electric state of the air preceding a shower may be, it seems to be the same that causes in other animals some peculiar sensations, which makes the peacock squall, the pintado call, "Come back," etc. An expressive adage says, "When that the ass begins to bray, be sure we shall have rain that day." Haymakers may derive useful admonitions from the braying of the ass. Thus the proverb, "Be sure to cock your hay and corn when the old donkey blows his horn." Bats flitting about late in the evening in spring and autumn foretell a fine day on the morrow, as do door beetles and some other insects. On the contrary, when bats return soon to their hiding places and send forth loud cries, bad weather may be expected. Beetles flying about late in the evening often foretell a fine day on the morrow. Butterflies, when they appear early, are sometimes forerunners of fine weather. Moths and sphinxes also foretell fine weather when they are common in the evening. Cats, when they wash their faces, or when they seem sleepy and dull, foretell rain. Chickens, when they pick up small stones and pebbles, and are more noisy than usual, afford a sign of rain, as do fowls rubbing in the dust, and clapping their wings. But this applies to several kinds of fowls, as well as to the gallinaceous kinds. Cocks, when they crow at unwonted hours, often foretell rain. When they crow all day, in summer particularly, a change to rain frequently follows. Cranes were said of old to foretell rain when they retreated to the valleys, and returned from their aerial flight. The high flight of cranes in silence indicates fine weather. Dolphins, as well as porpoises, when they come about a ship, and sport and gambol on the surface of the water, betoken a storm. Dogs before rain grow sleepy and dull, lie drowsily before the fire, and are not easily aroused. They also often eat grass, which indicates that their stomachs, like ours, are apt to be disturbed before change of weather. It is also said to be a sign of change of weather when dogs howl and bark much in the night. Dogs also dig in the earth with their feet before rain, and often make deep holes in the ground. Ducks. The loud and clamorous quacking of ducks, geese, and other water fowl is a sign of rain, as also when they wash themselves and flutter about in the water more than usual. Virgil has well described all these habits of aquatic birds. Field fairs, when they arrive early and in great numbers in autumn, foreshow a hard winter, which has probably set in the regions from which they have come. Fishes, when they bite more readily and gambol near the surface of streams or pools, foreshow rain. Flies and various sorts of insects become more troublesome, and sting and bite more than usual, before as well as in the intervals of rainy weather, particularly in autumn. Frogs, by their clamorous croaking, indicate rainy weather, as does likewise their coming about in great numbers in the evening, but this last sign applies more obviously to toads. Geese washing, or taking wing with a clamorous noise, and flying to the water, portend rain. Gnats afford several indications. When they fly in a vortex in the beams of the setting sun, they forebode fair weather. When they frisk about more widely in the open air at eventide, they foreshow heat. And when they assemble under trees and bite more than usual, they indicate rain. Hogs, when they shake the stalks of corn and spoil them, often indicate rain. When they run squeaking about and jerk up their heads, windy weather is about to commence. Hence the Wiltshire proverb that pigs can see the wind. Horses foretell the coming of rain by starting more than ordinarily, and by restlessness on the road. Jackdaws are unusually clamorous before rain, as are also starlings. Sometimes before a change of weather the daws make a great noise in the chamber wherein they built. Kine cattle are said to foreshow rain when they lick their forefeet or lie on their right side. Some say oxen licking themselves against the hair is a sign of wet. Kites, when they soar very high in the air, denote fair weather, as do also larks. Magpies in windy weather often fly in small flocks of 3 or 4 together, uttering a strong, harsh cry. Mice, when they squeak much and gambol in the house, foretell a change of weather, and often rain. Owls. When an owl hoots or screeches, sitting on the top of a house or by the side of a window, it is said to foretell death. The fact, says Forster, seems to be this: the owl, as Virgil justly observes, is more noisy at the change of weather, and as it often happens that patients with lingering diseases die at the change of weather, so the owl seems, by a mistaken association of ideas, to forebode the calamity. Peacocks squalling by night often foretell a rainy day. Forster adds, this prognostic does not often fail, and the indication is made more certain by the crowing of cocks all day, the braying of the donkey, the low flight of swallows, the aching of rheumatic persons, and by the frequent appearance of spiders on the walls of the house. Pigeons. It is a sign of rain when pigeons return slowly to the dove houses before the usual time of day. Ravens, when observed early in the morning at a great height in the air, soaring round and round, and uttering a hoarse croaking sound, indicate that the day will be fine. On the contrary, this bird affords us a sign of coming rain by another sort of cry, the difference between these two voices being more easily learned from nature than described. The raven frequenting the shore and dipping himself in the water is also a sign of rain. Redbreasts, when they, with more than usual familiarity, lodge on our window frames and peck against the glass with their bills, indicate severe weather, of which they have a presentiment, which brings them nearer to the habitations of man. Rooks gathering together and returning home from their pastures early and at unwonted hours forebode rain. When rooks whirl round in the air rapidly and come down in small flocks, making a roaring noise with their wings, rough weather invariably follows. On the contrary, when rooks are very noisy about their trees, and fly about as if rejoicing, Virgil assures us they foresee a return of fine weather, and an end of the showers. Spiders, when seen crawling on the walls more than usual, indicate rain. This prognostic, says Forster, seldom fails. I have noticed it for many years, particularly in winter, but more or less at all times of the year. In summer, the quantity of webs of the garden spiders denote fair weather. Swallows, in fine and settled weather, fly higher in the air than they do just before or during a showery or rainy time. Then also swallows flying low and skimming over the surface of a meadow where there is tolerably long grass frequently stop and hang about the blades, as if they were gathering insects lodged there. Swans, when they fly against the wind, portend rain, a sign frequently fulfilled. Toads, when they come from their holes in an unusual number in the evening, although the ground be still dry, foreshow the coming rain, which will generally fall more or less during the night. Urchins of the sea, a sort of fish, when they thrust themselves into the mud and try to cover their bodies with sand, foreshow a storm. Vultures, when they scent carrion at a great distance, indicate that state of the atmosphere which is favorable to the perception of smells, and this often forebodes rain. Willow wrens are frequently seen, in mild and still raining weather, flitting about the willows, pines, and other trees in quest of insects. Woodcocks appear in autumn earlier and in greater numbers, previous to severe winters, as do snipes and other winter birds. Worms come forth more abundantly before rain, as do snails, slugs, and almost all limaceous animals. Some birds build their nests weather-proof, as ascertained by careful observation of Mr. M. W. B. Thomas of Cincinnati, Ohio. Thus, when a pair of migratory birds have arrived in the spring, they prepare to build their nest, making a careful reconnaissance of the place, and observing the character of the season. If it be a windy one, they thatch the straw and leaves on the inside of the nest, between the twigs and the lining. If it be very windy, they get pliant twigs and bind the nest firmly to the limb of the tree, securing all the small twigs with their saliva. If they fear the approach of a rainy season, they build their nests so as to be sheltered from the weather. But if a pleasant one, they build in a fair open place without taking any of these extra precautions. Of all writers, Dr. Darwin has given us the most correct account of the signs of rain, in a poetical description of the approach of foul weather, as follows. This passage has been often quoted, but perhaps never exceeded in the accuracy of its phenomenal observation. The hollow winds begin to blow, the clouds look black, the glass is low, the soot falls down, the spaniels sleep, and spiders from their cobwebs peep. Last night the sun went pale to bed, the moon in halos hid her head. The boding shepherd heaves a sigh, for see, a rainbow spans the sky. The walls are damp, the ditches smell, closed is the light red pimpernel. Hark, how the chairs and tables crack! Old Betty's joints are on the rack. Her corns with shooting pains torment her, and to her bed untimely send her. Loud quack the ducks, the sea fowls cry, the distant hills are looking nigh. How restless are the snorting swine, the busy flies disturb the kine. Low o'er the grass the swallow wings, the cricket too, how sharp he sings. Puss on the hearth with velvet paws sits wiping o'er her whiskered jaws. The smoke from chimneys right ascends, then spreading back to earth it bends. The wind unsteady veers around, or settling in the south is found. Through the clear stream the fishes rise, and nimbly catch the incautious flies. The glowworms numerous, clear and bright, illumed the dewy hill last night. At dusk the squalid toad was seen, like quadruped stalk o'er the green. The whirling wind the dust obeys, and in the rapid eddy plays. The frog has changed his yellow vest, and in a russet coat is dressed. The sky is green, the air is still, the mellow blackbird's voice is shrill. The dog, so altered is his taste, quits mutton bones on grass to feast. Behold the rooks, how odd their flight! They imitate the gliding kite, and seem precipitate to fall, as if they felt the piercing ball. The tender colts on banks do lie, nor heed the traveller passing by. In fiery red the sun doth rise, then wades through clouds to mount the skies. 'Twill surely rain, we see't with sorrow, no working in the fields to-morrow. The shepherd of Banbury says, the surest and most certain sign of rain is taken from bees, which are more incommoded by rain than almost any other creatures; and therefore, as soon as the air begins to grow heavy, and the vapors to condense, they will not fly from their hives, but either remain in them all day, or else fly but to a small distance. Yet bees are not always right in their prognostics, for Réaumur witnessed a swarm, which, after leaving the hive at 1:30 o'clock, were overtaken by a heavy shower at 3. End of section 20.
Section 21, Fish Talk, Part 1 of Eccentricities of the Animal Creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daria Hrobok. Eccentricities of the Animal Creation by John Timbs. Fish Talk. Man favors wonders, and this delight is almost endlessly exemplified in the stories of strange fishes, of preternatural size and odd forms, which are to be found in their early history. In our present talk, we do not aim at a reassembling these olden tales, but propose rather to glance at recent accessions to our acquaintance with the study of fish life, and a few modern instances of the class of wonders. Fishes, like all other animals, have a very delicate sense of the equilibrium position of their bodies. They endeavor to counteract all change in their position by means of movements partially voluntary and partially instinctive. These latter appear in a very remarkable manner in the eye, and they are so constant and evident in fishes while alive that their absence is sufficient to indicate the death of the animal. The equilibrium of the fish, its horizontal position with the back upwards, depends solely on the action of the fins, and principally that of the vertical fins. The swimming bladder may enable a fish to increase or diminish its specific gravity. By compressing the air contained in it, the fish descends in the water. It rises by releasing the muscles which produced the compression. By compressing more or less the posterior or anterior portion of the bladder, the animal, at pressure, can make the interior or posterior half of its body lighter. It can also assume an oblique position, which permits an ascending or descending movement in the water. There is a small fish found in the rivers of the Burmese Empire, which, on being taken out of the water, has the power of blowing itself up to the shape of a small round ball, but its original shape is resumed as soon as it is returned to the river. Mr. St. John, in his tour in eastern Lanarkshire, gives some curious instances of fish changing color, which takes place with surprising rapidity. Put a living black burn trout into a white basin of water and it becomes within half an hour of a light color. Keep the fish living in a white jar for some days and it becomes absolutely white. But put it into a dark-colored or black vessel, and although on first being placed there, the white-colored fish shows more conspicuously on the black ground, in a quarter of an hour it becomes as dark-colored as the bottom of the jar, and consequently difficult to be seen. No doubt this facility of adapting its colors to the bottom of the water in which it lives, it is of the greatest service to the fish in protecting it from its numerous enemies. All anglers must have observed that in every stream the trout are very much of the same color as the gravel or the sand on which they live. Whether this change of color is a voluntary or involuntary act of the part of the fish, the scientific must determine. Anglers of our time have proved that tench croak like frogs, herrings cry like mice, gurnards grunt like hogs, and some say the gurnard makes a noise like a cuckoo, from which it takes one of his country names. The mleigh, a large sea fish, when swimming in shoals, utters a grunting or piercing noise that may be heard from a depth of 20 fathoms. M. Dufossé asserts that facts prove that nature has not refused to all fishes the power of expressing their instinctive sensations by sounds, but has not conferred on them the unity of mechanism in the formation of sonorous vibrations as in other classes of vertebrated animals. Some fishes, he says, are able to emit musical tones, engendered by a mechanism in which the muscular vibration is the principal motive power. Others possess the faculty of making blowing sounds, like those of certain reptiles, and others can produce the creaking noise resembling that of many insects. These phenomena M. Dufossé has named fish noise. The River Plate swarms with fish, and it is the habitat of one possessed of a very sonorous voice like that found in the river Borneo, the account of which is quoted by Dr. Brust from the Journal of the Samarang, and there is similar testimony of a loud piscatory chorus being heard on board HMS Eagle, anchored in 1945-46, about 3 miles from Montevideo during the night. That fishes here has been doubted, although John Hunter was of this opinion and has been followed by many observers. When standing beside a person angling, how often is the request made not to make a noise, as that would alarm the fish? On the other hand, the Chinese drive the fish up to that part of the river where their nets are ready to capture them by loud yells and shouts, and the sound of gongs. But old Aesop writes of a fisherman who caught no fish because he alarmed them by playing on his flute while fishing. In Germany, the shad is taken by means of nets, to which bows of wood hung with a number of little bells are attached in such a manner as to chime in harmony when the nets are moved. The shad, when once attracted by the sound, will not attempt to escape while the bells continue to ring. Elian says the shad is allured by castanets. MacDiarmid, who declared that fishes hear as well as see, relates that an old codfish, the patriarch of the celebrated fish pond at Logan, answered to his name and not only drew near, but turned up his snout most beseechingly when he heard the monosyllable Tom, and that he evidently could distinguish the voice of the fisherman who superintended the pond and fed the fish from that of any other fisherman. In the Kaleidoscope, mention is made of 3 trout in a pond near the powder mills at Faversham, who were so tame as to come at the call of the person accustomed to feed them. Isaac Walton tells of a carp coming to a certain part of a pond to be fed at the ringing of a bell or the beating of a drum. And Sir John Hawkins was assured by a clergyman, a friend of his, that at the Abbey of St. Bernard near Antwerp he saw a carp come to the edge of the water to be fed, at the whistle of the person who fed it. The carp at Fontainebleau, inhabiting the lake adjoining the imperial palace, are of great size and manifest a curious instinct. A correspondent of the Athenaeum remarks, enjoying entire immunity from all angling arts and lures, the Fontainebleau carp live a life of great enjoyment, marred only, we imagine, by the immense numbers causing the supply of food to be somewhat below their requirements. It is not, however, very easy to define what a carp's requirements in the form of pabulum are, as he is a voracious member of the ichthyological family, eating whenever he has an opportunity until absolutely surfeited. His favorite food consists of vegetable substances masticated by means of flat, striated teeth, which work with a millstone kind of motion against the singular process of the lower part of the skull covered with horny plates. When the fish obtains an abundant supply of food, it grows to an enormous size. Several continental rivers and lakes are very congenial to carp, and especially the Oder, where this fish occasionally attains the enormous weight of 60 lb. It is not probable that any carp in the lake at Fontainebleau are so large as this, but there are certainly many weighing 50 lb. Patriarchs of their kind, which, though olive-hued in their tender years, are now white with age. That the great size of these fish is due to ample feeding is, we think, evident, and, as we shall see presently, it is the large fish that are the best fed. During many years, the feeding of the carp at Fontainebleau has been a favorite court pastime, but it is from the visitors who frequent Fontainebleau during a great part of the year that the carp receive the most bountiful rations. For big carp have an enormous swallow, soft penny rolls being mere mouthfuls, bolted with ostrich-like celerity. So to prevent the immediate disappearance of these bonnes bouches, bread in the form of larger balls than the most capacious carp can take into his gullet is baked until it becomes as hard as biscuit, and with these balls the carp are regaled. Throw one into the lake and you will quickly have an idea of the enormous carp population it contains. For no sooner does the bread touch the water than it is surrounded by hundreds of these fish, which dart to it from all sides. And now if you look attentively, you will witness a curious display of instinct, which might almost take a higher name. Conscious, apparently, of the inability to crush these extremely hard balls, the carp combine with surprising unanimity to push them to that part of the lake with their noses where it is bounded by a wall, and when there they butt at them, until at last their repeated blows and the softening effect of the water causes them to yield and open. And now you will see another curious sight. While scolds of carp have been pounding away at the bread balls, preparing them for being swallowed, some dozen monsters hover around, indifferent apparently to what is passing. But not so, for no sooner is the bread ready for eating than 2 or 3 of these giants, but more generally one, the tyrant probably of the lake, rush to the prize, cleaving the shoals of smaller carp and shouldering them to the right and left, seize the bread with open jaws, between which it quickly disappears. Some of the finest and oldest carp are found in the windings of the Spree, in the tavern gardens of Charlottenburg, the great resort of strollers from Berlin. Visitors are in the habit of feeding them with bread and collect them together by ringing a bell, at the sound of which shoals of the fish may be seen popping their noses upward from the water. The affection of fishes has only been properly understood of late years. It might be supposed that little natural affection existed in this cold-blooded race, and in fact fishes constantly devour their own eggs, and, at a later period, their own young, without compunction or discrimination. Some few species bear their eggs about with them until hatched. This was long thought to be the utmost extent of care which fishes lavished on their young. But Dr. Hancock has stepped to the rescue at least one species from this unmerited charge. It is asserted, he says, by naturalists that no fish are known to take any care of their offspring. Both species of Hassar, mentioned below, however, make a regular nest in which they lay their eggs in a flattened cluster and cover them over most carefully. Their care does not end here. They remain by the side of the nest till the spawn is hatched, with as much solicitude as a hen guards her eggs, both the male and female Hassar, for they are monogamous, steadily watching the spawn and courageously attacking the assailant. Hence the Negroes frequently take them by putting their hands into the water close to the nest, on agitating which the male Hassar springs furiously at them, and is thus captured. The roundhead forms its nest of grass, the flatheads of leaves. Both at certain seasons burrow in the bank. They lay their eggs only in wet weather. I have been surprised to observe the sudden appearance of numerous nests in the morning after rain occurs, the spot being indicated by a bunch of froth which appears on the surface of the water over the nest. Below this are the eggs, placed on a bunch of fallen leaves or grass, which they cut and collect together. By what means this is effected seems rather mysterious, as this species are destitute of cutting teeth. It may possibly be by the use of their arms, which form the first ray of the pectoral fin. There is another operation by fishes which seems to require almost equal experience. Professor Agassiz, while collecting insects along the shores of Lake Sebago in Maine, observed a couple of catfish which, at his approach, left the shore suddenly and returned to the deeper water. Examining the place which the fishes had left, he discovered a nest among the water plants, with a number of little tadpoles. In a few moments the two fishes returned, looking anxiously towards the nest, and approached within 6 or 8 feet of where Professor Agassiz stood. They were evidently not in search of food, and he became convinced that they were seeking the protection of the young. Large stones thrown repeatedly into the middle of the nest after the fishes had returned to it only frightened them away for a brief period, and they returned to the spot within 10 or 15 minutes. This was repeated 4 or 5 times with the same result. This negatives the assertion made by some naturalists that no fishes are known to take any care of their offspring. But affection is scarcely to be looked for where the offspring is, so very numerous as to put all attempts at even recognizing them out of the question. How could the fondest mother love 100,000 little ones at once? Yet the number is far exceeded by some of the matrons of the deep. Petit found 300,000 eggs in a single carp. Lanvenhoek 9 million in a single cod. Mr. Harmer found in a sole 100,000, in a tench 300,000, in a mackerel 500,000, and in a flounder 1,357,000. Footnote 14. A tench was brought to Mr. Harmer so full of spawn that the skin was burst by a slight knock, and many thousands of the eggs were lost. Yet, even after this misfortune, he found the remainder to amount to 383,252. Of other marine animals, which he included under the general term fish, the fecundity, though sufficiently great, is by no means enormous. A lobster yielded 7,227 eggs, a prawn 3,806, and a shrimp 3,057. See Mr. Harmer's paper, Philosophical Transactions, 1767. M. Rousseau dispersed a pike of 160,000 and a sturgeon of 1,567,000, while from this latter class has been gotten 119 pounds weight of eggs, which at the rate of 7 to a grain would give a total amount of 7,653,200 eggs. If all these came to maturity, the world would be in a short time nothing but fish. Means, however, implies sufficient to keep down this unwelcome superabundance have been provided. Fish themselves, men, birds, other marine animals, to say nothing of the dispersions produced by storms and currents, the destruction consequent on their being thrown on the beach and left there to dry up, all combine to diminish the excessive supply over demand. Yet, on the other hand, so wonderfully are the contrivances of nature so harmonized and balanced, one of these apparent modes of destruction becomes an actual means of extending the species. The eggs of the pike, barbel, and many other fish, says M. Vyry, are rendered indigestible by an acid oil which they contain, and in consequence of which they are passed in the same condition as they were swallowed, the result of which is, that being taken in by ducks, grebes, or other waterfowls, they are thus transported to situations such as inland lakes, which otherwise they could never have attained. And in this way only can we account for the fact, now well ascertained, that several lakes in the Alps, formed by the thawing of the glaciers, are now abundantly stocked with excellent fish. Little fishes are ordinarily the food of larger marine animals. But a remarkable exception occurs in the case of larger medusae, which are stated in various works to prey upon fishes for sustenance. Mr. Peach, the naturalist, has, however, by observations at Peterhead in Aberdeenshire, thus corrected this statement. He observed several small fishes playing around the larger medusae in the harbour and bay. When alarmed, they would rush under the umbrella and remain sheltered in its large folds till the danger had passed, where they would emerge and sport and play about their sheltering friend. When beneath the umbrella, they lay so close that they were frequently taken into a bucket with the medusae. They proved to be young whitings, varying from 1.5 to 2 inches long. These little creatures, so far from becoming the prey of the medusae, experienced from them protection, and moreover, they preferred the stinging one. In no instance did Mr. Peach see a fish in the stomach of the medusae, but all could liberate themselves when they pleased. In one case, Mr. Peach witnessed a small whiting in the first instant chased by a single young pollock, whose assault the little fellow easily evaded by dodging about. But the chaser being joined by others, the whiting was driven from its imperfect shelter, and after being much bitten and dashed about by its assailants, became at length completely exhausted, and lay to all appearance dead. Recovering, however, after action, it swam slowly to the medusae and took refuge as before. But its movements being soon observed, it was again attacked, after a very brief respite, driven into open water, and speedily dispatched. Fishes appear to execute annually 2 great migrations. By one of these shiftings, they forsake the deep water for a time and approach the shallow shores, and by the other, they return to their more concealed haunts. These movements are connected with the purpose of spawning, the fry requiring to come into life and to spend a certain portion of their youth in situations different from those which are suited to the period of maturity. It is in obedience to these arrangements that the cod and haddock, the mackerel and others, annually leave the deeper and less accessible parts of the ocean, the region of the zoophytic tribes, and deposit their spawn within that zone of marine vegetation which fringes our coasts, extending from near the high water mark of neap tides to a short distance beyond the low water mark of spring tides. Amidst the shelter in this region afforded by the groves of arborescent fuci, the young fish were wont in comfort to spend their infancy, but since these plants have been so frequently cut down to procure materials for the manufacture of kelp, and the requisite protection withdrawn, the fisheries have greatly suffered. Many species of fish, as the salmon, smelt and others, in forsaking the deep water and approaching a suitable spawning station, leave the sea altogether for a time, ascend the rivers and their tributary streams, and, having deposited their eggs, return again to their usual haunts. Even a certain species of fish inhabiting lakes, as the roach, betake themselves to the tributary streams as the most suitable places for spawning. The gourami of India are stated by General Hardwicke to watch most actively the margins of the spot which they select and prepare for depositing their spawn, driving away with violence every other fish which approaches their cover. The General adds that from the time he first noticed this circumstance about 1 month had elapsed, when one day he saw numerous minute fishes close to the margin of the grass, on the outer side of which the parent fishes continued to pass to and from. There is a species of grampus from 2 to 3 tons weight and about 16 feet in length that amuses itself with jumping, or rather springing its ponderous body entirely out of the water in a vertical position and falling upon its back. This effort of so large a fish is almost incredible, and informs us how surprisingly great the power of muscle must be in this class of animal. A correspondent writes to the United Service Journal, "I have seen them spring out of the water within 10 yards of the ship's side, generally in the evening, after having swum all the former part of the day in the ship's wake, or on either quarter. When several of these fish take it into their heads to dance a hornpipe, as the sailors term their gambols, at the distance of half a mile, they, especially at or just after sundown, may easily be mistaken for the sharp points of rocks sticking up out of the water, and the splashing and foam they make and produce have the appearance of the action of waves upon rocks. An officer of the Navy informed me that after sunset, when near the equator, he was not a little alarmed and surprised at the cry of 'rocks on the starboard bow.' Looking forward, he indistinctly saw objects which he and all on the board took to be pinnacles of several rocks of a black and white color. In a short time, however, he discovered this formidable danger to be nothing more than a company of dancing grampuses with white bellies. As one disappeared, another rose, so that there were at least 5 or 6 constantly above the surface." Captain Oren relates that the Botnia has the power of throwing itself out of the water to an almost incredible distance when in pursuit of its prey, the flying fish. And the day previous to our arrival at Mozambique, one of these fish rose close under our bow and passed under the vessel's side and struck with such force against the poop that had anyone received the blow, it must have been fatal. Stunned by the violence of the contact, it fell motionless at the helmsman's feet. But soon recovering, its struggles were so furious that it became necessary to inflict several blows with an axe before it could be approached with safety. The greatest elevation it attained above the surface of water was 18 feet, and the length of the leap, had no opposition occurred, would have exceeded 180. Of winged or flying fish, we find this extravagant account in a philosophical romance entitled Teliamed by M. Mleigh, an ingenious Frenchman of the days of Louis XXV. He believed, like Lamarck, that the whole family of birds had existed one time as fishes, which, on being thrown ashore by the waves, had got feathers by accident, and that men themselves are but the descendants of a tribe of sea monsters who, tiring of their proper element, crawled upon the beach one sunny morning and, taking a fancy to the land, forgot to return. The account is as amusing as a fairy tale. Winged or flying fish, says Mleigh, stimulated by the desire of prey or the fear of death or pushed near the shore by the billows, have fallen among the reeds of herbage, whence it was not possible for them to resume their flight to the sea, by means of which they had contracted their first facility of flying. Then their fins, being no longer bathed in the sea water, were split and became warped by their dryness, while they found among the reeds and herbage among which they fell many alignments to support them, the vessels of their fins, being separated, were lengthened or closed with beards, or, to speak more justly, the membranes which before kept them adherent to each other were metamorphosed. The beard formed of these warped membranes was lengthened. The skin of these animals was insensibly covered with a down of the same color with the skin, and this down gradually increased. The little wings they had under their belly, and which, like their wings, helped them to walk into the sea, became feet and helped them to walk on land. There were also other small changes in their figure. The beak and neck of some were lengthened, and of others shortened. The conformity, however, of the first figure subsists in the whole, and it will be always easy to know it. Examine all the species of fowl, even those of the Indies, those which are tufted or not, those whose feathers are reversed, such as we see at Damietta, that to say, whose plumage runs from the tail to the head, and you will see fine species of fish quite similar, scaly or without scales. All species of parrots whose plumages are different, the rarest and most singular marked birds are, conformable to fact, painted like them, black, brown, grey, yellow, green, red, violet color, and those of gold and azure, and all this precisely in the same parts where the plumages of these birds are diversified in so curious a manner. End of section 21, Fish Talk, Part 1.